Okay. Chase, hello. Is that Liam? Maybe. Maybe. That is a firm maybe. He is definitely a bear, though. We'll do that for now. For now. Better than Dean? What does everyone always have against Dean? He's trying his best in this trying world. You know how it is. Does that look like a snoot? No, that's good for now. We'll leave that as it is. Dean is a sweet, caring person, I guess, but Orlando and Haas is there. I don't know. I'm just not an Orlando person, I guess. Like, everyone was always like, oh, like when Orlando was one of the last routes I did when I was first playing the game. And I don't know. He just doesn't do anything for me, I guess. PS1 Spyro, amazing. Oh my god, Ian getting in there. Oh, Maestro, hello. And Alexander, hello. We will get his little... Oh no, I always like when they just replace facial hair with like a little scruffy smile. That shit's so cute. Maybe that's just me though. I don't care for the Diesel. Don't you can't insult Sal like that. He's cute. He likes the watermelons. I like watermelons. We have so much in common. There we go. Oh, he's getting there. He's big as drama we love. Oh my god. Meh? That's all you have to say, Diesel? Is meh? But he's so good, though. Sal is such a good boy. You get to sit there and eat ice cream with him in one chapter. Shit's adorable. How am I gonna go about doing this? That looks fine. Yeah? Yeah? There we go. We're getting there. Who am I drawing, Fane? I'm drawing best boy from Password. Everyone's favorite boy from Password. He's too irresistible. Everyone loves him. Oh my god, Josh, draw and rig VTuber. Josh, no. No. My computer already doesn't run that great. Do you really think I would be able to record and have a VTuber thing going at the same time? Nah. Can't do that. So we're just not even gonna try. Sal is 100 times better than do. It is what it, but you could do it for videos. That seems like a lot of work, though. And I am a lazy person. I'm a very lazy person. Whoops. Like, I can barely motivate myself to eat a meal a day. Like... Oh my god, Fane, your phone is charged? I literally don't believe you. I straight up don't believe you. Oh my god. Oh, Michael, hello. Are we drawing the entire cast of Password? I guess we'll eventually get there if I draw the other characters in Password, but at the same time, I don't really see that happening. Because that would require me to draw, like, Roswell, and I don't know about that one. Like, I just don't I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Like, you think I'm gonna draw Worst Boy? Nah. Probably not, anyway. Draw Tyson punching him. Oh my god. Oh my god. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah. There we go. Oh. Little bear ear, I guess. I don't know. His ear is drawn quite sharp in the game. More than I'm used to seeing on a bear, so. Or maybe that's just a thing with polar bears. I don't know. I didn't bother checking. Because why would I ever be prepared for anything? YouTube-friendly Christian organized pile. What? What? Terrible. Terrible. That's probably not going to happen, Diesel. I say probably. But you know what? I guess I can't stop, like, a Patreon request in case that ever happens. Which is why we'll never do that. Ha! If I never open commissions, then no one can ever force me to draw something I don't want to. Ignore all the times I've drawn things on stream that I don't want to. Ignore all of that. None of it happened. Josh, you can always say the word no. Look. I can. And I have. But sometimes it just doesn't work out. Tomorrow I'm going in a camping again for Father's Day, so I think I will leave. All right, Maestro. Thanks for stopping by. Always appreciated. But camping? I don't know about that one. I've never gone camping, but I feel like I would hate the experience. It's like, ew, the outdoors? What am I supposed to... What? I don't know about that one. We're gonna do the finger. Go. Go. Maybe is that a bit too fat? I don't know. Male bear. I went camping for Boy Scouts. Oh. And I missed my... Amazing, Ian. Amazing. Let's do this. And start the line here, maybe? I should probably try to learn actually drawing a bit better. Maybe one day we'll get there. There we go. Look, drawing's hard. I already can never account for, like, all the fingers, which is why we only draw 3. I just can't figure out the spacing for the normal amount. Is that hand too big? Who cares? Maybe it's better that way. He had like a rolled up jacket sleeve. I don't know, I like looked at the portrait for Liam for like 2 seconds and went, yeah, I got this. It's fine. Eat the mosquitoes before they eat you. What? What? Amazing. How's the lad coming across? Yeah, he's doing all right. Fatter. Okay, Diesel. Wait, Diesel, how fat we talking? How, like, like that, and I don't know, how big should this belly be? We'll curve that in a bit. This is a daddy bear? What? Ian, I'm never drawing anything like that ever again. I can never draw anything from Phineas and Ferb ever again. It's we just it will never happen again, which is sad, but it's fine. Because that was clearly the issue, is that it was Phineas and Ferb themed. But I don't know, I thought this was like a month ago. So like my family got together for like my dad's birthday or something like that. No, that's definitely what it was. And for some reason, like when we were like, I don't know, like opening presents or eating cake, so whatever, like my parents had put on that new Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers movie that's on Disney Plus, and I was really confused but paid it no mind because I don't care, right? And then I look up and I see Linda from Phineas and Ferb, and I just got really confused. There's just like a single shot in that movie or something that like Linda shows up. I was very confused. Like even though I only watched like maybe 10 minutes of that movie, I feel like that was way too much. Like, no. I don't know who that movie was for. I kept like jokes were happening and I kept having to ask myself like, who is this for? Cause I just didn't understand. Like a joke would happen and like half the family would just be like, I don't like what, it would just pass over them. It was real odd. I still don't know who, like, was the demographic for that movie. Maybe it was no one. You know, maybe I'm just thinking about this too hard. I'm always thinking about things too hard, but hey. It is what it is. Yeah, that... It's not great. People that buy Disney Plus, that's enough. Maybe. I mean, I don't have Disney Plus. I guess I could. I guess I could just share an account with like family members or something. Like just ask for their login, because I do have several family members that have it, but nope, I'm too lazy to ask, I guess. Cannot be bothered. I don't know what I would do with it, though. Like, what? Would I watch, like, Goof Troop for the 80th time? Or Gargoyles for, like, the 900th time? Like, I don't know. Probably not. Fane, I'm so sorry, but I'm just... I'm not gonna... I just kind of don't want to watch the Miss Marvel show. I just don't want to watch it. I did think it was funny. So, like, that show came out, right? So, Miss Marvel. And when I was over at Darian's place, I had just simply asked him, like, oh, Darian, what did you think of, like, Miss Marvel? Like, I was kind of curious. And he just said he didn't watch it. And it was, like, one of the only times he had just said he didn't watch something that was, like, MCU related. Like, he had watched, like, Loki and WandaVision and, like, the Winter Soldier and the Falcon. And he'd always be like, oh, whatever, it's just the comic book adaptation, right? Like, whatever, it can be its own thing. And for Miss Marvel, he was just like, no, I care too much. I got him. It was like the first time that had happened for him. I laughed so hard. He was just like, no. No. I do think they're in a weird predicament with Miss Marvel now, though, considering how different it is from the comics, because it's probably going to be really awkward juggling the two. Like, for Disney, because it's weird, because now you will actually have to have separate, like, lines of merchandise. Like, you know how you could, like, before, like, for Captain America and, like, for Iron Man, you could, like, meet it halfway for the merchandise? You kind of can't for Miss Marvel now? And that's weird. I'm still surprised they made that creative decision. I'm also going to assume that they, like, removed the Frozen gag from the comics and replaced it with an Encanto gag, because I feel like that would be the joke to make. And I probably would be okay with that. Like, you know. Michael, the comics and the movies are not independent of each other. Like, they are so joined at the hip. And that's really annoying. I know nothing about Marvel. What's the issue? So for Miss Marvel specifically, they changed her origin, her powers, like where they came from, how she gets them. And that's weird because of how much those matter to Miss Marvel. So now they can't do, like, half of her comic stories. They have to write out the majority of her side cast. He wants VC rant. Okay. Yes, hello? Wait. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry, Finn. You'll have to give me a minute. I muted you at one point. Whoops, don't. I think that's good.
We'll see. I can imagine when. It was probably during the Persona 5 Royal finale stream.
It was. I hope you understand.
I do fully. I didn't even realize that I had gotten back onto voice chat until I woke up with my headphones on. I was like, what? But I just, at this point, I've accepted it.
Okay.
And that was a special thing. It was also unlisted. So.
It still is.
It still is. Because I'm curious about your take on that, but we'll get to there. Because right now, Miss Marvel. So would you be happier if they called Miss Marvel the like television show version, the MCU version, like Miss Marvel Rebirth?
Well, I've just kind of accepted it as it is. It's more like I find it weird for marketing going forward.
No, that's fair.
Because you have things where, like, so you know how, like what I mentioned with, like, Captain America and Iron Man, you can just make toys in which, like, Iron Man is using his repulsor, or, like, Captain America is throwing his shield.
Right.
You can't do that with Miss Marvel anymore.
No, you can't. And it's actually very weird because, again, they just had like the Avengers game. Not that it did particularly well, but the one thing apparently a lot of people liked from it was Kamala Khan's story. And yeah, her powers were obviously the classic powers, which they are not in the new show.
Yeah, and I remember when I had heard the rumors, like, almost 2 years ago that they were changing her powers for the show, and I was like, well, that's just a rumor. There's no way they're gonna do that. Like... and lo behold, here we are, like...
I don't, like... Again, I know I have a tertiary experience with the character, like knowledge of the character. So it seems interesting, but like, okay. I can see why people would be frustrating because it also seems very like this is it's very unclear if this is like an inherent part of her power or if it's just like she has some power because of some gadget her grandma has, which seems like it would be kind of disappointing if it's just some gadget thing.
They had said in a press release that it was entirely from the bracelet for the MCU version.
That's disappointing.
And yeah, I was very disappointed when I first heard that. Especially when I heard the description of like, oh, so it's Green Lantern.
Yeah, it really is. They're like, we're going to emphasize the fist as much as we can, but also it's definitely going to be able to do other stuff. It's just, yeah.
It's so odd, because, like, they haven't done anything like that in, like, any other thing.
People are thinking two things that I've read is that, one, they really wanted to differentiate it from Reeve, and like because they're gonna be introducing them around the same time, which is kind of dumb.
So the rumor that I had heard that had a lot of credibility behind it was purely for budget.
Maybe those. It's hard to say because also those shows like I don't know because.
So I had heard this rumor
I
like
seen
from journalists that work at Marvel.
Okay.
So that's the reason why I say like that's the rumor that I find the most credible.
There's the other thing that I've heard like that's like that I'm sure that was part of it. Because the other thing is
her stretching powers works differently from Reed.
Yeah.
That, and I kind of always liked how Kamala's powers, like, it's supposed to be that, like, teenagers' bodies are changing all the time, and it's the most awkward stage. So Kamala, when she uses her powers, she looks awkward and uncomfortable.
Right.
That's like an inherent part of her character.
I heard that there's at one point where she seems very unsure of herself, and like she starts to like take on the appearance of Captain Marvel.
Yeah, when she first activates her powers, she becomes the old version of Carol Danvers, and she's like, "Oh my God, I'm hot." Right. Which, obviously, that costume no longer exists in the MCU timeline, so that scene won't exist, but...
No, although she's definitely still simping over her, which is interesting. Because, like, again, as a lot of people pointed out, she's barely done anything so far.
I mean, I can kind of get it from, like, okay, you have, like, a teenage girl who sees, like, Captain Marvel, and she just has the coolest power set of the MCU, like, Avengers.
There's that, the fact that she disappeared, and that seems interesting to her, because she's always, like, stuck about fantasy, so she can make up her own ideas about what's going on. Like, it does make sense. She'd still be drawn to her. I really, okay. I will say this. I fucking love the first episode. It's very clear that this is different. It's so bizarre because I had a lot of mixed feelings. Where I love it. There's so much they got right about things. I like that. Like
That like you
I'm
want to
pretty
see
sure
in
they got the
Kamala?
original creator. Yeah, because like she's really weird. They got somebody who like the original creator met her, and she's like, "This is actually just Kamala as a person." Like she's weird, and it's good. Like in real life too. Like it's very obvious that this
Yeah, I
is
had
just
heard
kind
that
of
like
her
the
going on
acting
stage.
for Kamala is like perfectly fine. Like that's not an issue that people had.
No, it's she's like obsessed with like comic knowledge, but of course it's all like MCU stuff. I
Yeah,
think that's very
I had
funny.
heard like a plot description thing that said like she goes to like the first Avengers con,
Yes.
and I got really confused when I read that because I was like the first Avengers con. All right, it's the MCU. Like
Yes.
that like took me a minute to like grasp in my mind of like wait, but Kamala's been going to like Avengers conventions since she was like 5. Like all right, in this universe that
Yeah.
wouldn't be a thing. Like,
Yeah.
because there are no
And it
like
seemed-
celebrity like things like in that world. It's so odd. That's something I'm still
Yeah,
not
there's-
used to when people talk about like the MCU. I'm like, what do you mean people don't know X like in the universe? Oh, it just doesn't exist. Okay, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Uh,
They'll get there eventually, but like, yeah.
and hey,
it's-
Carol Danvers hasn't done anything awful, so there's no weirdness between her and Kamala.
Oh, what's the story with that?
Oh, no one really likes Carol.
Okay.
Just in the comics, people have always been kind of like, you know, Carol, maybe you should just shut up. Like, maybe.
Okay.
There was that time where she was complaining that no one came to rescue her, and like Emma Frost had to say, "You're not allowed to say that because you left a school and to burn to the ground." Like, you
Oh, that's
cannot
funny.
complain that like people don't help you. Like,
That's great.
so she's always and Carol's always had kind of like a stick in her ass over the whole X-Men Rogue thing. If you're familiar with that.
Not.
So you know how back in like the
Like,
80s and 90s, like do you remember the 90s cartoon for the X-Men?
Yeah.
You know how Rogue had like super strength, flight, could produce energy blasts?
Yes.
Where do you think she got those?
Is it a cosmic thing, or is it?
Nope,
just,
she
like-
just took them from Captain Marvel and put her into a coma for several years.
Oh, okay. That's fun.
So, you know, she sometimes is still bitter about that, but that doesn't exist in the MCU, so.
No.
That would be an
Not
amazing way to introduce Rogue, though, in the MCU, is just have her do that. And you just write out Miss Marvel. I mean, Captain Marvel. Like,
That could be pretty fun. Like, cause they're getting
because that would
ready,
be shocking. Like, to an audience who doesn't know.
Yeah. Because that's what, like, the whole television show of Miss Marvel is just the lead up to the new movie where it's gonna be her and Miss Marvel. Like, the two of them teaming up for
Yeah,
some
that makes sense. That's cute.
reason. Yeah.
Because even in the comics, like, her interactions with Kamala are pretty cute, except for that one time with the gaslighting, but we can forgive, like, Kamala for not noticing. They'll probably won't
You-
adapt Civil War 2. They probably won't adapt that.
You like gaslighting though. You approve of it fully.
100%. I just don't see them, like,
Uh,
doing that in the MCU for Carol. Because it seems that they
Yeah.
want Carol to be, like, the marketable strong woman in the MCU. Which is fair. Like, whatever.
it is. I don't. I'm really curious to see what happens because of Miss Marvel and to see how it's received. She just seems like very likable in a way that I haven't seen like a lot of the newer superheroes come off as. Like a lot of their newer films, just the characters. I don't know. I haven't seen everything. I guess I'm still in the middle of part 3 technically. I never saw Endgame. I saw the last thing I saw was Infinity War Part 1. And then I was like, I'll get back to that at some point, and then I just never did. And the only reason I started watching Miss Marvel is everything about it seemed interesting.
I mean, I would assume it's, like, fun and appealing. Like, the way that, like, you want Kamala to be.
Yeah, the set design, everything, it seems like they got a lot of people, like, most of the, like, production crew, I'm pretty sure they're all, like, Muslim. Like, there's a lot of Muslim influence on it, which is really interesting to see portrayed.
For the
like-
most part, there were some oddities in the cast where you're like, ooh, that's not a great look.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, if I remember right, the mom is played by an Indian woman and not a Pakistani woman, and people were really upset about that.
Huh.
Because it's like a completely different, like, you know, I had heard it's like almost like casting someone who's Chinese to play a Japanese person. That was the comparison I had read.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, that
Interesting,
is
'cause-
not a great look. Like,
Yeah. Because I've heard a lot of people who have seen, like her performance as that, but that would be interesting. Because I haven't heard that much about it. I've only seen, like, the recent stuff, so I'm sure
Oh,
that
okay.
was, like, when it happened.
yeah, that was when the casting decision happened.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, so I haven't really paid too much. Again, this was probably, like, the only shows I'm interested in was this, and whenever She-Hulk comes out, I want to see how that turns out.
yeah, I'm like half curious about it just because I often on had read She-Hulk in the past. Like, that's a character I do enjoy, but
Yeah.
and it's curious
like
how they're
the-
gonna do She-Hulk, just because like from all the press releases, it feels like they don't know the character of Jen,
Yeah.
and they're just using a bunch of like visual like things of like, oh well, you know, we know that she is a lawyer,
Right.
and it's like, yeah, but like, do you understand like the why? And
Yeah.
because it's weird, you can actually make She-Hulk go full Deadpool if you want, because she kind of did that first, but Deadpool was the one who popularized it. The whole like fourth
Right.
wall breaking stuff, like She-Hulk was actually known for that before Deadpool was.
Yeah, I've seen little bits where it's like, yeah, because the Marvel comics exist in the comics themselves, and like she reads them and will react to them.
So that
It's
was
like,
a thing.
that's one of the things. I know that she does more, but like that's the most recent thing because someone brought it up like a couple days ago.
Yeah, yeah. So
And I
don't
think they were
know-
talking about that
Oh, sorry.
in relation to Miss Marvel because what is it? The actress who plays her keeps like yelling at Kevin Feige for saying, or however you pronounce his name, about saying like this is Earth 616,
Oh, okay.
and she's like, no, you're wrong.
I mean, like, I don't. I would hate if they said that like the cinematic universe is Earth 616. That would feel off.
Yeah, so she's like, I don't care what he says in interviews, he's wrong. So that's fun. Because she loves the movies, but she loves the comics too. So she's like kind of a weird one where she's not totally into it. She rated, like she has a Letterboxd account. She did not think too highly of Captain Marvel. So that's fun that she's gonna be playing this character who's in love, like loves and respects her. Obviously, it's different, and it's not the character; it's just the film.
Yeah.
She really fucking loves film. It's God, she's so weird, but I love her so far. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know how you would feel about it though, because I feel like it's weird. Because I feel like Miss Marvel is such a personal thing for a lot of people. I don't know if you have any attachment to it that way. I know Fantastic Four is kind of your thing.
Maybe a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. I do love that team to death. Which is why I had to like... I didn't watch the movie for Doctor Strange, but I had to go like, okay, what happens? Like...
Oh yeah.
How did they ruin my boy? Like... Oh, they made him as vanilla as possible? Well, you know, that's probably for the best.
Are you talking about Reed or Ben? Was Ben in
Reed.
it? Oh, okay.
Well, Reed was the reason why, like, I kept reading, like, Fantastic Four after reading, like, the first comic I ever read with them. Because he's such an interesting character.
Do you relate to him at all, Josh? Just an innocent question.
No, whatever do you mean?
What an interesting character. Huh.
I do like Reed a lot, for sure.
Okay. Uh-huh.
There are moments with Reed that I'm like, this seems totally reasonable, and then everyone else in the comic is like, Reed, what the fuck?
Yep.
I mean, they won't write him that way because, I don't know, the MCU's too... They want to keep the characters marketable and clean, which I get. For how much money they like cost to make these movies, you kind of have to.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of things. So, like, apparently, what was it? WandaVision was a pretty interesting take, an exploration of the character, and it was kind of the setup to Doctor Strange, and then in Doctor Strange, they kind of, like, ignored all of that entirely, and just made her, like, just a villain, and, like, completely crazy.
Okay. Just, like, sure.
And so people aren't thrilled with that, so it's like, okay, so you're gonna have these takes for the television shows, and then the movie's gonna come out and it's gonna mostly be like, yeah, we're just gonna pretend, you know, that's its own thing, even though that's the setup.
Oh, that seems like such an... I mean, yes, the comics have the same issue, right? Where, like, one writer will write a character like X, and then they'll show up in another comic and not act the same. But that's kind of just the thing you get used to when you read comics. Yeah. But I don't think that could fly for a movie audience. Like,
yeah. So that was fun reading about that. People weren't too thrilled about it, and the director was like, "We're sorry that you're sorry."
Oh my god. Okay. Like, wow, okay.
Yeah, so that's fun. Yeah. Speaking of other things you love, did you see the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth trailer or announcement?
No? I
So
have no idea what you're talking about.
oh, okay. So there was a Square Enix presentation today. It was 14 minutes long. They
Okay.
showed what was it? Oh, their weird, terrible like battle royale game that's apparently already on season 3. They showed
Okay.
Yep, they showed another preview of Ever Crisis, which still isn't out. It actually looks kind of good, but then it's like, oh, but this is also a gacha game because it's got like the 3D models with the static backgrounds where it's all new, and it actually looks pretty good. Other than the character models are a little, but the backgrounds are really nice.
Okay.
Uh, and definitely a lot more true to the original style. They then showed the fun thing, Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core Reunion, which is, it seems like it is a remaster. Like all of the graphics look completely new, but the battle system, everything seems to be the same. So
Oh
it's like in
no,
between
come
a remake
on.
and that.
Like,
Oh yeah.
that was like the worst part of Crisis Core was the battle system.
Oh yeah, no, you can see it. It's like it's presented with like new graphics, but you see the slot machine in the corner at every battle section. It's new voice actors doing all the lines because Aerith had her new voice actor, and I'm pretty sure Zach had his. So that's fun too.
What are they
And
doing
then
this just to get around copyright?
No, because Genesis is there too.
What the fuck?
They showed Genesis in like.
So that means
featured
for
him.
sure he's gonna be in remake.
Oh, absolutely.
And God
100%.
bless. Let's go.
We're going there.
Let's turn this into Final Fantasy VII the musical. Like I want Aerith to start singing like she's on stage. I want Genesis to start reciting poetry in the middle of combat. Let's just, go wild with it. Fuck it. We're already here. We might as well.
I love that they announced it. Like, so that is coming out even on Nintendo Switch. It's just so like, yeah, you get everything. It's clearly
okay.
like a lot of new graphics. So it'll be not looking quite as nice on the Switch, but it'll be there. It's on Xbox too. And then the last announcement was a new trailer for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's not Remake Part 2, it's Rebirth. They're fully just like, yeah, we're dropping this. It's a trilogy. There's only going to be 3 games, and then they compare it like after on Twitter there were like posts from like 4 people, and then Katasa was like, the middle section of a trilogy is often the fan favorite, where it focuses more on characters and like story twists rather than resolution, and people usually love, like, it's clearly being like, we want to make the Emperor Strikes Back a Final Fantasy VII, and I'm pretty.
We already
here for
had that though. It was called 4.
Oh yeah, no, I mean they want to get the feel of it, Josh.
He's all
They're not
saying,
gonna
what the
copy
fuck
it
are you
directly.
talking about?
So yeah, we've got that. We got the new logo, which is just, it's got a bit of red, and obviously the fact that it's called Rebirth and not Remake Part 2.
That's so
And
good.
Nomura was like, oh, I wish I could reveal the third title's name, so that like, and where this is all leading. Like, it's been heavily plotted out, and yeah, it's almost certainly gonna connect back to Crisis Core quite a bit now, since they're like, because the reveal, like they said, it's coming out next winter on PS5 only, but Crisis Core is coming out on everything, which is very funny.
Okay.
Uh,
God, I never
and
want
yeah,
to play Crisis Core again, though. I didn't even finish playing it the first time, because I was like, man, this is ass. I'll just watch the cutscenes, like, online.
yeah, yeah.
And then was disappointed even with that. Like...
Yeah, so that's good. It looks so shiny, even though it seems exactly the same.
To show up in, like, Rebirth or whatever, Vincent's sidekick girl. I don't remember her name.
Was that his mother? Or
no,
that
that's
was,
Lucretia.
No, because that's like... Okay, yeah.
No, his actual, like, sidekick girl, because I heard that there are Dirge of Cerberus characters in Intergrade. So,
oh god.
Like apparently one of the main villains is that, like, Vice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Fucking amazing. So that means, like, we have to bring in all of those characters, right? All of them. The Advent Children need physical forms, so they're gonna show up.
Like, I feel...
you know, at this point, I want this to be DMC crazy. Like... Impress me with how far down the rabbit hole we can go of compilation nonsense. Like... We're already here.
I kind of hope that it's going to, like, most of the, like, worst of it will be stuck to the DLC. Like, it was kind of smart of them to be like, you know, here's Dirge of Cerberus in this DLC pack. If you really want that, here you go.
Well, they already put in, like, novel characters in Remake.
Oh, yeah. No, so, they did.
Like... There's no sanctity at this point. Give me Denzel. I want to see the fan base seethe like I've never seen them seethe before. Like, cause like everyone hates Denzel, and just let me drink those tears, cause I'll be crying too. But you know, we might as well have fun with it at this point.
Okay. As long as it's fun and not just suffering.
At this point, 100%. There's so much bullshit in the compilation that you can pull from to make this as dumb as possible. Just fucking go for it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like there's a consistent tone in the first segment of Remake anyway.
There's a pretty good tone. I get...
Does Roche match the tone of the entire rest of the game? I would say no.
They're coming... That was one of the announcements, is they're like, look at this play arts figure of Roche you can get. There's two of him. One with his motorcycle and one without.
And that character already makes 0 sense with half his dialogue.
I love him.
Remake.
I love him. He's so good.
It makes me like have to double take with certain lines of his where I'm like, wait, does he not know about his own job? Or is this an Nomura-ism where he just doesn't remember? Like he's questioning Cloud in one scene, and I'm like, Cloud's literally wearing the uniform. Like, Roche,
okay.
What do you...
There's so many, like, I'm really curious to see what they do. I'm glad that, like...
I have heard that apparently they just forgot.
Oh, what?
They just forgot what color the first class uniform was. Because it just never comes up in any other Final Fantasy VII game other than the original.
Right.
So you just have, like, Roche going like, huh, you're not a soldier member or something. But it's like he's wearing the uniform, so, like, and Roche would have no way of actually disproving anything. And it just seems like a whoops moment, like in the script. especially since like none of that's brought up in
What
like
if,
other
like-
compilation titles.
But what if they insert him into Crisis Core and he knows about the sword?
Oh, for sure. We can get there.
That would be. I want more Roche. I loved Roche. Roche was a very fun detour for me. He's
I don't
incredibly
dislike
stupid.
him. He just feels like one of those like poorly conceived ideas that should have been like tested a bit more. Like, I don't mind the inclusion of a new rival character. That's perfectly fine. To give Cloud something to do. I just think like some of his dialogue isn't quite considered enough.
I like the idea of him that I've heard of, like him slowly deteriorating over the course of the trilogy. Like like he's just like really sad by the end. Sad. Roche.
That could be fun, but then I'm also like, isn't that more of Reno's thing? I guess that's like kind of the issue with like some of the like the newer characters and the novel characters is there were kind of already stand-ins for those ideas,
right, for those
in the original
roles.
game anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I've already come to terms with the fact that like Sid will be demoted.
In what way?
Well, you know, he is the second in command. Or was. And that's just not a thing that people remember.
Yeah.
And if they're gonna put so much work into Barrett's character at this stage, I can't see them, like, not making Barrett the second in command.
Okay, I get it.
Because it would feel awkward for remake fans if they just like dump Barrett for Sid.
I mean, this is a new saga. This again,
It is.
rebirth. This is different now.
But
Eric,
that's like part of the
in
issue.
the trailer,
is like, oh, that makes it awkward for the pre-existing characters that were meant to have these roles.
Right.
Because, you know, they already fucked up by calling it remake. Like, that stigma's gonna be there forever. Which is why I still think calling it remake was a mistake. They should have called it, like, rebirth from the start. Either that or call it rebuild. You know, might as well go full Ava. Like...
Yeah, but then it reveals it right away, even though it was there from the beginning of, like, the first trailer, like, kind of gives it away.
Yeah, but do people really care about the twist? Like, it's not even a reveal in the game itself. Like, kind of just happens. Oh, hello, Venny. It feels
drawing. He's drawing Liam, who is the bus driver in Password. You see him for at least, like, 2 seconds.
He has maybe 3 lines of dialogue.
Yeah.
But hey, no one else was gonna draw him, so... I'm sure there's fan art of him somewhere, but... It's fine. Look, I'm waiting for Liam to be the one that rescues the gang in the end. That's the swerve. He's gonna show up at the end of the month to just save everyone. It also occurs to me that there are, like, more bears than any other species in this game. We have 3 bears.
I mean, that's kind of like... If Liam wasn't there, it would be normal.
Yeah, it's
because you
true.
kind of you need the bear to, like, make Dean look suspicious early on by being like, those could be bear marks. Uh,
There are only two... Oh, wait, there is Florencia. I forgot about her.
yes.
So they're
Yeah.
tied. We got
And
3
check-
bears and 3 boars.
We haven't seen the other brother, but there is technically another.
I
boar
guess I
brother.
mean like by like visual.
I know.
portraits.
I know.
So we'll get there.
Oh, nice, Benny. What are you drawing today for that?
Oh, more Minnow fan art. Oh. Yeah, I specifically took off Minotaur Hotel off the polls since I did 3 draw streams, I think, in a row of Minotaur Hotel characters. So,
Yeah, that's fair.
you know.
Oh, that's great, Benny. I love that. Anything with P and or Luke is great.
Those are 2 characters I do in fact like.
I was making fun of you too.
What? I mean,
I should send you
it's too easy to make fun of me though. Like, come on, guys.
It is. Oh wow! I almost just messaged him. Oops. I'm so behind, so I don't know exactly what he's talking about, but you know.
What? Oh, yeah. I do remember that. Okay. It was just when they say that in the narration, like the tragedy that befalls all of them or whatever, I specifically react like, oh no, Oscar! Mentions no one else.
Messy.
What? It's fine.
Fine is exactly what it is.
I'm allowed to have a favorite character.
You are.
And then just not do anything romantic with Asterion.
Hilariously, not with Oscar either.
I'm waiting for the choice.
You failure. You could have already.
What? No, I mean like with the player character.
Stop being so selfish.
Well, I can't. I'm sorry.
You already have the love interest as a bird. Stop wanting more.
What Asterion scene?
Ian? Don't worry. I fully expected that, just like I fully expect him to slam the mouse down on one of the options. There's a speedrunner exclusive option for that scene that I think you'll appreciate. I'm not saying what it is, but I physically reacted upon reading it. Like ugh.
Okay, Ian. It was like 7 a.m. when I recorded that part, though. And I did want to go to bed.
Also, Ian, he looked like piss.
I thought that was everyone's favorite, like, Asterion color.
No, everyone just unlocks it and they're just like, ooh, I guess I'll just stick with this. This seems special. Or they'll be like you and they're like, oh, I forgot to change it. Oh no. Here's this important scene, and I'm just locked in. Okay. I'm excited for you to get this the speedrunner exclusive color, which once you get it, you unlock it in every other route.
Oh, okay. That's fun. Okay. If he's not white.
I love this game.
What? You don't like the piss color, Benny? Like, come on. It's basically canon.
Look, Benny, I'm gonna tell you something right now. The developers were very smart because they knew you would see Oscar and you'd be like, but I kind of like him more. And Asterion very early on says, you know what, I do appreciate seeing this white fur, but whatever makes you like me, that's what matters. And you might notice there is an option to change his fur black. There is, like,
we can pretend.
Asterion, you can pretend. You'll always know it's him because of the pink, like, his pinkness, which I do like because, again, he is half human, and his humanity is a big thing for him, so he's always going to have that, like, pink as part of it. But it does distract from, like, you know, it's like your vision is a little bit cloudy. It's just not the full picture. It's too like it's like it's a little bit stormy. He is more buffalo like, and it's God, so glad. I'm assuming you haven't done any of like Ken Bish's content.
I have not.
Good. Because I can't take you calling him the other board. I will die. I will actually die. And I know it will happen.
There's a moment in which, like, Asterion refers to... Is it Asterion or is it Protag-chan? One of them refers to Oscar as, like, the other Minotaur, and in one scene.
Oh, God.
And I'm just like, you mean Asterion?
Oh, I can't wait. I really need to catch up. Especially because you're pretty close to doing the Ruthless route shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun because I already know you're not gonna do, like, everyone kind of does the option where, like, I posted on the forums how to do it, where, like, all you need to do is send him to the valley once, so you can be nice to him, tell him you'll never send him to the valley, and then eventually later on, when Greta's like, do this quest for me, if you send him to the valley, then he's like, I can't believe you broke our promise. That's just as bad as you abusing him. I know you're gonna go the full abuse route, which, to be fair, is really interesting.
Okay.
Because it highlights certain other characters. It makes you less and less. I would probably. Have you started it yet?
Oh, no, I haven't finished, like, the main route yet.
Okay. The main route, okay. You're very close. I would choose, I know everyone's saying, do this, do that, or maybe do that. I would just choose the art background again. So you can skip through, like, a lot of the text without doing that.
Oh, okay.
And just get the same stuff. Just because, one, it'll show you what's different and how different it can be. And probably just choose Luke again and save Coda for Speedrunner.
Yeah, that was the plan.
Okay. But yes, yeah, just going through it with art and just, you know, uh, immediately, you know what? It's not even going to be that different from your speed. Sorry, I almost said your speedrunner route. I meant the route you've already played. Just happens to coincide with options a speedrunner would have picked, even if the dialogue didn't reflect that.
Look,
It
it's fine.
will after. It will soon enough. But yeah, just the second that fucking night comes out and it's like, hey, all you gotta do is send Asterion out here for like a minute. I'm not even gonna do anything. Just feel like, okay, that sounds reasonable.
Oh yeah, with Argos.
Yeah.
Yeah, our friendly snake.
You know, just fully, yeah, you know he's friendly, so you can trust him now.
Yeah.
Yes, what could go wrong?
He played drums for me. That was so cute.
He played drums for you. It's, again, so few people ever see that scene because you have to do something very specific. But you can't be on the speed runner route, and then you have to immediately agree to his terms without contesting anything. You can't even be like, I don't know about this and be wrong. You have to just be like, sure, whatever. That's the only way to see that scene. So, like, the fact that you got it naturally made me so happy, even if that meant you didn't understand what was happening. And I'm just
It's
so
better
happy.
that way.
It is. I do like that minute, like when that happened, he was like, "Oh no," because there's like later stuff that you just straight up did not see, and that's amazing. I'm so happy about that.
The game doesn't account for someone of my intelligence.
No, the thing is, it does, which is hysterical. And you get more content because of that. You get more unique content because of that. Because so few people. I was the first person to post about it on the forum, and he was so happy. He's like, I rewrote that scene 2 years ago, and we're so happy that like somebody's finally noticed it. I was so happy. And then you got it, and you wouldn't understand, and that's 10 times better.
It's so good.
It really is, and I'm just so excited for everything that happens in Ruthless, for you to get there, and then for your speedrunner to like see everything you missed now that you know. Actually, I still don't know if you're going to be able to do some of that stuff because speedrunner has a very special relationship with Argos that like none of the other ones really have. I don't think you can get it. So there might be like sections of this game that almost every player gets that you're just straight up not going to do for the channel, which is hysterical.
Oh no. I'm sure commenters will try to catch me up.
I will try to find, because there's specifically secrets. I'm going to try to find the exact thing that we need to get special information. Something happens if you know the game well enough.
Okay.
In one of the
Also,
later
Venny, I
chapters.
did not get those characters together.
No, Benny, like when I said that Josh played a speedrunner route without playing a speedrunner route, what I mean is he immediately saw P in his internal dialogue be like, huh, you know, I could just get him his overalls and we could do something else. Or, you know, I could give him some of my clothes. He probably really loved that. But it might take a few hours, and I don't know how long it'll take for that, so I don't know about the rest of the day. And he's like, oh, this will be quick? Let's just get the overalls. And he saw Storm's nipples, and she's like, yes, this is exactly perfect, and I get to do something else. And Storm's like, wow, look at these pity clothes. They're more than anybody else has ever given me. And Josh is like, see, he even appreciates it. So, no, he did not get them together. He was basically locked out from the start. There is ways to get it, but he would have had to, like, pick certain things that give you an option to do something else.
It sounded so good at the time, though.
If you actually give storm the other clothes, then you unlock new locations like Storm's house, and you can actually just like, huh, that seems interesting. Maybe I want to visit there. And it's natural to build that relationship. And Josh just did not have access. He was shut out because he was like, I did the right thing. Look at those nips.
I mean, have you seen them?
I have, and I do. Josh, I'm going to say this. I do appreciate them. However, you miss out on the sprite where he's proud of himself and his shirt rides up and you see his stomach. Because the overalls cover it.
Wrong argument.
And you just completely remove that. You're like, look at this. He's so happy and he's showing that. And like, he's not even embarrassed about it. Like, he's proud and it's like, holy shit, that's really hot. And you're just like, he's still doing it, but it's covering up his goodness. It's like, I'm distracted by his superficial tips when I could see like the depth of his stomach. And you chose not to. You were a superficial person.
Diesel, you can't say that I did it right and then immediately, like, renege on that and say I did it wrong. You can't just do that.
Diesel, he made the exact... I'm so... Okay. I can't explain how... He was so close to unlocking the hidden fourth quest. There's 3 major quests that you can do in Hinterlands 3, and he was so close to unlocking the 4th one. If he hadn't suddenly started being like, you know what, Storm's pretty cute though, and chosen a different option on that last day. I am so, like, he did everything correctly except for that last thing. And I just, like, I'm so impressed. That is the correct thing to do. Number one on anyone's first Hinterlands. Like, if anybody gets that on their first playthrough without knowing about it or trying for it, that's awesome. I like when people do Hinterlands 3 inefficiently their first time. I think that's worthwhile, and it like really speaks to like the design of it, because you will almost be guaranteed to do at least one of those 3 quests. And he did. I actually think he might have done 2 of them. But it's designed so you can only ever do 2 or 3 of them. Depending, like, you can't do every single quest, and they chose how many days. There's a whole devlog about it, and like trying to find the amount of locations, the leads, just to make everything so you can't do everything in one playthrough. I think you might be able to do 3 if you count the secret one as its own, because you should be able to do. Yeah, you should be able to do 3.
I don't know. I'm glad I did the Tapir one. I think he's a lad.
Oh, no, you have to do the Tapir one to get the secret quest. That is the correct option to, like, unlock the other one. If you do any of the other quests...
what I said is, like, I'm glad I got to do that one, because I did really like that.
Oh, character.
Yeah. He's a
That character's so good. I love that design. I love his character. I love how damning he is. Like, on the second playthrough, I was just like, holy shit, this guy is just fucking ripping into P. Like, he is destroying his character. And Storm, and usually your first time through, you're like, yeah, okay, I'm sure that means something to somebody. If you just watch P's sprites during that, he's just, like, breaking that entire time.
Oh, it's
It's
great.
such a good scene. I love it so much, and I love that character. When I saw that design, I at first thought, like, oh, okay, because it was covered in shadow. I was like, okay, so this is just like an unfinished thing. Like, this is a stand-in. And when they finally revealed it, I was just like, yes, I love this.
Oh, it wasn't filled
It's so
in originally?
fun. Well, because there's like a shadow, because it's like, oh, here's this old man.
Oh, right,
So
right,
like,
yeah.
and I just thought, I've been so used to like VNs just being like, well, this is an unfinished asset. Something will be here eventually. That like when it was like, oh no, this is done. We're just keeping it a secret for right now, just so we can have this reveal. I was like, oh my god, this is perfect. God, I love everything Hinterlands though. I'm such a Hinterlands simp. I feel really bad because I was like, I really liked Minotaur Hotel, like the first half of it. But the second Hinterlands was introduced, I was just like, oh, I think I love this.
I mean, I do
And
like
yes,
P and Storm like a lot.
they're very good. They're very good characters, and he based them around a few things. Like, so he grew up loving Ace Attorney, so there's a little bit of that in like the detectiving and like finding things out, investigating phase. But he also really wanted to make. Have you ever heard of the game Hotel Dusk Room 215?
Yes.
Where it's like,
Yes, I
yes.
have.
So P is supposed to be like Kyle Hyde.
Oh, okay.
So like that's also part of it too. And I mean, there's that, and then of course there's like what Nanoff did with the whole meme shit with his outfit, which you thankfully kept the entire playthrough because you did not give Storm your clothes. You're like, no, I want to be the man from this trailer.
Yeah. That's a
This
good
is
decision.
my personality.
That's such a good
Yes.
decision.
I do not need romance. I need my identity as a mean.
How do you think I've gotten this far in life?
No, I know. Josh, I know. And the funny thing is, because I know you're going to be able to do the romance route on the speedrunner playthrough, is I fully expect shit like that in real life. And I'm very excited. I'm not going to explain it, but like, Hinterlands 3 has like one of my favorite moments for how fucking stupid it is. It's just so much of speedrunner route is just so fucking stupid. I'm glad they put a joke route that is also not fully a joke route, because like all of the same events happen.
Yeah, so you can.
It's just characters just treat you differently. No, I'm not talking about the anthill, which he will be doing. He already knows to make a second save.
Yeah.
For Hinterlands 3 when he gets our first speedrunner, just so he can get that achievement by going there 3 days in a row.
Is it only 3 that I have to do?
All right, sorry, not 3 days in a row. The entire week.
Yeah. So does that mean I have to
days going
also?
down.
Do I have to give Storm the overalls?
No, you don't even go there. You just keep clicking the anthill, and it's like, where should we go today? There's going to be a location that's only available in the speedrun route called the anthill. You just keep clicking it.
Well, what I mean is, like, isn't it if when you click to get the clothes for Storm, doesn't that take up the first day?
You know what? Technically, you could probably do that. No, because you can give him the overalls probably, since it doesn't take up the entire day. You're right, Josh. You could give him overalls. I don't know if you should do the anthill before or after the normal Hinterlands 3 section in Speedrunner. Because you're going to run into new... because you're going to run into new dialogue and events, and so it'll be weirdly, like, pace-breaking. Or you might, like, skip through it, and then if you go back and you're skipping text you've already seen for the normal playthrough, you might skip over new text because you were just trying to finish the anthill stuff.
Huh, okay.
So it might be good to save for afterwards.
I don't have to get him clothes.
Uh,
Well, Ian, I think I have to.
No, he can stay in his like little football outfit. the
Can you
entire time.
really?
Yeah, you can.
What?
I never got him the overalls, but when I did the anthill, he was in that football outfit.
Huh.
But you're right. If you really want to min max it, probably could get him the overalls and nothing else. But it's fun to just give him that.
That's hysterical.
Just going to the anthill, just being like, "This is my week." It's a fucking disaster.
What do you mean? That sounds so reasonable.
Yes, you're right. It is reasonable.
Do you not like anthills?
Anthills are great. Everyone loves them. Best tourist attraction.
Exactly.
Ian certainly loves them.
Oh, god damn it.
What was the other thing? I like wrote down a list of things to not forget. Oh. So at work, we're preparing for the 4th of July by having American themed things.
Oh yeah, Maya's birthday.
Yes. And one of them is what I am now calling anti-American cupcakes. They are not meant to be this way. But I just saw them and immediately started laughing because there's like a tray of like 16 cupcakes. And on top of those cupcakes is frosting of the American flag.
Yeah.
And it's not. I'm gonna show a picture. I'm gonna post this in voice chat.
Oh.
I've been forgetting to post this for like a week or so now, every single time. So give me a second. Let me find this picture. It's very God, all these fucking AI images. We'll get there too, but like, where are these fucking cupcakes? Here we go.
What? Wait.
So
Wait.
in order to eat a cupcake, you have to tear apart the American flag.
That seems so
And
cumbersome.
I love that.
Like I feel like I would try to rip a cupcake out and the frosting would not move. Like I would
Flop
detach
over,
a cupcake.
yeah. Yep. Oh, Venny, please, I will look out for that. And yes, I don't know, I saw it, and like, yes, just seeing this is already absurd, because, like, there's just so many layers to this. Like, I don't know if this was a cute thing that, like, was the company, or if this was like, oh, let's do it this way for us.
I hope an intern
but,
decided
like,
it.
I hope so too. It's just so fucking funny every time I see it. I just think you have to tear that apart to even like eat it. And that's so perfect. They were not thinking about it at all.
How American.
Yeah. You gotta destroy the American flag to have your cupcake.
Right? Oh my god. And that's I kind of hate how much frosting there is.
There's so much.
Like that I already don't like cupcakes because of the caked frosting ratio.
Yeah.
Like no. No. I don't like it. No frosting good. I mean, I like a little bit of frosting.
I do like. Well, okay. It depends on the frosting too. Like, I love cream cheese frosting. But like, there's some that's just like plain. It's like you just put this here because, like, that's tradition. Like, this tastes like nothing and actively detracts from the actual cake part.
Yeah.
And that just.
No, it depends on the cake, Ian. Because I've had cakes that are so good, like by themselves, that I'm like, wow, you don't even need the frosting. Like.
Right.
And then half the time, those cakes have such a thin layer of frosting because they know.
Yeah.
I usually just hate how much frosting there is on a cupcake because I feel like it's just cumbersome to hold, and I end up either having to like eat a mouthful of just the frosting or just the cake, and I'm like,
Right.
I kind of hate this.
Right. And I mean, it's all about the aesthetic of it, which is also a part of the problem. Where it's just like, yeah, I guess it's cute, but like. Oh, hi, Darian.
Darian, what the fuck?
Look, I agree. 100%. I agree. As you know. But did you see my picture? Did you see my anti-American cupcake picture?
It's so funny. Like, why would you design it that way?
I don't know.
Also,
But I'm so
Ian,
proud of them.
is this Darian, or did you make another Darian fake account just so that it wouldn't be modded?
I feel like we'll see. This Darian is about the right level. Because that one time where, like, Ian made, like, a comeback, and I was like, oh, Darian would not be confident enough to say this, or would not even think it in the first place.
He's too much of a coward.
I mean, that's kind of true, Michael, but, like, Darian, I'm very rude. You know this. I still believe in you, though. I don't know how that makes you feel, but it's just...
Hey, like a week ago, maybe it was 2 weeks ago now, he said he finally got to the opera.
Oh, I'm so proud of him. That's like... You know... I don't know. It's, you know, when he gets to something he hasn't already seen, I'll be, like, even more proud. I guess I will say this. The amount of time it took him to get there, compared to previously, like, that is praiseworthy. Like, just keep at it at that pace, and maybe.
Uh-huh.
Maybe.
Oh. Oh my god.
Gosh, that's so mean. You're so mean.
What?
That bet is so easy, and you knew he would fail.
I gave him multiple opportunities to back out, and he was too prideful about it.
Yeah, but you know that he... This bitch has pride.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part, is it was Darian's idea. I didn't do anything.
You accepted it. You were You are an enabler, which we already know that.
I
And it's
mean,
like, oh, I've been drinking too much, and you're like, have you?
I've never enabled someone in my life.
Ever.
Oh.
Christ. It's fine. Darian, did you see all of the rebirth stuff? We don't need to fully go back on that conversation, but I'm curious.
I mean, Derry, you can always get onto the voice call, make it easier.
We could. I mean, that's fair. Did you see where Cloud was like, Tifa, I saw you dead, and Tifa's reaction was like, are you saying I'm an imposter? What are you saying, Cloud?
No, that's not. There's only one quote I want to hear Tifa say in Rebirth.
Okay, wait. Before you get to it, I just want to say we have. So you know that shirt that you've seen where I'm at work, where it says Flavor Adventure?
Yeah.
On the very back of it, there's like a chili pepper that says like "Don't dilly dally," and I just like every time I see it, just think of shilly shally. Like every single. Like, she introduces that phrase, but she's already pissed off you don't know about it. But it's such a stupid phrase that, like, of course nobody.
Well, there's like,
and it's just
there's this
like,
odd implication where they want to imply it was something that Aerith said to Tifa, and so she got it from Aerith. And I'm like, man, this does not work. Like, this.
Ryan, have you not seen from Advent Children? Because if not, I'm gonna link it to you right now because you would really love it. Even if you don't understand it, just the voice acting for it is so fucking funny. Like the phrase itself is so stupid, but the way it's delivered on top of it just adds to like the absurdity of it all.
And it's not even like better in Japanese. It's still stupid there as well. I like, because I was kind of holding out like, is this just a dubism? Like, is this just Tifa wouldn't do something this stupid, right? And sure enough, there it is. Like, it's obviously not the exact same quote, but it might as well be.
Right.
So it's like,
something like slither, but like
it's like
the actual word.
Zit. Like it's
yeah.
Like, what? And then they want to imply that it was something that Aerith said to Tifa, and I'm like, when? Where? Like, when would this have happened? And you can't convince me that Aerith would say that unironically. Ironically, yes, but
you know what she would say ironically to Tifa, knowing she would like take it seriously. She's like, you know what? I could see Tifa having a Pinterest. I could see her going out and buying like wooden signs that just have some phrase on it for her bar, where it's just like really stupid phrases. Where it's like, yeah, this really generic phrase really speaks to me specifically. Like,
oh my god.
Oh god.
So put it in remake. Fuck it. Put it rebirth. Whatever. I don't care. Put it in. Like, just do this for me, Nomura. I've never asked anything of you for my entire life, other than a good video game. And, you know, we're not getting that. But, you know, just give me this. Give me this. Please. Either that or Denzel. One of the two. It would be just too funny. Okay. What people remember Aerith for more than that in the original, like, it's not just because it's a 6-foot sword, like, there was all the times that Aerith would just insult people to their face. Like, that's pretty memorable. Barrett never forgot about that. A bunch of other shit. That's what we love about her. That moment she got really salty when you hit on a dragon instead of her. It's an optional scene, but like, fuck. That scene's so funny.
That's very true. If that phrase was like how you remembered Aerith, like that's her memory to you is Dilly Dally. If that's what she said. Like,
I meant that.
She was murdered, and like that's what you take of it. That is hysterical. And Brian, what do you mean? How did that hurt you? Also, when were you modded? I don't remember that happening.
Oh, I did it.
I'm sure it was a while. Yeah. Okay. Scary. But yeah,
I mod every patron. Like.
Uh-huh. Gosh. There's nothing painful about that video.
It's I mean, it's painful, but maybe not in like the same way.
Why are you ugging?
Ugging? Oh, okay. Darian, you love Dilly Dally Shilly Shally.
He does.
Darian, when I end up borrowing your copy of Final Fantasy VII Remake, so I can stream it on the channel, you know the description is just gonna be Dilly Dally Shilly Shally.
Yep.
It's gonna be incredible. Besides, you're never finishing it anyway. Like, you don't own it on disc? Fuck! Darian, go buy the game on disc so I can borrow it.
You missed getting it on... Oh, I guess you wouldn't have PS Plus. That's fair.
Oh yeah, Darian. So I was watching some of Paige's streams that she did recently, right? Because, you know, she's good. And she was playing a video game.
I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about Josh.
From, what's it called? Supermassive? Is that the name of that studio?
I think so, yeah.
The Until Dawn studio.
Oh, The Quarry, is that the game you're talking about?
Yeah. And, like, I don't know, I didn't know anything about that, like, fuck it, right?
Later, Benny.
Alright, see ya. But you know how they, like, scan in actors and shit? For, like, the rigging and shit, and the modeling, make it easier? Like, I get it. One of the characters is Brenda Song, and I, like, couldn't handle that.
What?
One of the characters is Brenda Song.
Okay, I need to see this now. I was like, yeah, they do all their games. Now that I know that, I need to see this.
Yeah, it's like Catherine, I think is her name, but like, yeah, it's just Brenda Song, and it's so distracting.
Holy shit, that's incredible.
It's just like, it's just sassy London Tipton, like, and that's the character.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's incredible. I also loved how disappointed Paige was with herself while playing the game. You mean Wendy Wu Homecoming Warrior? You know it! Like... I know that Paige really likes the games from that studio. And I'm constantly confused as to why. not because their games are bad, but because she misses like 90% of content in those games. And then gets upset when she gets to the credits and she realizes it.
Oh my god, wait. Something happened. Hello, we have a very sleepy boy with us.
Oh shit!
You sound sleepy.
It's just because the mic on my headphones sucks.
Well then
I'm,
get
trying to
him!
get
Darian, you have a good microphone. It's in the living room.
Yeah, but I'm in my bedroom.
He's trying to be quiet. Josh, just accept the fact that because of this situation he's forced himself into, he more closely matches his name.
What do you mean? What do you mean what I forced myself into?
Being polite and considerate about other people. It
Actually,
makes you
I
a
could
sleepy
be
boy.
asshole.
I don't know what those words mean.
I
Yeah,
know.
basically my car mic. It's my fucking shitty headphone. Fine, I'll go get my good shit. Hang on.
Yeah.
I can't have poor quality.
Wow, that was so. We didn't even. That boy. And yes, thank you, Ian, for calling it his car mic.
That's what it sounds like. Fane, we haven't heard the car mic in so long.
Yeah, because I just stopped caring.
No more card road trip adventures.
Sorry.
Come on.
I'm sorry, I'm not going out at 2 a.m. to go show you a stuffed animal in an abandoned parking lot under
Yeah.
a street light.
Gas prices are too high for car mic. Damn, you right.
That is also part of it. Even though the parking lot is across, because I have to idle to do that.
Oh. No, it's fine. When Ian and I go on a road trip to use your PS5 so that we can stream Ratchet and Clank Rifts Apart,
Right.
then we'll really get to use the car mic again. No worries.
Right. It's look at how advanced these graphics are. We had to make our mics shitty to compensate for it. There has to be balance.
Exactly.
The PS5 is only real if it seems like this video is fake.
Oh, fucking amazing. It's already been planned.
Wait for Brian and I to get an apartment first, or a house, or whatever. I don't know. We'll figure that shit out.
But I'm making my way through the games too fast. We'll be there soon. It takes
We'll think of
2
something.
streams to finish a Ratchet and Clank game.
Why are you on your third or fourth stream then?
Because I spent a stream farming
Good.
to make
It was
just to
an
make
emo-
it longer.
Right, a Memento stream. Okay.
Yeah. Look, people loved the Memento streams for the P5.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Oh,
everyone's
yeah.
favorite.
Agreed. Of what's still available.
Oh, facts though. I mean, all I have to do is put them in a playlist, and then they can be viewed publicly.
Oh, okay.
Because if an unlisted video is in a playlist, it will appear in the playlist.
Right.
I just keep forgetting to do that.
That's fine. So I actually fell asleep on stream again then. I was talking. Because here's where I get confused, remembering that, is that I remember listening to the Final Fight music, and I was like, "This is so good. I love this music." I don't remember getting back on it to the point where I couldn't, like where I wouldn't have been able to. Like, I don't know what point I was just like, "Okay, now that that's done, I can get back on."
You got on during, like, right after the cutscene with the helicopter.
I was fully blacked out by then.
Okay.
Like straight up.
You were
straight...
there, and you were aware during, like, some of the epilogue, because we were talking. And then suddenly you stopped talking, and I kind of just assumed you just wanted to, like, vibe while watching, and then suddenly snoring happened.
Oh, you're talking about when he fell asleep or Persona 5?
Yeah.
You're not supposed to have good quality to come back for that.
I'm privy to information most of the time.
Sometimes.
Most of the time. Not sometimes.
You know what, Darian? I'm gonna agree with you, and I think that it's okay for you to have that information, because I also don't think you know what to do with that information. I don't think you're good at weaponizing it. And I mean, so, like, it's fine for you to have that.
I'm not trying to. I'm just, making you aware that I have it. It's helping me form. It's helping me form my opinion about you.
What do you think of me, Darian?
I haven't decided yet.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you will use the fact that I say I believe in you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like you might be like, he's not a good person, but he believes in me, is what you're getting at. I don't know what that says about you.
Whatever conclusions you decide to draw, it's your decision.
Did you see my comment from like a couple days ago?
On what video?
I'll post the link because I screenshotted it like right after I took it.
Aww.
I was looking for a very specific thing. Because Minnow was asking me about your like husbando like ranking video, like where he could watch that. So I was like looking for it, and so I found it, and then I was like, oh, I commented. And then I so you did too. There was the one that I watched and was a part of, and then there was the smoke room one, which Darian was there, which I missed. And that was one of the first time that Darian was like even a part of chat, and I missed it, and I was really sad. And I posted a comment.
Well, the
like,
smoke room one was a stream.
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
They were both streams, both husbando charts. But it was just like one of the first times that Darian was like actually like interacting live with your wonderful audience. And so I just
all the fellas
posted a comment just being really disappointed, and I was like, he got away this time. And so I saw this, and it was just, I just thought of you. Oh, wait. I posted in for you. You know what? That's fitting. You can click on it.
Oh, wow. That's hurtful.
To be clear, I'm still excited.
Uh-huh.
It's still special.
It doesn't it doesn't look that way.
I'm sorry, I just saw the opportunity, because I do remember my emotions at that time was genuinely sad that I missed it.
Fair enough.
And I feel like that's normal when you have like somewhat of a like you like at least acquaintance level. It's less sad. It's just like, oh, maybe next time.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have that same emotional impact. But because it's me, I have to go for the joke.
Yes, absolutely. I don't begrudge you for it. My feelings are not hurt. Do not worry.
You say that.
You say that like a minute ago. You're like, well, that's hurtful. But I can respect the fact that you're talking conceptually.
What?
any
Darian's
artist.
hurt from everything.
I have
Josh.
feelings made. I am made of stone. I don't feel.
It
things.
didn't seem that way when a waiter
Okay,
said that here's your food,
Darian?
medium burnt.
Darian, how fucking dare you? You just said you're made of stone. You don't have feelings. Are you implying that Ben doesn't have feelings in front of Josh?
Yeah, how
Well,
fucking dare you?
I mean, he and I are different. You know, there's a difference there.
Yes,
So
Issa, we
now-
are
so-
just insulting Darian.
Issa, it's funny that you get on every single time Darian does, like without
Oh,
fail. I don't know if this is planned. 'Cause,
No, Issa,
like
we're not hurting me tonight. God,
no,
Oh
it
my
wasn't
God,
2
thank
a.m.
you,
It was
Ian.
only 11 a.m. at the latest. Or 11 p.m. 11 p.m. I'm sorry, I'm messing up your story. Don't ask. My lawyers are not present. That was not a slip. You do have Darian senses, like Darian stream senses. I don't know what that is.
suppose he and I can be on a wavelength. Oh shit, that's fine. I wasn't doing anything with him anyway.
So, Darian, what if your days were numbered? Would you prefer to like know how many days you have left? Not just how many days you have left, but to have like a calendar, and every single day it's like it's not even a full calendar. It's just like a paper. It has just a number on it, and you know that it means like this is how many days you have left to live.
No, I'd rather not.
Would
I'd
you be
rather not.
more
know.
okay? You don't want to see that.
No.
I feel like I would be a much shittier person.
Wow.
Because I'd be like, there's no
It's
consequences
literally-
after this date.
Literally,
Like,
literally, Josh, you get your calendar, and it's like, this is a longer than average lifespan for like a human, and you're just like, yeah, rules don't apply to me anymore.
Bless.
You're like, you don't understand. I know I'm gonna die when. So now I get to be shitty about it for 70 more years.
I would definitely like think in the last year of my lifespan, if I knew that was my last year, I would do a lot of shitty things.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Just go for the gold in the Beijing Olympics.
Oh yeah, we're robbing a bank.
Robbing a fucking.
Every single time you do something bad, Josh, somebody comes in and rips off more pages. Oh, what if it was physical? And so you, like, if somebody was just pissed off at you, they could just rip off days and then you would live less. That would be fun.
Well,
Oh my
so
god,
so
let's go.
is the calendar tied directly to his life, or does it just show? Like, if someone were to rip off numbers, would they just throw him off by like however many days they remove?
Yeah. Yeah, it would just be like whatever
Why
the next
wait?
number
Oh my
would be,
God.
because it always goes down by one. That's just how many days were left then. It didn't matter what it was before, now it's different. You affected it, and you would know that you took away some of his life.
See. Ugh.
I don't know, I might just rip them all off myself.
I know, that's terrifying. You'd be like, but wait, what if I draw over them?
What would you draw over
You
the
could
days
turn
of
them.
your life?
I don't know.
Like sands through the hourglass, so with the days.
Yeah, I thank you. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Um, gosh, that's true.
My life
That's
calendar.
true,
I
so-
don't know. The last few calendars I've bought have been corgi calendars because I just think they're
Oh
fun.
my gosh.
But
Oh my gosh.
wait, what's wrong with that?
It's it makes sense for you, and I just think of Minnow, because like he's from Minotaur Hotel. Like he doesn't have one of his own, but if he does, he already knows what it would be. And it's specifically this thing he used to post all the time on Twitter. I need to find it because it's just when you say that, I'm just like, God damn it! It makes sense for you too.
What? Terrible.
I'll find it. I can search on Discord. I know how to use this feature. Are you
I
playing
do.
guitar right now, Darian?
I was hoping you guys couldn't hear it. I thought I had the volume turned down low enough.
No, it's nice. I like it. I also just typed in my search bar on Discord, because I was mentioning Discord at the time, which is not helpful.
Incredible. Yeah, Darian, serenade us. Like, come on.
That's a lot of pressure.
Darian, you're not the kind of person to melt under pressure.
I'm not the kind.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That's really actually kind of you to say.
I mean, we have to say it, or else it'll be true.
Someone, there has to be some belief. Oh God. Oh, hold on. I think I need a capo. Hold on. Okay, okay, so-
Darian,
okay.
those were some very clippable moans.
Shut up. I wasn't doing anything.
Don't worry. Nobody goes back to the stream other than Ian.
That's a problem.
It's not like he's ever taken part of you and made a clip that was easily playable, just to I don't know, embarrass you.
Good.
Exactly.
There you go, Issa.
I don't want to be loud.
What? Well, also, I do have music playing during the stream, so
That's true, so it's fine. You can keep that
Oh,
playing.
that's
We don't need
true.
the music. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
You know what? No, because I bet they couldn't hear it just because we're on Discord, where I can't hear that. Josh might be able to.
I heard a bit of
for
strumming.
me, it's just silent.
It's because I have the volume down.
And the amp is on the floor away from the microphone. Ian, stop. Ian.
Darian, you did that to yourself.
No. Hell. This is hell.
As you always do.
Just never gonna make a sound ever again for the rest of my life.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I know. I make too many just noises. I've always been that way though. I just make noise.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a noisy person. Sorry.
We welcome that here. Josh welcomes that here. Whatever chaos he can induce.
Ian, don't worry about it. See, this is what happens when I have the
It's
mouse.
very messy like that.
That way I can choose to hit the record button. Even in the middle of our conversations.
Mhm.
It's awful. And I'm usually we're usually in between parts. I'm checking my phone in the downtime, and it's just, I say things, and then I'm full of regret. And
Sometimes you hum things, like Romantic Flight from How to Train Your Dragon, and I just let that go for 20 seconds.
I listened Well, because I had recently watched the first How to Train Your Dragon that week, I think.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's just kind of how it is.
Cool.
Isn't it? It makes for fun introductions to videos. People have no
Does it?
idea when like what they're gonna hear at the start of an Adastra video.
I guess so. You got to keep it fresh.
It could just be murder. Like, who knows?
Who's murder?
You want that to appear in evidence? You want this to be played in court?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, they have to watch the whole video.
Because then, like, an Adastra Let's Play would have to be used in the court of law, and that would just tickle me. Like,
That would be very good.
it would have been better if it was the video with the speeches.
Yeah,
What
probably.
was it, the second trial?
Right. The rhetoric.
Exactly.
Holy shit.
Are exciting things happening over there?
I just saw a tweet that, like, I guess I never noticed it before. It was from, like, before I started reading Minotaur Hotel, because I'm always just kind of scrolling to find this one image. That he posted on the forum a lot, but this is the easiest way for me to access it. And it's just... I feel like you would appreciate it. I'm gonna post it in VC.
Issa, what?
Is that real, Lisa?
I mean, at this point, when Issa says anything, I just believe it.
I mean, true.
I'm like, Issa would never lie. Like, here we go.
Another picture. The fucking picture.
Look, pictures are hard.
Also, I posted the tweet.
Oh? Oh no! I can't. Oh. Fuck.
Heterosexuality prevail.
Oh no.
I mean, it's a super straight scene, right? Super straight.
Sorry, what?
Oh,
Super...
I posted it I keep posting in the wrong channel.
I mean,
Did you see it?
I'm
Oh gosh, I'm sure
yeah,
you
yeah.
found it.
I just liked it.
Oh, good.
Oh, best girl Nanami.
This is the picture.
That's a good picture. That's a great picture, even.
And I just, when you say corgi calendar, I like immediately. I'm just like,
I love the beer shirt.
It's really good. 10
That
out of
adds
10.
so much
It's
to that
just-
image.
it's just like his face is covered in sand, but he still looks smug as shit.
I mean, yeah. It's better
Like
that
anytime somebody would ask something, he's like, "I'm not going to tell you." He would just post that picture instead. And so I just think of that, and I'm just like, you're on that level too, in different ways, but Messy people.
What? I'm anything but messy.
You had a literally you had like a plate or a bowl of barbecue sauce in the back of your car.
That wasn't my fault.
Lumpy.
That wasn't my fault.
It doesn't change the fact. If we're looking at the facts, it was there in the back seat of your car.
You're right,
Just a
I've
barbecue
never
sauce.
gotten over it. Hey Darian, why are you so quiet?
Because I muted.
Oh, I see.
I mean, you ask, so.
Yeah,
That's why.
that is in fact an answer.
It is.
I
So
was,
Darian, are you
actually
still gonna be a coward and order medium well at restaurants?
Darian, just get over it and order well done.
No.
Ooh.
Well done's
would-
actually gross.
I would respect it more.
Oh my god.
I get well done. I get well.
I used to get well. See, I started getting well done steaks or well done just cooked meat in general because I got sick twice from eating anything other than well done.
Uh-huh.
That's because you live
So
in
I ate-
America.
I ate well done for many years until I started eating not well done, and then
Look, Darian,
Oh,
it
no,
just
I-
looked really bad on your part. On your part at that dinner.
What was this dinner?
okay, so that sounds good.
It was like at a hibachi place, and both of Darian's roommates, one of them ordered rare, and the other one ordered medium rare. And then Darian was the last to order, and he was like medium well.
I mean,
So it looks bad on Darian.
I mean,
look, I respect it. I respect, like, that's like being like, I'll try. Like, if we're doing, like, if steak was a Kinsey scale, that's being like, I'm not completely, but, a little bit. A little bit. I'm mostly straight, I'm mostly, but, there's a little bit. Just want a little bit of that other stuff. So, I can respect it.
Ian, if it's like medium well or more, it's just a hockey puck by that point. Like,
So here's my solution to that. I do agree with you, Ian. Is that I mostly just don't order steaks when I go in.
I don't have steak frequently either.
So because of this situation where I know that specifically I have bad taste by most people's standards, I typically don't get ketchup with it. I'm not that bad. I'm not that far gone. But I also don't care because sometimes something else will come with it. I'm just be like, yeah, sure, I'll have it with that. And I get it. I do get that there were people with more
I posted that.
normal taste.
Sorry, I posted that video in the Discord. Issa sent it to me.
Oh, I'm excited. Why isn't Issa in the Discord?
I don't think he has.
I mean, it might scare him. Oh, that's
Because I know that Tyson has said on multiple occasions he wants to be in the Discord during the critique streams, and then I'm like, well, you can just get one. He's like, oh, but then I'd have to make a Discord.
so easy. Like, all you need to do is be like, Tyson, I did it.
I
And,
know.
like, you don't have an argument after that. Somebody who spent a half an hour trying to figure out, like, oh, my mic is muted, has a Discord.
Yeah, I figured Issa would know what it was.
To be fair, the mic issue I was having was a weird one.
Okay. It was and it wasn't. It was not the standard, just like it's muted, but it was like your mic was disabled.
Yeah, it was specifically disabled in Discord. So I had to like go into a couple setting menus to re-enable the microphone, it was
Right.
real odd.
It was just not meant to
But
be
it's-
for you.
But that's also like, it's weird that I'm not getting sound. And like this mute unmute thing, like that's typically when I do like, what are my sound settings on this program? I guess you know what? I will give you this. I will give you this as a benefit of the doubt. This is when you were still like, oh, Discord is like a web page, right?
Which you can use it on a web page, on a browser.
He didn't know there was like an actual desktop program. He thought it was just like something you open up and like
I mean,
to like a
hey,
different tab.
it's
And that's
fair.
beautiful in its own right.
I mean, the way everyone talked about it, it just seemed like a social
Did you go to
media website.
Uh
discord.com?
huh.
Look, it was a learning curve. It's fine.
It's fine.
Diesel, I also can't eat like fat on a steak because I have shitty teeth, which also probably contributes to like me just mostly just avoiding it. I don't know. I've never had something like I've never had it where it just melts in my mouth, but
Oh, I was about to say, like, you know, like the steak's cooked right. That's just not an issue.
I from my dentist I have soft teeth. That and I have a bad bite where like I would probably if I wanted to fix my mouth I'd probably have to like have surgery where they break my jaw and wire it shut and have it heal again.
That just never
So there's
seems
like a
worth
lot
it.
of factors. Yeah. So it's just like, you know, it's fine. I'll just deal with it and maybe sometimes be embarrassing if I'm going out.
Just don't go to a steak place or order the chicken.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all good. But my sister and I had she kind of became a steak snob when I was already kind of a steak snob, and so we would just compete with one another. And so we both know a lot about that world for some reason now.
That's fair.
Cause like
So,
when my sister used to be awful at cooking, and
It's funny.
eventually, yeah, right. And so she made it a point to like try to be better than me at cooking.
like, did that ever happen?
She does more cooking than I do now, so like maybe,
But-
but
Okay, I was
like
gonna
we
say,
both
but
still
is it,
like we both
bad?
still cook like just good food, so
yeah.
we don't actually like compare. It's just more
Okay.
like I'm sure at one point that was like a thing for her. It's just like, oh well, I don't
Yeah,
want to
okay,
be
I
that
have a-
significantly worse than Josh.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
In her comic book, did you ever like lose at a cooking contest? Because I know you're
No.
evil in that comic. Okay, so it wasn't on that level.
No. It was just
wasn't,
more like-
I beat you in the comic. Okay,
It was more like, oh, like she lives on her own and she wants to be able to like cook her own food instead of just relying on takeout all the time.
I want to ask a question, but I'm not going to.
It was also partially to like impress her girlfriend there. Like that's
Okay. You introduced that. Would her girlfriend, or her fiance, are they actually married now? I don't
They're
know.
married now, right?
Okay.
it's
I don't
it's in
remember.
quotes, right? Like,
It's in,
Okay.
it's complicated.
they're married
if you
in
will.
They're-
quotes.
They're engaged though, right? At
Yeah.
the very least. Okay.
For like
Would
4
she be
years.
honest? Would she be honest if like she was telling like would she like how can I say this? if there was a cooking contest between the two of you and she had both you and your sister's food, and she preferred your sister's food, would she be honest about it or would she lie to get a reaction?
She would lie to get a reaction.
Okay.
It just
That's
kind
fun.
of it is what it is. Like
That's a fun dynamic.
She's just that kind of person.
you know.
That's the vibe. Yeah. I mean, I've been there with. Oh, it happens.
It does indeed.
Oh. Hopefully, other things happen, but you know.
I'm sure it'll work out eventually.
Yeah.
She just has to
That
grow a
sounds-
spine, and there you go. Problem solved.
Okay. Okay.
I
How?
mean, she's still pretty young.
I have so many ways I could take this conversation, because Josh.
I mean, I know I don't speak highly of this person. So-
No, I was gonna say, you said she just has to, like, it'll happen, she just has to grow a spine. If she offered you, like, let's say $100 that she would grow a spine, would you take that? Would you take that bet?
yes,
would
I
you
would
be
win.
like, easy money?
That's
Money for
that's
him.
very easy money.
Okay. So you're like, yeah, she'll grow a spine. It's like on the same level as like when you mentioned Darian doing something.
Yeah.
There's got to be something external too. But we just don't know what it is at this point.
Right? Yeah, I'm sure one day it's just I don't know with her actually.
I mean, the worst thing
I
that
would
will
like
happen
there
is
to
Joe-
not be issues anymore, but like fuck.
Oh yeah, of course.
At this
And she
point, she
doesn't-
does it to herself.
When she doesn't make
Yeah.
attempts to be any better, it's kind of
Yeah.
perpetual losses, if you will.
Yeah.
Because at this point, when like the family is all together, she legitimately only talks to me.
Is it just because? Are you talking about the fiance or your sister?
The fiance.
Okay, I was gonna say, if it was your sister, I'd be like, oh, that's weird. Is she just that embarrassed? But okay, that makes sense.
The
Yeah, no,
relationship,
it's
y'all's
more like
relationship is fine.
When we're all together, my sister's like, "Oh, I want to talk to the parents." You know,
And-
but
She just doesn't want to deal with the parents because she knows what they think. So you're
Yeah.
kind of the only option.
yeah, exactly.
And so you can feel that, which is great. Which is like, wow, I really like that you want to talk to me because you want to talk to me and not, because I'm the only option here. That's
Ah.
fun. That's a great dynamic.
Oh, for sure.
Families can be fun.
And it's like, yeah, see you in a few months for the next holiday or whatever. Okay, bye.
Just like it makes no sense because Josh's parents are like some of the actual easiest people to get along with in the entire fucking world.
Probably the problem.
Well,
Like you can't
she
like
sees them as like the hardest people to talk to.
because people who are hard to like get along with, you can kind of like make lies about them, and you can get other people to believe that they're an issue. If they're just not like that, you're kind of just stuck not being able to manipulate others and their opinions. So you kind of just have to accept it and just kind of be like, whatever. I guess I'm just gonna deal with this. Yeah. Manipulative people are fun.
I feel like I see my sister's cat more than I see my sister.
Unless she needs to do laundry, right?
Well, there's that. But like usually, like I'll get a text from her and be like, "I'm gonna drop off my keys at your place. Can you look after my cat for the week?" And that'll be like the most interaction I have with my sister usually.
Living her life for a little bit.
I'll just go over to apartment, play with the cat. That cat's weird. She makes such
God.
odd noises. And she actually shrieks if you touch like the lower part of her back.
Oh, interesting. I would think like maybe the stomach, but interesting.
So she doesn't like the stomach either, but she just kind of rolls away from me when I try to touch her stomach. My sister says that she shrieks and swats at her when like anyone else tries to touch her stomach. I don't know why it's different for me, but
Maybe you're just built different.
Yeah. He's a truck. He's a transformer.
maybe. I don't know.
More
The
than
cat
meets the
apparently
eye.
also like she prances around when I'm at the apartment, and she does not do that for anyone else.
She doesn't prance.
Is it okay? Because I would think maybe like, you know, even if she loves her sister, if there's negative energy from other people, like animals can sense that. Like,
Maybe.
maybe they don't understand things, but like, if a person is like has no good intentions, usually an animal can tell on some level.
I don't know. I like visiting the cat though. It's fun.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So
Cats can be nice. They're weird, but good.
completely
Yes.
unrelated.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I could. I haven't done enough research to tell if this was fake or not. But is Paramount Plus doing a sequel series to Danny Phantom?
Are they?
They
I thought I saw
I'd be-
promotional work for it.
So there's been off and on Danny Phantom things for 10 years. So anytime I even hear the words uttered, I don't listen to it because one, I don't care. Like let's just let's get that out of the way. Like
Maybe there's still hope for Valerie after all. She can win the Danny Bowl.
So, okay. I'd be curious because, like, would Butch Hartman be back
No.
for it?
no, not at all.
Because,
Doubtful.
okay,
Because he
Because,
straight
like-
up doesn't work for any of those with
No.
those people anymore.
I know, but he still treats, like, a lot of those series as, like, his.
He does.
As in, like,
I mean, it's
And
I'm-
that's
I'm-
just- That's just incorrect. So
God, that would be so funny
it would be
if it came back and he would just be like,
you
I don't know how he would react to that.
he would probably ask. No, he would probably legitimately do the Justin David Frank thing, and be like, "Hey, call these people to make sure that I'm involved," and just give out people's like phone numbers within the industry.
Oh, God.
so trash.
Oh, God.
Which a Power Rangers actor totally did that once. It wasn't embarrassing.
It wasn't embarrassing at all.
It very much was though.
Oh. So since you're both here, what's the deal with Courtney and Total Drama? Am I just a terrible person?
No, Courtney's great.
Because I remember you talking about Total Drama in one of the Echo videos, but I didn't remember. I think Courtney probably came up, but I don't remember what your opinion
Probably. I mean, she's hot. I mean, I don't know really what else there is to say. She's hot and powerful. She's not the most powerful, but she's both of those things.
She's like
So.
second place in terms of power level.
Heather is number one.
Well,
Heather's
Like-
always number one.
But is Heather as hot as her?
No.
Okay.
It depends
you
on what
do
you
get
want.
to see her tits though.
You
Okay.
get to see pixelated tits because it's a teenage show. It's a young adult show.
It's you know those teenage children.
They're not gonna show
Those
like
children.
cartoon titty on TV, probably.
It's I feel like Courtney is one of those characters who's either like one of your favorites or one of your least favorite. I kind of get that.
Because I was
vibe.
like, I was looking on Reddit and people were like, I absolutely hate her. She's awful.
Well, because she's a little bit of like, she's a narc a little bit.
No,
She's
Courtney just
always,
stay
like,
winning, right? Like, and so everyone else is just real upset at her about it.
She's just a little bit of a narc, but you can forgive her because she's just her.
It seems like she's like, you know, if she has her lawyers and like if it's legally sound for her to like do stuff, like why would people be upset that she like used her
because
rights to get?
Because
what
she's
she...
the kind of person to threaten doing it just to try to get her way.
Look, she's
But
powerful.
didn't she like act up on it in the
Um,
second season? From what I read, where she
She
like actually...
kind of does, but she
She-
doesn't get anywhere.
Well,
with
you
it
know, she gets
because-
better treatment than everyone else on the show.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Like she
But no,
had like a real
it
bed,
is-
and
it is-
got
it
to
is-
have meals and shit.
Yeah, it is prime time to be watching it on Netflix now because they finally added the best season, which was World Tour. Because it wasn't on there for the longest time.
You know, I want to say it's not the best season, but it's like the best season.
Yeah, right. Like, no, I'm with you. Like, it's kind of just what it is.
Like part of it is that Noah was finally in a season,
Well, yeah.
so he
and
got
could
to
do
actually
something.
be best boy. The role he
I
was
guess-
always meant to be.
Mhm.
I guess I'll have to watch it at some. I don't have Netflix right now because again, my whole stupid debit card thing. But when I do that, I guess I will have to look into that just so I can understand.
No, you don't need
and
to.
judge whether it's accurate or not.
So
Waste your time.
you said that your first character you got was Beth.
Yeah,
Oof.
which I
Big
don't
L.
understand. I don't understand, like, because
That's
I'm
a
pretty sure I chose
big L.
the same option. What's Beth's story? What's up with her?
She's just kind of a general like nerd, I guess.
She's the nerdy good girl.
Because I also saw, because you might have read Brian's analysis where, like, oh no, she just straight up did not have any text written for her. You
These are-
just
that's
get Beth and you
spelling.
get no explanation. And apparently there was one other character that also just had zero explanation. and
It
you
was
just had
he
to
said
deal
it was
with that.
Gwen, and that's beautiful.
Who's Gwen?
Yeah.
What's Gwen?
Gwen from Total Drama.
No, but but what about her?
She just didn't have any text for like her write up for like
For the
personality,
personality.
Right. Well,
which
'cause,
is
like,
beautiful.
What person? What personality?
Well, you see, Darian, the Gwen Simps in the world keep telling me there's she has a lot of personality, and
she's just like a goth. She's just a goth with kind of a soft edge. Like that's really kind of it. Like
yeah,
'cause she's goth, but she's she's a little like kind of edgy, but she's just kind of a good girl, more or less. That's goth. There's really, I don't
Like
know.
a good girl gone bad, still good. TM.
I guess it's just she's not particularly interesting in that regard. She's there if you like the goth.
it's weird how much she's touted as like the main character in season 1.
She super is.
Okay.
Her and Owen kind of are.
Yeah, they really were the protagonists of that gen.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that I can say gen for that.
Yeah. That generation. It's pretty good.
I
On any
didn't.
other reality TV show, you would just say season. But
Yeah, but it really feels
I
like
get-
generations with Total Drama.
that's fair. Like full Degrassi for you.
Oh my god.
And I didn't watch Degrassi. I just know from contextual clues that, like, for some people that was a cornerstone, and that's a show that just kept on going and changing. where like
Mhm.
certain characters would appear, but like the cast would change quite a bit because it's a school. So you'd have people graduating and the new people coming in, and you'd still have old characters there,
Mhm.
Odd.
and people would just grow up with it. Yeah.
I don't know. I didn't like grow up with primetime television because I had cartoons to watch. So
I just had a really embarrassing memory of like when I got my first job, I saved up money and I bought an iPod Touch. This was like a first gen iPod Touch. I was like, I don't know why I wanted it, but I did.
It was
it's new
called
tech, right?
Yeah, it was new tech, and I could like go on like YouTube and stuff on my phone, which was like a disaster because like the internet on like flip phones was really bad. Like it was a joke. They had like mobile websites that were just like, I don't even know.
I mean,
It was
so
messy.
I forget. Okay, I don't know if I've told this story before about my my first flip phone that I had.
Okay.
And with that had internet, right? They had like access to the
Uh-huh.
internet. And you're right. They do have like shitty mobile websites.
Right.
But this was in the days before there was like such things as unlimited like
Right.
data. And
Mhm.
but me being, I think I was in middle school, maybe ninth grade, and
You were in eighth
I
grade.
had no idea. Like
Uh-huh.
I think you remember this, Josh.
Yeah, I do.
Because we were like, oh shit, we can go on YouTube, and we went on YouTube on my phone, and I did that a few times on the bus on the way to school, and and so I'm sitting at home watching TV, and I hear my mom scream my name from downstairs, like my whole ass name. And I like come creeping down the stairs, and she's like, "Why is the phone bill $600?" And I was
Holy
like, "What?"
shit. Incredible. I love
Because
that. And I mean,
I use that much data. So, needless to say,
Yeah,
I
but
didn't
it's like
have phone
how is
till,
a
like, year
child
after
supposed
that.
to know that? Like
you're not. You just made the best argument for gotcha games because, like, at least they tell you you're spending money, even if it's fake money that you have to borrow real money to buy. They're at least telling you. Back then, like, that was part of the business, is that you just didn't tell people, and it was just like you signed a contract, and in that contract, it was like, if you go over this, you just have to pay the fees.
right. I
yeah.
feel like for gotcha games and stuff, we really need to adopt the Japanese model. And that's any game with any mobile game where you can pay money for shit, you have to pay 99 cents up front. It's the way to make it to where kids won't just download a game.
Oh,
with
that's
paid
actually smart.
transactions.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, actually.
Cause it's like, yeah, because a kid's just gonna scroll past that and not even think twice about it, because it's not
Right.
free. Like,
Right. I just heard you say because it's not free. I know you said free, but that's
oh my
just,
god. Well, yeah.
yeah,
Anytime I'm
but-
scrolling through like the App Store, if it's not a Life Wonder game full of like hot buff furry men, I'm just scrolling past it. Like,
right. No, that's fair. So back to like 2006ish. I got an iPod Touch, and so I had access to better internet. This is leading to other stories that I won't say on here that I think I've said previously on VC only. This is what led to certain things happening because suddenly I had access to better internet and I could use Wi-Fi. And that was great. But I remember the saddest thing is I watched on YouTube like compilations of soap operas where it was like just the gay moments. And it was really embarrassing. It would be like 20 minutes of just like, here's 100 episodes and here's every single scene these characters were in. I was like, oh, these stories are so good. And then I found out about NTV's Undressed, which was this terrible, like, cheesy, like, show where it was just like, oh, let's just show like a scripted drama where like teens are just kind of like in sexual situations. And every once in a while, they would have like a gay episode, and I just remember one scene of it where it was like two guys making out, and each of them had their own like pair of gigantic ass headphones. They were shirtless, but like both had pants on, and they were just like making out, each listening to their own music. And I just, that visual is still in my head because it looks so dumb, but I was so into it. I was like, wow, this is so romantic. I need to find that.
Just what?
But-
how do the kids say it? Lives rent free in your head?
Yes.
Lives
Yes.
rent free.
Is that still a thing
It's
that
just-
kids say?
That is.
You know what? Yes, because those kids are now adults, and those adults will still say things like, it's just, you know, groovy is a thing some people say.
Groovy.
It's not really a thing that kids say, but people who were kids say it. So in a way, yes, rent free for sure.
I mean, I remember, Darian, do you remember that candy shop that was on Main Street when we were like in early high school?
No.
And you said
I
that you
worked there.
worked there for a bit?
I did work there.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
like the owner, every conversation I'd ever had with her,
Oh,
she would always say the phrase, right on.
she'd
like, for
say right
everything.
on a lot.
Right on. Oh, right on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, what decade are you from? Like,
That's fair, but also a little judgmental. Darian, Josh, read Issa's comment. I need to understand this.
what?
This
This is your...
I need this. What is this?
Oh no! Thank you for that
Look.
one, Issa.
It sounds like something you. It sounds like you have to tell us about something.
It does?
So there was a time where like, Issa, you were cooking something. I don't even remember, but he was putting on like stuff that was on, like he just had the TV on, and he had it on like a Spanish network, and like a show called How Is This Decisions? Yeah, came on, and I think he said it was like an anthology style, like almost sitcom thing, so it had a different cast every episode. I don't know, it was weird. But that current episode was about like a teen lesbian, and it was it was something. It's been so long, I don't remember all of the details, but I loved the shot in which, like, she's sitting there on the couch with, like, her, you know, her not girlfriend. And it was
Is this
a
when, like, the mom sees and, like, screams and, like...
No, and I think maybe the girl had left already. But, like, the mom's, like, called her daughter and was like, what is this? And it was just this, like, neon green, like, DVD case with just the text lesbian porn on it.
Oh, bless.
And I'm like, this is, and it looked like it was like written with Sharpie. And that was like I think that describes like the quality of the show we were working with.
I mean, you know, gotta pound those morals in somehow, right?
Right?
No lesbians. Bad.
It was really funny though, and not for the reasons that like clearly they wanted, but
That's so good.
You have to make the decision to not be a lesbian.
right? Just don't be a lesbian. There you go. That's what
Or
that
lesbian.
episode was telling kids.
Sin lesbianas.
Should have used the sample music folder. Fuck yeah. That would have been great.
Only a use for that folder.
What, you don't just put porn there?
I don't save porn.
What?
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't know, sometimes it's nice to just have.
I guess.
Okay, Josh, what do you consider porn?
Okay, so it's not like hard porn.
Okay.
Usually it's just like suggestive
yes,
images
you
because I do
save-
use them for like body study sometimes.
Right.
Legitimately.
Okay. No, that's fair. So I think that like that's where the disconnect is because, like, yes, I've saved like images like that, but I also like don't fully treat it the same way.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah, in the year of our Lord 2022, I don't think there's really any reason to save porn.
I mean, I do have a Dojin folder, and that's just porn.
But I mean, that's doujins. That's like, you know, it's basically manga. It's fine.
Right? Did you see the one I posted and not safe for work, Darian?
The one that was, what was it, BoJack?
Yeah, BoJack Horseman.
It's really weird.
What do you mean?
Not how I wanted to see Mr. Peanut Butter.
Oh, come on. Like, are you saying he wouldn't be doing that?
I mean, I'm not saying that.
Because I know that I kept waiting when watching the show. I was like, good, okay, we got rid of what's her name. We can just...
So I'd be curious just because like the 90s were such a vibe. Like the fact that like ID Magazine from the 90s, even that, like I'd be interested just like I don't care like what orientation. That sounds fun. But I can see why you would feel like that.
Ian, you do not need to do that.
Posted and not safe for work. Tag Darian.
Ian, please do.
Do
I don't know
not
what you're
do
talking
this.
about. I don't know what it is. By the way, Darian's saying do not do this. Actually, never mind. I'm not going to go there because this is not CNC. Ian, make your own decision.
Fuck. What, Darian, you didn't see him as the gayest character in that show? I mean, it was either him or Miss... Was it... What's her name? Like the cat?
Oh,
Was it
shit,
Carolyn?
What is her name? Yes.
It's one of those two.
I believe so.
There's no other option.
Okay. Truthfully, I never really thought about it. I haven't watched. I watched most of BoJack vicariously through Megan when she was binging it, and I would like pop in, like I would end up catching maybe like 4 episodes out of a season when I walked in and she was watching it.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's about it. Princess Carolyn, yeah.
Princess Carolyn? Okay.
That's
I
the,
feel like you would really like that show, Darian. That's interesting.
I mean, I liked what I watched of it. And like I ended up watching like the last probably 5 episodes of the final
That's
season. So,
I
like, know how
haven't
it
seen the final season, but yeah, because it usually goes, the trajectory is it's like, at least the first season was kind of like whatever. The second season on, it would start off kind of okay, and then it would get more and more serious, and like there's at least one episode a season where it's just like, holy shit, this is so good. Yeah.
I guess I'm that weirdo
But that's
who
interesting.
actually thought season 1 was the best.
That makes a lot of sense for you, and that's not even dismissing you. It's funny because you say you don't like comedies, but that's when it was most trying to be just a comedy, where there's a little bit of elements of that, but it was less. like stuff happens more often. There's more. I don't know. It's less internal in season 1.
I guess I don't know. I kind of disagree with that, but it's internal in a different way. Because I saw it
That's
as
fair.
the characters weren't characters; they were just like different parts of BoJack's like mind. Like everyone represents
Okay.
something like for BoJack. Like what's her name is like the author girl is like his conscience, and like his roommate is his capacity to do good. And like the characters
Okay.
kind of like all represented things, and Mr. Peanut Butter was like a better version of just BoJack, like if he was happy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I kind of liked, so it really felt like everything in season 1 had a purpose. And then once you try to
Okay.
write them as characters going forward, you now have to legitimately write them as characters and not just facets of BoJack. And I just didn't think it
Yeah.
carried itself as well.
Because you
Okay,
know, I mean,
so-
the show being about him, like really mostly about him in season 1, it definitely becomes a lot more about the other characters. Following that, because we follow Princess Carolyn's want to be a mother, and Mr. Peanut Butter, and Writer Girl's relationship. And
I
all
love
the
how we
different-
don't know her name.
I don't remember it right now.
All I remember here is that girl from Community,
Fucking
because that's
lit.
like
Let's
what
go.
I know her as. For more, but also Josh, that's a genuinely interesting take. I really like that.
Oh, I just kind of thought that's what the show was going for. So.
Her name's Diane. That's what it is.
I am.
Diane.
Because I think that's why I didn't like the other seasons, and I'm like, oh, it doesn't feel like how they're... It feels awkward the way they transition from how they were written in season 1 as like different parts of BoJack into being characters in their own right, and it just never quite sat with me.
Mhm.
Because I never thought that feeling. And I'm sure if I went back, what you said, like even just you saying that does make a lot of sense.
Because like a lot of
So,
the characters
because
in
I did-
season 1 don't do a lot, but they're there to reflect
Yes.
BoJack.
Right. No, and that does make sense. I do think, okay, so later on, they do the Netflix thing of like building up towards like a finale or like to a big moment where like the episodes in between, like they're not quite filler, but they're also not quite standalone because it's on Netflix, so it's dropping at once, so they just expect you to watch everything at once, which like totally fucks with the pacing of a lot of shows. BoJack season 1 definitely did not feel like it was a Netflix show in that sense. So I'd be curious to go back and rewatch it with that in mind.
Like it just
Because
kind
I
of felt like
bet
it was
I would
more of a complete
find-
package to me, but
Yeah, no, that's fair.
but I also don't like put that show on as much of a pedestal as everyone else, so I remember I was sitting there in like art class and like BoJack was mentioned and someone was like curious about my opinion because you know I shit on everything, and I guess they were expecting me to shit on the show, and I just said it's fine, and they got upset that I just thought the show was fine. Because they were looking for either me shitting on it or me actually praising it, and I gave
Right.
them neither.
That's interesting.
The most apt opinion that you could give.
Well, like, I wasn't blown away by it, but I also don't think it's a poor show, so...
Yeah, which is completely fair.
So it's like, wow, it's a show. There you go.
They do it.
they do the thing.
Like-
I laughed at some jokes.
Like apparently some people, I think is it called Big Mouth?
Fuck that show.
that one show has like 80
Where it has
seasons.
really- Yeah, where it has really unappealing character designs. Apparently, that's a really good show that has interesting topics. But I've completely wrote it off based on the art style. And
Ian,
Oh,
why
yeah.
have you
I
done
haven't
this?
gone back. Oh God, what did you do?
Ian. Why have you done this? I did not want this.
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
what did he do? I got to see.
Oh,
wow.
I like the artist for the second one. He's pretty good.
Okay, so the first image, like, holy shit, that's long in a weird way. Like, that's actually kind of unsettling. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to art that's either like realistic or like super exaggerated. The fact that it's not exaggerated, it's just long, is very weird to me. The second picture is fine. I do like the art style. I don't like the physique, but that's me. The third one,
He draws
I don't
everyone with
love the
that
face.
physique.
I don't love the face. Body's great. That continues into the fourth one. I don't know what is happening. Fifth. Oh, it keeps getting messier. Is that? I'm just like,
we don't have to critique all of the.
Yeah, we do.
I'm just okay. I was confused for a second because I thought he was like looking a bow that was like coming, but I see now that like the mounds of dirt are actually legs.
Diesel,
Like,
do you mean
the
like Nina
first
Kuni
one.
2? Or like, because you said that you beat the first Nina Kuni recently, right? But yeah, Nina Kuni 2 controls very well. It's kind of weird. It kind of sucks. Like, level 5 games got really good as soon as they stopped localizing them.
Man, funny how that works.
Right? It was a little tragic. Because they also had a really good mecha franchise that we only got one installment of in America. That was just like a modernized custom Robo. That was actually like really good. And just, oh, yep, level 5 can't localize it anymore. So, oh, okay. I guess it's over now. We didn't even get that last Yokai Watch game. Like,
Oh,
what the fuck?
not allowed.
No. That game looked really neat, though. So I'll just have... I mean, facts, though. The problem is that, like, Level 5 would localize their games in-house, and they had to downsize their English department, so the games just don't get localized anymore. I think they closed their English department, is I think what happened. And Nintendo's not gonna...
Not gonna do shit about it.
Nintendo's not gonna localize those games themselves.
Nah, okay.
That shit's a competitor to Pokemon's. They're not gonna shoot themselves in the foot like that.
Nay. Ian, I love Dark Cloud 2. Ian, it's so good. Everyone should play Dark Cloud 2. It's very good. And you
We'll
can
buy
get
it on
your
PS4,
PS Plus.
Darian.
You can have it on PS Plus if you have the premium subscription.
Do you?
No, I have the Essential right now. I have debated. I have it for PS2. I don't need to get it on PS4.
But it runs at a higher frame rate on the PS4.
Oh?
And it's at a higher resolution.
Irrelevant.
Like, actually, the
okay, but
PS...
sometimes
the actual, like, ports to PS4, like, on the digital service are actually, like, pretty good.
I will say this. I've seen more footage of Persona 4 Golden than I have of the base game. And I was like, okay, some of the backgrounds look a little iffy. I saw Persona 4 Basic and I was like, oh, that makes so much more sense in like SD. Like the backgrounds make sense. Like they did not expect these to be like upscale.
No, yeah, the
No,
upscale
not at
version of the
all.
game is a bit rough.
Sometimes a lower resolution helps.
Yeah, it does, but I actually think the ones on the PS4 actually do it pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I might take a look and get them. Well, I might upgrade my subscription at some point if
Oh
if
my
I
god,
deem
just buy
worth
it.
Can you just buy them?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
They're like $7 or $9 each,
Well, I
which is a
didn't look
fair
at that.
pricing. Like,
I just saw the catalog. I thought it was available for.
no, they were all released like as games you can buy first.
Oh, you can finally buy Ape Escape 1, Josh.
Can you?
Yeah, Ape Escape 1's on there.
No, it's not. It's Ape Escape 2.
I thought I saw both of them. I'll pull it up right now. Hang on.
Ian, what are you talking about the Devil May Cry 2 intro?
It's the Dark Cloud 2. There's no M.
Oh. Well, you know what?
Besides, the intro you want in that
Excuse me.
franchise is DMC 3.
Yes, you do. DMC3 is
No.
bussin'.
I want awkward helicopters.
What? But I love the whole scene with the pizza and this what is it? This party's getting crazy. Was that the line? Like, this shit's so good. Man, those were good video games. What happened, Capcom? Okay, like, I know people just assume that I'm not gonna like the game, and, you know, that's probably facts. But I'm so curious about, like, Resident Evil 4 Remake, and only for one reason, and that's, I want to see if the remake has enough longevity, and it get ported to the next systems.
That would be awesome.
Like, it would
Hey,
be really funny if the game kind of critically was just mediocre, and thus they just kept porting the original instead.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would just be really funny to me.
That would be good. No, yeah, Josh, Ape Escape 1 for $10.
On the PS4 store?
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it right now. Experience Ape Escape, originally released on the PlayStation console, enhanced with up rendering, rewind, quick save, and custom video filters.
Okay, that must have been recent then.
Yeah, it says it was
Oh.
put on the 13th, so like just a few days ago.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
very
the
recent.
of June. I thought it was going to be the 13th of May. I was like, oh.
No, it's like just a few days ago. But yeah, Ape Escape
Well,
1.
time to get a
that's
PSN card.
I know this isn't what you were talking about, but I just watched this hoping it was what you were talking about. And it's like lesbians. And like, I thought at some point, like, the mother finds out, like, she's like, oh, okay, they're actually just friends. From what I can tell just by the visuals. And then they're like, oh, it'll be okay. And they're like sleeping together. And the mom walks in the next day. Like, they're literally just sleeping in a bed. And the mom walks in and like starts screaming. And they're like, oh no. So we have to like pack everything. And they pack in like 30 seconds. They get in a car to drive away. They're both wearing like trucker caps because again, they're lesbians. Even though they're like they should be lipstick lesbians based on like how they're dressing. They're like, oh, but we gotta represent. So they put on like trucker caps. They get in their car to drive away as quickly as possible to get away from that. And then they run into a truck, a semi truck. And then it's like the host is explaining some moral, but I didn't like get that. I don't know what they're talking about. And I think that's very funny.
Maybe I should buy Dark Cloud 2 on here. I'm sorry, I'm looking at
I
the
think
catalog.
you're-
Yes, that is very funny.
Darian.
Huh. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna say, buy Dark Cloud 2 as a reward for finishing Final Fantasy VI. I am so sorry, Josh. I want you to lose.
I guess I could do that, huh? The sooner I beat it, the sooner I can buy it.
Oh, but Darren, if you buy it, we could like stream it one night for the channel.
That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It would be, Josh. You could buy it yourself and do that anyway.
Oh, no. I don't have a personal history with that game. It would be better for Darian.
We could play
Doesn't that make that better?
We could play
'Cause you're
Gravity
bitching
Rush. I have Gravity Rush.
Josh, you're constantly bitching about the modern day RPGs and shit. Go back to I know Dark Cloud 2 is but go back in time, see how things were different then. I think that you haven't played it just makes it more sense that you should be the one to do it.
You're right, but I do think it'd be funnier if I could convince Darian to buy it.
I mean,
I get it,
not
but I'm trying to save him $100.
I love this game.
Darian, shut the fuck up. Don't do that. Do not give in. This manipulative little shit who's you love this thing, and you're like, I do love this thing. Don't let him distract you. It's June. It's not only June, it's June 6th. We're halfway through June. That means there's less than half a year left. There's 5 months left to finish Final Fantasy VI, or you lose $100. Please just finish that game. You don't need to get all the characters. He did not stipulate that. I assume you didn't stipulate that. Just beat Kefka. Just beat him. It's fine.
You just need to beat his ass.
Yeah, let Shadow die. It's fine.
Oh no. Can I amend the bet and get something if I win?
No.
Well, not
Yes.
physically from you, but something that you would do.
No.
Because
Yeah,
Darian, this is 6
it's
months
on
out.
stream.
Fuck you.
if I win, you have to play
Josh-
through all of Okage and stream it.
That's too bad. It's not gonna happen.
Darian, I was on your side as you heard for a long time, and then you said that, and now I'm on suddenly on Josh's side. I just don't know why.
Bless. I'm just looking through the catalog and was reminded again of that game.
Yeah,
I think about that
Darian,
game too
you
often.
said that you specifically didn't want to have a reward because you needed to be able to push yourself to do it beyond that.
Fair enough. Oh man, I definitely do need to finish it pretty
You
soon.
do. Yes.
Because hold on, let me look up something real quick. Oh shit. Yeah, I need to finish it soon because the Klonoa re-release comes out next month.
Okay, give yourself a time. Say, Darian, if you don't beat Final Fantasy VI, you can't buy it. And you can't play it.
No.
Darian, do that with yourself. Do that with me. I will
don't
do
want to
something
because I
you
really want though.
But what is something you would want out of me? I don't know what it is. It's something stupid. I know. I'm
It's
I'm
fine.
trying so hard
It's fine.
to make sure you don't. Darian, $100.
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
Darian,
It's fine.
please. I still believe in you. Why are you saying it's fine?
It's fine.
You're saying what you're telling me right now is you're acting like Riku. You're saying no, it's fine for me to fall in the darkness. I'm not important anyway.
I mean, yeah.
Maleficent, you literally. Sora's laughing with new people, and Maleficent is outside the house, and she's just holding a copy of Klonoa and Klonoa 2, and she's just hey, come over here, child, and you're like, oh. Maybe this is better.
Is Josh my Maleficent?
Yes, obviously.
What? I'm
Have
not
you
that
seen how he
I'm not that
plays
competent.
Card games.
Says
Have
I'm
you seen, Josh? If you had never streamed yourself shuffling a deck of cards, maybe I'd believe you.
What? What
That
what
was
does
the
that
most
even mean?
You sold yourself out.
Ian. Of course, it's not Cole. You know who that is. It's Cole adjacent. But if he's gonna draw somebody from Temptations Valley, you know who the fuck it's gonna be.
I really like this expression, Josh.
What?
The expression of the drawing. It's very cute.
This character who is very like smug, who literally gets beat by a lightning bolt, who gets turned into like, was it a shoe? He gets turned into some inanimate object.
Yeah, into a boot.
Of course, Josh is gonna empathize with that. Yes, he's gonna be like, yes, this is my character.
What's wrong with liking him? He's entertaining.
You need to read more Temptations Ballad.
It has to win the poll.
Oh, is there a new poll?
No, because I'm still playing Password.
Oh, that's right. Okay. It's funny, you're like multiple builds ahead of me now in Password. That's weird.
I know, we got
I'm still
we
like
got
on
a
day
new
19 Tyson.
Yeah, we got to hang out with the character Dominic. He's cool.
I don't even know who that is.
He likes to go by Dom for reasons.
I see.
Okay.
He's probably gonna Dom, you know, Haas at some point. I feel that for some reason.
I mean, Haas would be into it.
Oh,
It
facts,
just
though.
speaks to you.
I still don't know who Dominic is. It's the I think the video came out already where he shows up.
Or it's like, okay, here's the thing. Haas is bi, but if he is with a woman, at some point he's getting pegged.
I
Like,
love
it's
how
just
they try to keep it ambiguous who's the top and who's the bottom with his relationship with Dave. And I'm like, you can just say that like Dave gets the top once. Like that's
Once.
well, he also tops probably in Roswell's.
I can tell you this. He tops with Roswell, Orlando, and probably I'm gonna say Haas is a switch. He doesn't always want to do that. He still needs to have some pride, but it's more like it's more just a like, this is expected and I need to do this because it's expected and not necessarily what I want. But like, I need to show my parents that like this is still respectable. Like, yes, I'm fucking a guy, but I am fucking him. And then, like, once they've been, oh, okay, yes, you are still dominant. It's like, okay, but now you can have your turn.
Oh, amazing. Fucking amazing. Oh my god. Okay.
God. I was gonna say that I feel like Tyson is the most averse to bottoming, but it might actually be Dean.
Yeah, Dean comes off as like, well, you know, like Dean has like a lot of Leo-isms.
Oh God, you're right, he does. It's funny because it should be Tyson, but it's not, because Tyson is like, you listen to what Tyson's story and it's like, oh, okay, all of your problems are reasonable, like they're fucked up, but like it makes sense why you're doing this fucked up shit for the most part. Leo's excuse is like, I listened to Joe Rogan, I listened to his podcast, and I found it to be correct. And you know what? Like, it's like, yeah, he spoke to me, and it's like, Leo, I get all the systems in play that led you to this moment. I just can't accept that moment as being good enough. I am sorry. I love you, but no. It's like, Leo doesn't get a happy ending because of that.
See.
It's pretty good.
But yeah, I can see the like Dean being the Leo. He's definitely the horniest, and I can also see Tyson being like, you know what, I top you, but like I'm also like, I care about you, and even if Dave is like 100% about him, at some point is gonna bottom for Dave because he's gonna start feeling bad, and the only way for like Dave to make him feel better is to top him, even if he's not super into it. It's just so he can get it over with, and Tyson will be like, okay, at least we did this, and it'll make him feel better. That's not the case for Dean. Dean is just like, no, this is who you are. Like, I'll be slow maybe. Just don't get me horny. Because then I can't control myself.
Oh, fucking amazing.
Issa, I still think one of my favorite moments is where he tells Chase he shouldn't go to college. He should have just, like, started a blog because, like, all college does is make you more liberal. I think that's
love
such
that
a funny
scene.
moment.
It's so good.
It's like
It's so funny.
Because Leo has some really interesting and deep, like actually interesting character moments, and then you see that, and it's just like, oh my god, you have so much like goodwill. Chase is an actual monster towards you with the secret texting thing where he's keeping it from us, even though we are him. Like, that's so fucked up. But like Leo, you need to fucking take it down like a couple levels, okay? I get it, but like, oh my god. It's so bad.
He'll
Also,
get there.
Darian, we weren't, you, like, I don't think I was making fun of you while you were here, but so the last part of, for it with Bone, where it was with Leo, and obviously the whole fight was happening, and you were like, I think this is a fast food restaurant. I'm sure you remember that, right?
I do.
I still find it fucking hysterical. You both are arguing about it, and it's like it's clearly a Chinese, like, right, whether it's fast food or not, it's clearly like a Chinese restaurant just by like how the text is filtered. Like, that's not English. Like, it's clearly like it's like a sign that existed that was filtered through a VN that is very much just like a Chinese restaurant somewhere. And the fact that you're like, maybe it's Whataburger, it's just like that was so funny to me.
Well, you know,
I loved it.
I don't really know what a Whataburger looks like, but
I know, I don't either. I also hate Whataburgers. I'm gonna post it in chat. Aaron hated, like, Aaron was just dismissive of this. I couldn't get over it. You know what, Issa, you can't see it. I'll describe it in a second. I just need to show you. I need to find the picture so I can describe it perfectly. And yes, he does have big Latinos return energy, 100%. I see this picture, and it upsets me. And I get what they're going for, but I hate it. So I'm gonna post this in voice chat. Let me see if it downloaded. Okay. So it's from Whataburger. It's an advertisement saying, "Can you say taquitos?" And then it shows 3 like breakfast burritos.
Yeah.
They're trying to say that these unfried tortillas with eggs and like bacon or potatoes or sausage are taquitos, and I'm just like,
goodness.
I see that, and I'm just like, like, I get you, like, if you want to be like, oh yeah, like the diminutive form of the taco, like that's cute, but like, it just hurts me when I see this because it's so white. Like, I see this and I'm like, they're trying so like you could at least say like flauta. I don't know. It just bothers me. It bothers me so much.
I mean, I get it. Big sad.
It is, and you can just search Whataburger taquitos, and you'll find that advertisement because it's like the first thing. It just, I don't know how to feel. Like, I get that, like, this is mostly in Texas or whatever. Like, okay, that's making an assumption. I just assumed something. I'm sorry. That just feels like something to be like, oh, look at this, like a taquito. But like, isn't that where Whataburger mostly is? Because I'm on the West Coast, you're on the East Coast. I know there's like a middle area.
Yeah, Middle America.
Yeah, that's like only Texas, right?
Might as well be.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I
I'm
don't,
being such a
don't
bad
have an
person
opinion.
right now.
Don't have an opinion.
Darian, I can't, okay. I'm gonna post a tweet. I'm just gonna tell you, this is what you just said. I don't have an opinion. And I apologize in advance, but this was the same energy. Loading. Gotta visit Twitter to get this tweet, but I'm glad Google knows exactly what I'm talking about. God bless you, 2020. What a fucking disaster you were. Anyway, voice chat, paste. Here we go. Same energy.
Fuck, I gotta
I
see
just
it.
want a grill for God's sake. I love those. They're so funny. I just want a grill for God's sake. It's very good.
I don't know, Darian, are you good at grilling?
I'm not bad at it.
Okay.
Is Darian the John Tron of Josh's Game Grumpsness?
I don't know exactly.
I'm gonna say inherently no, but like he keeps trying to make it yes.
I mean, am I by default? Am I the Aaron?
Kind of, yeah. No. What am I talking about? What are you talking? No, of course not. No,
I wouldn't think so.
no. Josh is the Aaron.
Why?
He would
I
have
don't know
to
who
be.
that is.
You're Danny. You're Dan. Like 100%.
I'm okay with
Oh,
that.
right. Issa, we came to the conclusion that Darian is definitely the John and you're the Brian.
Yeah. We talked about this in a recent part.
No, we didn't. It was at a fucking restaurant.
Oh my god.
No, we talked about it during a part.
We definitely
Didn't we?
talked about it when we were eating ramen.
I super don't remember. But no.
Because Faye was there, going like, I don't know who these people are.
That's it. Okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
You're
no,
not okay with this, Issa? What do you mean? You're definitely the Brian. You're the fun one.
You're the fun one. Would you rather be the Neve? I don't know
Oh my
what
god.
you're.
Okay. I have to. Like, this went to so many different places right now. Because I was like John and Brian, so I googled that, and it's like apparently this was the host of MythBusters. I get what you're. When you said Neve, I understood completely. Who did you say? I need to understand what you all were claiming. I need to go back to this. So, what were you saying? You were Darian?
my only thing was like, that Darian is definitely the John.
I gotta think about this. So who was Issa?
The Brian.
Issa would be the Brian, the fun one with like good opinions, you know.
Exactly.
Okay, I have to say really, I have to say, you know, my catchphrase really quickly. Josh, you're not cool enough to be Eve.
Oh
What?
shit. Oh shit.
Josh, I gotta tell you this. Not only are you not cool enough to be Neve, you just argued that BoJack season 1 was the best season, and that it was like about like because the characters were all a reflection of BoJack. You made like an eye patchful video with your interpretation of BoJack season 1. I'm
What?
sorry.
No.
You're
You see,
not
this
Neve.
is
You're
why
not
I'm
Neve.
more Neve, and it's because I don't mind The Last Jedi.
Like that.
See,
Like that's good. You're your own person.
That's
That
a very
doesn't save
Neve
you.
opinion.
That doesn't save you. That doesn't make you Neve.
Also, I specifically did not say that I was the Neve. I just specifically said that Darian was the John.
I don't know that I agree with that though.
But he complains like John in like casual conversations. Like they're like identical in that case.
Okay, but here's the thing. I'm gonna say this right now. Now, see, here's what I don't agree with this. I don't agree with any of this. Like for me, Darian is the Brian. Issa's probably the Neve, and you are more of the John.
oh shit,
Ooh, spicy take.
very spicy.
Like Brian's just kind of there. Like I was listening
What?
to the Game
No,
of the Year
Brian's like
podcast.
secretly like the smart one on the team.
Secretly,
Is that not Darian?
No.
And the fact that you just immediately said no, like, just shows how delusional you are.
No, because we found out on the podcast that a lot of like John's ideas and a lot of like what he likes about film is just Brian talk. He just copies down what Brian says during conversations because Brian's the film buff. Like
Also seems like you, Josh.
well yeah, because I get it from Issa. That's why that's why
Yeah,
he
but
uses
that's-
Brian.
Yeah, like, and I mean, Issa would have to be the Neve because he's kind of the coolest one.
Yes.
He really is.
He really
Like,
is.
truthfully.
He's just the cool one. He puts on sunglasses and then just like rollerblades out of a room while doing a backflip. I don't understand
That's
how he does
good.
it, but he really
it's
does.
pretty next level.
Specifically on rollerblades to look cool.
Like, I believe, like, okay, here's the thing.
You all are
Darian-
just saying names. Facts though, Ian.
Yeah, Ian, I get it. I'm sorry about this. Truly, I'm sorry. But also, this is important. What Josh is trying to like say here is so offensive.
You see, there is definitely one big difference between me and John, and that's I would not shit in a public park.
I was gonna say that. I was being like, if you wanted to, like, there's one story where I could believe Darian would like end up doing that, and that
Oh
is
my-
the one example.
Oh my god. Fuck you.
Darian,
Fuck
Jerry,
off.
Darian, did you listen to that story?
Yes.
It was
He didn't
very
have
Darian.
a choice. He just ended up being like, I hate this. I hate that I'm gonna do this. I hate that I'm gonna have to tell people about it because they're gonna ask. Even though I don't need to, I know that my personality is like, I can't just not say it after it's happened. Like-
See, I would be strong enough to not let it happen to me.
Darian, you said on the Echo videos you used to carry like bottles. You could.
That's
And, like,
different.
You have the fucking delivery. It's barely.
It's way different. Those
You
you
were
can
like,
ask anyone. Those are way different.
I get that one's accidental and one's intentional, but I don't know if that helps your case.
Oh shit!
I
Issa
get that
coming
it
in with
does.
the twist.
Issa, don't say it. No, it can't be true.
Look. Issa, that's That's okay. Here's my problem: is that
So it's
Josh
okay if
can't
he does
leave.
it.
Of course, it's
It
Issa.
can't. No, if he's gonna be John, that's just. Here's the thing: you're your own people, because Josh just can't be Neve.
That's the stipulation. Josh
Well,
just
that's true.
anything
He
can
doesn't-
be true. It just can't be this one.
He doesn't like he doesn't like women. He can't be Neve.
I mean, yeah. You mean I don't ooze that one image of Neve saying that a portrait of a gamer on fire?
I actually just internally convinced myself that Josh might be Neve, and I hate it. Darian would be more of a Brian then.
I mean, you know.
Well,
that's
no. I look. Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Josh has like madness of John, with the like deliberateness of like Neve, and like the weirdness of her. Like, okay, the fact that she got Bravely Default 2 to number 6 of the best games of last year, like that is like, because she was just like silent for enough of it and being like, oh, this game, like she played her cards so right, and she almost convinced me that she was gonna like dethrone Disco Elysium, one of the best games ever made, to like troll and get Bravely Default 2 there. And John had played finally, because voice acting patch, finally experienced the game, because he can't read apparently.
Yo, same.
Because anyone, because in 2019, if you could read, you knew. But in 2022, they released like a voice acting patch, and it's like, oh, so other people were like, oh, now they're reading to me, and I get it, and that's what happened with him. I was so worried that it was gonna knock Disco Elysium out of the top 5. I realized it wasn't gonna win, even though it should have, because none of the others played it. But she was so good at Bravely Default, and her argument was like the battle mechanics. She didn't fucking talk about the story, because the story was mostly trash, other than like one chapter, like 1.5 chapters. She was just talking about the battle mechanics.
Yo, but the battle system in Bravely Default's always been like smooth as fuck, though.
Darian, what are you saying?
I was gonna say, are you saying that No More Heroes 3 didn't deserve to win?
No.
I feel like, okay, Darian, that's like just expected, like that's saying like, if you get enough times, enough people are just gonna accept that that's reality. That's not a cool thing to do, that's a desperate thing to do. It is like a cult leader thing to do, so like it makes sense for John. It's not just like a cult leader thing, because he also was like, if you don't do this, I'm gonna be sad. And like, I know I'm always sad, but specifically I'm gonna be sad at you. And Eve, even though she was like she knew that she had played, like she had kept too much of her own picks by that point. She really could not get any further.
No, but she
kind of had to.
RE8 was definitely was one of hers that she was gonna push as much as she did.
Yeah, and she got it to number 2, but she was like, I don't know, maybe
truthfully, it was a 3-way compromise. Like, because all of them, of those games were number 1 for each of their individual people. Really, all it was.
Ian. Some people do, and I'm not even saying that. Like I did. Like again, I played all of Bravely Default 2, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. The story, for the most part, was kind of awful. Again, there's one chapter that made me think it wasn't going to be. That everything up to that point was just a build up to this one moment. And then there's like a little bit in like chapter 5 where I'm like, oh, okay. So this other part right here was kind of a filler. Now we're getting to stuff right here, and it's really good again. And that lasted like halfway through the chapter, and it's like, oh, here we're gonna do some fake endings because that's what people expect of this series, but it's gonna be really terrible. And then here's
As
that
is
actual
tradition.
ending, and it's like, oh, okay, this is what you're going with. Oh, I mean, I guess. I'm still bitter because they do this really cool concept. However, they don't fully do the concept, and it upsets me because it was such an interesting idea. Where, can I spoil it for you, or are you gonna play it?
I don't care.
Okay. There's a point where like you've got this book, and it's like it's where you're saving your game, blah blah blah. At some point, there's like a thing where it's like, okay, things are a little bit distorted, and there's this weird like extra save file. It's like, what's this? And so in order to progress, you have to save over it. You have to, like, erase the old save file of these like old adventures from like 1,000 years ago. My problem with it is that I didn't like when I quit the game to like load into it. I couldn't load that file. Like it was just like, oh, that file doesn't exist. But the second you load the game, it's like, this file's here. I was so upset that I couldn't just load it and play those 4 adventurers, because that would have like actually made the game feel complete. Because as is, it feels very weird that like that's not an option. Because it's such an interesting idea, and like the entire setup was there. There was so much building up to this like moment, and then it's just like, no, you just delete it. It's just so anticlimactic. Like it's cool,
Plus.
but it just could have been so much better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
And I
Bravely
still do.
Default, though.
No, I know, and I do.
It's a
I do
staple
really
of the
enjoy the game.
franchise.
I do enjoy the game. The music's fucking fantastic. I actually grew to like the visuals, the weird like bobblehead visuals. Over time, they grew on me.
Art style.
I don't like the
And yeah, there's,
lighting
like-
in the newest game.
I actually thought the lighting helped a lot, but that also grew on me. It's very like diorama-esque.
Yeah, and I guess I preferred the look of the first game, where everything looked like it was a book.
Yeah, that's fair. Ian, it's not quite chibi. It is, but it's not. It's very much like a, like a caricature. If you would go to like a carnival in the U.S. or something, and it's like, here's a person and here's a like really exaggerated version of their head. It's like a slightly toned down version of that.
Cute.
It's something. It did grow on me. And some characters it works better on others. It's very weird, the distinction between male and female characters, because like the women characters all kind of have the same face, whereas the men are barely distinct.
Mhm. Naturally.
Yeah, every single woman character has the same nose. It's kind of annoying. But
And
the
they're
men all
always
have their
your
own
healer.
distinct-
I mean,
yeah.
it's fine. You can make the characters whatever you want. I still made what's her face my healer anyway.
I don't know if I had a dedicated healer because of how the system works. Like they have that new one where it's basically like turns one of the job classes into
Well,
Pokemon.
when I
you
say
have to cast-
healer, that's in quotes. It's more like the person who turns off damage
Okay.
as a mechanic.
Okay.
Because for some reason they let you do that in the first Bravely Defaults. They thought there were enough downsides to where like it wasn't abusable, and I'm like, I'm still turning off damage for 2 turns. That's broke no matter what.
Oh yeah, that totally doesn't exist in the second game.
Oh, I'm sure. That was always an awful idea. Like,
But they do have the Beastmaster, which is again, it's like Pokemon where you get to like capture the monsters. They're one-time use. However, depending on how much of like every monster you capture raises your stats, so you can just keep on catching monsters and make it stronger than the freelancer skill, which is like, you know, if you unlock every like job, the freelancer should be the best, but the Beastmaster can just keep on capturing monsters, and it just is like, holy shit! You can just attach that as like a sub, and it's just like, oh shit, there are my stats. Okay, it's very broken. There's a lot of, although to be fair, they did make a lot of different jobs broken in that game. The asterisks, because I know the
Well, they
monk is
just
very
like
broken.
they just don't have a very good playtesting team, I think.
I think they wanted people to break the game though, because I do know like there were a lot of people who were very frustrated with some of like the earlier boss fights, because they expect you to like, they expect people to have played the first game and to understand like you can abuse these jobs and like the skills, and if you weren't doing that, if you were just playing it like a normal RPG, like those bosses just will like, they treat you like an boss, where it's just like, oh, you didn't know this like actual systems in place, okay, you're dead. And it's funny, the one that gave people the most trouble mostly just affected stat. He would just be like, oh yeah, it's like it was the bard character. He would just like demolish people who was not ready or did not fully get the systems and how important they were.
Ah, I see, the Demix of this game.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
And I like that they introduced it. Oh my god, I can't believe I said introduced it. You know, like a classic Final Fantasy card game that you could just go up to people and be like, "Want to play some cards?"
Ah, it's too bad
And it was
that
actually
Square
really fun.
Enix cannot design a card game to save their fucking life.
Oh,
To be fair, I found it really fun, and it made more sense than either of the other ones, because it's basically just like you know, tic-tac-toe.
You mean like all the other ones?
Right.
are you saying
Yes, but the other
you're
ones
saying
had
it's
such
easier than
stupid
Tetra?
rules.
Are you saying it's easier than
Yes.
Tetramaster?
It's just
What?
Tetramaster and
It's
Triple
so
Triad
good.
were very simple.
they were, but they were stupid.
Oh my god.
These ones are good, and you can like fuck with other people, and if you have the right skills
Do
and
do,
like
do I have to have like a TED talk on the channel about like how to design a card game and how card
Yes.
games work?
yes, Josh, you already have your most views from like the Digimon Ghost game series.
Yeah.
Just do that. That would be in line with that.
But do a video where you have to do editing.
Oh fuck no.
Yeah, Josh.
I'm lazy as
Yeah,
shit.
like the early Minotaur Hotel videos where you just didn't have safer work mode turned on.
It's better this way, you know. It's
It's good that you were just annoyed posting about it on Twitter, and they're like, you know, there's an option specifically for that.
yeah, and that was nice of them to tell me, like legitimately.
It was. I thought it was very funny because, like, I understand what happened because, I thought I had prepared you well enough, but other people had mentioned, "Oh no, you're gonna miss stuff," and it's like, no, there is gonna be slightly different content, but they're not gonna like completely skip it. They're gonna give you something different. That basically summarizes it without actually being explicit. And in some ways, I find it better because, especially that early sex scene is very.
Oh,
It's
is
also
it,
if
is
you're
it the
playing
Luke
in,
one?
yeah, the Luke one. It's just, it's a lot. I will say this: playing that mode, I only found this out when looking at the code for the game.
Mm-hmm.
That scene in the speedrunner route if you're in safer work mode, you automatically get this, but you have to choose to not look at it if you're playing the regular version, and you get something secret for doing that and doing the speedrun route, and it's so good.
Aw.
And I'm excited for you to get that.
Exciting. How many arcs are there? Hopefully, no more. Early Minotaur Hotel is such a trip. For me, and the playthrough.
Why?
Maybe for the most embarrassing moment on the channel. Probably.
Well, what was that?
Look, enunciating things is hard.
Yeah, enunciate. Oh, I like how you're making an announcement that you're gonna enunciate. It's very declarative of you.
Wait, Ian, was that in a Minotaur Hotel video?
Yeah, it
Yes.
was.
That wasn't an early Minotaur Hotel video, right? Wasn't that like 42?
Yeah. It was like 42.
That's not early.
Man,
that was a different
this-
art.
This year's best of highlight reel is going to be amazing.
Oh my god.
Now, I would say thank God there's too much content, but Ian is probably cataloging all of this, so I'm probably going to show up in it, which I'm not happy about, but it is what it is, as they say.
We have 2 Sleepy Fane clips we can use.
And I'm so
Excellent.
upset, but also extremely happy the third one was not captured. The real second.
I don't know, but like having you snoring on stream, that was fucking hysterical. That was...
Oh my god. I don't know because I didn't. Josh, what were your opinions on the end of Persona 5 Royal?
So somehow
I
that
didn't hear
game
it.
is both worse and better than base game,
Okay.
and I do find that kind of really funny. I didn't like how the Maruki content felt like it didn't go anywhere. I think it was just a little half-baked. A lot of fun ideas, but it never really felt like anything it went anywhere. The final boss fight kind of sucks. I'll I don't have a problem saying that. Like the actual battle with Maruki, that was pretty disappointing. I didn't like how it was like, here's a bunch of ads so that you can baton pass, and that's the entire boss fight.
Right.
Like that's kind of that feels like that's a mid boss in the game. Like that should have been like the boss fight at
But-
like Futaba's palace.
Yes, I get that, but also, Josh, that was also like one of the most times you had to actually like think about what you were doing, which I know is damning to the game. I get it.
The only reason why I was thinking so hard is I kept going like, well, I have to prepare for when the boss fight actually starts.
Yeah.
Like I kept waiting and like using resources in a weird way because I'm like, oh, well, there's gonna be like a real fate, like the real boss fight's coming up, and it just never happened.
Right.
And so I find that disappointing as like a final boss to the game. Especially since there's 2 victory lap boss fights right after that, where you don't get to do anything. That felt real jank to me. But
you get to
Maruki is
slap
like
him.
he's a better villain than Shido, for sure.
I do think it's kind of sad because like there's a shit ton that happens with him that they like build up to with the game. If you talk to the NPCs, like the random ass townies, they have like a lot of stories going on that like constantly change with the seasons.
I mean,
that,
but
like,
that's like
once
that's
a-
still like not even my issue with the writing. Like with the Maruki stuff, I felt like I was being baited the whole time.
In what way?
Well, the Abyss Watcher, the tentacles, Maruki's not Persona, because I don't like thinking of that as a Persona. I'm
But
like,
it
oh, are
is.
we gonna actually, like, go back to what this is hinting at? Or, like...
Nope. Not big
no,
brain enough.
like, it's just... It kind of ends with a wet fart for me, like...
Speaking
The
of
fact
big
that,
brain,
like, they are even hinting at that is like, because I don't think that P5 was the title to do that. But I do think it shows this team is thinking about that.
I don't
Well,
know, I
that's
guess
why
it
we
just
have
feels like I'm
PQ.
being baited again. Because I already went through this with the previous mainline. The last, like, story-driven Persona entry being, of course, Persona 4 Ultimate, like, Arena Ultimax, the Ultimate Suplex Hold, of course. Because they did, like, the same shit
What's that?
there.
But was that directed by the guy who did Persona 3 and Persona 4 and Persona 5, like the base game?
Nope.
Because he's gone now, and this team is like thinking about that. And I think that for me, that's what's promising. Is like he can't be like, okay, yeah, you did that, but like now we're doing Persona 6 my way, and we're gonna not think about that.
I don't like gambling like that.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
Because what it tells me is more like, we're gonna get more window dressing.
Is it window dressing if it's still thematically correct?
Yeah. Because you're still not
Okay.
doing anything with it. You're just, it's there so that fans can point at it and go, they're doing a thing. But, like, nothing, like, comes of it. Especially when, like, that could have actually been really neat if, like, Dad was there and he was the one manipulating Maruki the whole time, similar to what he was doing before.
Yeah, I get it, but I also like Maruki on his own as just being like everything the Phantom Thieves like were doing previously and saying they wanted, and him being like, "Okay, I'm gonna reflect this back to you." And are you sure? Like,
Yeah, but
here,
you
I
can do
feel
both,
everything.
though. Because, like, Maruki's motivations will still be Maruki's.
Hey, you lot.
Oh, hello.
They will be.
Hello,
Oh,
Sophie.
Sophie, hello.
'Cause
They
it's like-
will be.
It's like the same thing with, like, June from 2. Where, like, it's still June's motivations. It's still, like, Sayo's motivations. It's still On's motivations, not that one. But...
But I find that interesting that it's their motivations, but they're trying to do it for the greater good, even if they're just like very much like not in the right state of mind to understand that.
yeah, but that's why, like, why I still think, like, Dad is, like, such a good villain for that, is because he can, like, push characters in directions while you're still... can still have these characters work as antagonists in their own right, and just have, like, you know, Dad be the villain at the end, you know, doing his shit.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fair. I
I need to go to bed.
Alright.
good
Are
night,
you-
Guitar Boy.
Are you coming over, Josh, tomorrow, tonight, today?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. All right. Well, have a good
All right.
night, everybody.
See ya.
Sleep tight.
So, like, I get it.
I guess for me, because the previous game ended with like, well, base game ended with like a big fight against a god, even if it was like a computer god. I like the fact that you're just fighting against a person who and his ideals that are like mean well, but they're just very misguided. Like, I
Yeah.
like the low keyness of that,
No, I like that too. It's just...
and that it gives you the option to agree with him too as an ending.
Like, I do think it's funny that it does feel like just, oh, I'm playing Cardfight Vanguard G Stride Gate. Like, that was I had no idea that was a thing. And the fact that it is really funny to me. Apparently, Tyson had just, like, not told me that because he wanted to see my reaction to, like, seeing that that's the plot. So that was really funny. I know that that's an unintentional highlight of P5 Royal, but that was really funny to me. I would be genuinely shocked and say that they're lying if, like, the writing staff for Royal said that they didn't know about that show.
Oh, sure.
Because it's, like, the way that they retooled Akechi's personality is just Shoma from that series, and, like, Samire, whatever her fucking name is, feels just like from Vanguard, and Maruki is just like, wow, I loved Ryuzu, and he's just here again. Except he's not a child. Huh, that, you know, that may... I guess that makes him a little more threatening, but... But I understand that that's not, like, a thing most people are gonna read into.
Right.
I just find it funny that it just it so lines up perfectly. I just find that really funny. That's not like me, that's less of a criticism and more like a, oh, that's really funny.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Because I don't mind when, like, writers are inspired by something. Like, I like Yu-Gi-Oh!
Right.
And Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just Devilman, but with card games, so... But I like Devilman, too, so it's like, oh, just combine two things I like, sure.
Yeah.
I definitely don't know what I want from Persona 6. I think that's more something that I'm like, I just don't know what I want at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know what I would want either.
Like, I like just didn't get anything that I wanted from 5 both times around. That I'm kind of like, like, I guess I just shouldn't want things from this franchise. Like, not anymore.
Yeah. And I guess, okay. And like you were saying, because you were more of a logical person in that regard, because I do feel like a lot of the P5 stuff that Royal added was much more emotion driven.
Yeah, and I guess that's something that I think is a failure of the P5 plot, is there wasn't a logic character to go against Maruki's, like, emotional ideals. And I think that would have, like, helped out that story a lot. Because I feel like you don't interact with the new cast enough to fully make the story work. It works all on paper, right? Because it's like, cool theming, good, like, whatever. But it just, like, it never really, like, hit in any way for me.
Okay.
And part of that is just, like, it's relegated to one dungeon, and, like, that's it.
I am very excited for whenever we convince you to try Strikers / Scramble. Because I do think, one, having the entire cast there from the start, even the new characters who will eventually join you, like, they're there from the first chapter.
Yeah, that's something
Even if
that's
they're not
still
technically
not
part of your
fixed in P5 Royal, not really. Is just, like, the way that game is paced is absolute ass.
Yeah, I will say, Strikers, it's okay. It's so weird. I thought, like, people were saying, oh, it's not that long of a game, and, like, I'm spending so much time in these dungeons. What are you talking about? And then I beat the third one, and I was like, and then after I beat the third one, I got through the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, they're very in length. It feels like it's gonna be, like, as long as P5, and then you suddenly get to a point and it's like, oh, we're steamrolling through this plot, aren't we? Which I didn't necessarily mind, because it ends up being like a 40-hour game, maybe a 30 or 40-hour game, which is probably for the best for everyone.
Yeah,
But-
when I looked at my final playtime in P5 and I saw it was like 110, and I'm like, why? And
Yeah.
that's me, like, skipping over content.
Oh, I know. Mine was like 195 of actually like doing things all the time, but I also wasn't like fully invested in the battle system. When I say that, I love the battle system, but I wasn't trying to min-max everything the way you were, or grinding at certain points. Because I wasn't just killing enemies in actual palaces.
That is something that I hope, like, combat returns in a better way next time around, because I don't like the feeling how much they don't want the player to interact with the battle system in P5.
Well, okay. I'm not gonna say I don't think that's the take. What I think the take is that you're punished for being too good at it.
I
For
don't know.
understanding the
There are,
system.
like, 3 different ways to multiply your experience that you get from the start of Royal.
There are, but also I wasn't running into the same problem as you, even though I had like the EXP whatever bands on, and doing all of that other shit. I don't know what it was. But I also think like it is convenient to just go through mementos if you don't want to do that. If there's like a person who's just like, I don't care about mementos at all, I do like that there is that option. It's just weird
Yeah,
that you can't
I
just
do
turn
like
it
that
off.
option too. I just wish that was, like, a setting at the beginning.
Yeah, no, for sure. Or once you unlocked it, you could at least be like, hey, don't do this, Ryuji. Calm the fuck down. Rather than just
Yeah.
like, no, just kill everyone.
Because it did always feel bad whenever I got into an encounter and I didn't instantly win, and it was, oh, I get to actually fight, and then they would give me a showtime or like 80 follow-up attacks to ensure I could actually like win in a timely manner.
Right, because usually when I got showtimes, it wouldn't actually like finish the battle. It'd just be like, okay, here's like a larger attack. But for you, because you had already like strategized your party, or really taking advantage of technicals, all of that, it was like, oh yeah, if you actually got in a battle and you didn't just kill them right away, they would usually give it to you, and you'd just be like, oh, okay, I guess that's it.
Yeah. That was just a little disappointing, because like a lot of the changes I did like, but the game's not balanced around those changes, so just kind of feels like it's
Yeah.
there. Like I don't get to enjoy
I
the
do-
changes made to the battle system.
Yeah, that's fair. Because like the baton pass being like unlocked from the beginning is good. Guns being unlimited, like it's like limited per fight rather than palace, is good. Even if it makes the first dungeon like stupidly easy because you just fucking shoot everything. I love the skills and traits where it's like, here's Pokemon abilities. I think that's fun, even if for you didn't get too much use out of it, because it was just like you were already doing so much damage that you didn't really need to think about that much.
Yeah, and I just didn't want to sit there fusing persona, because they made fusing personas such an absolute chore in Royal.
Yeah. Like, I like the ideas of a lot of it, like the alarms going off and being like, you could fuck up, but the way you fucked up could be really fun, and you get really interesting personas that are absolutely useless in battle, but they're really fodder.
Yeah,
I found
but
that interesting, but for you, that doesn't help.
So I don't like it on, not for gameplay reasons, not exactly. I dislike the alarm system because it makes it to where if you want to interact with the traits system in a meaningful way, you have to go into mementos, do 5 or so fights, go to the exit, fuse one persona, go back into the dungeon, do 5 or so fights, set the alarm, go back to the Velvet Room, fuse one persona, and you're doing that repeatedly, and once I realized that's what I would be doing, I just didn't want to interact with the mechanic.
Wait, why would you be doing that though? Because that usually doesn't. So what the alarm build does, if you're fusing, it changes your moves, or it fails and it gives you a different persona with like a bunch
Yes,
of like,
but the alarm you can
really weird
only
moves.
use once or twice, and then the guillotine
Right.
breaks and kicks you out.
Right, which isn't a problem if you just go in there normally, which wouldn't affect traits.
No, but what it does is it affects the stats that the personas get. And so there's no reason for me to not go for the alarm every time for the stat bonuses.
Okay.
So that makes it to where every time I want to fuse, I have to have the alarm.
Okay.
Because you will also inherit some of the stat boosts of the personas you're fusing.
Right.
So it becomes this like really cumbersome mechanic to go back and forth, re-trigger the alarm, do like 1 or 2 fusions, go back into the dungeon, just to get the alarm set, not even to actually farm for anything, but to just wait for the Velvet Room to say you can go back to it.
Give me a sec, I want to check something too.
Like, maybe there was a better way to do it, and I just, like, didn't realize it. Which could totally be the case. Like, I'm not gonna... I did a lot of not optimal things in that playthrough. Which definitely, like, saddens me a little bit.
Not optimal.
No, there were things where, I realized certain mechanics too late.
Okay.
Or I just, tunnel visioned into something when I really shouldn't have. Like, from the very beginning of the game, I should have looked up recipes for all the personas. So I knew what stuff to do in the early game to get personas in the late game. And I just didn't do that. So I ended up, like, cucking myself out of, like, personas I probably would have been using, and then just didn't, just because I no longer had access to them. I missed a lot of the Ultima weapons. The only character that I could get their Ultima weapon for was Ryuji, which I was using, but... Like, I couldn't get anyone's ultimate guns, I couldn't get anyone's Ultima weapons, because I just, like, chose the wrong confidants.
Yeah, there's that too.
And
I was
like,
gonna say...
I really should have looked that up at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Because there was one where before, all you had to do was complete the tower. And you had access to a persona. But in Royal, you now need to complete the tower and, like, half your party members to get this persona. And I was like, what the fuck? Like... And one of them was, like, on, and I, like, just didn't do hers. So I was like, oh, I guess I'm just locked out of this persona. Oh, you also have to itemize it to get Yusuke's ultimate weapon? Well, fuck me, I guess. I don't consider that, like, marks towards the game. That's a me issue.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, I probably would have forgiven, like, a lot more of the game if maybe the RPG elements were tighter.
Later, Issa.
See
Thank you for
Issa.
telling us about lesbian porn.
Because, like... I don't mind if, like, I don't click with an RPG story as long as, like, the gameplay is amazing or vice versa.
Right.
Because I've played some shitty RPGs just because I like the storytelling. I've played Breath of Fire 4. I don't mind the mechanics of Breath of Fire, but they're definitely archaic, since there was never a modern follow-up on that. Which Breath of Fire 4 might as well be called Final Fantasy X, but better.
To play the later Breath of Fire games, because I only played the first two, which are notoriously not great.
Yeah, I
They were
hear that it's like
very
3.
yeah,
That's
fine.
like the big one of the franchise.
3 and 5 is the one where everyone's like very divisive on it, but apparently if you love it, it's like one of the best.
I hear it just plays like ass.
And what I've heard is if you click with it, it's the best playing game.
Hysterical.
Yeah.
Huh. It's too bad I can't get it on anything, so... Thank you, Capcom, for not preserving your game.
Seriously, I don't understand why, like, that's not available.
It's like, I can buy Resident Evil 4 on literally everything, including a toaster, but I can't get Breath of Fire.
So many other games are just like, here's a bunch of our RPGs. Here's, like, even Capcom's like, here's all of Mega Man. Like, it's like, do people care? I guess they haven't released Battle Network in who knows how long, so... I guess I just hate their RPGs.
I just think it's because the RPG, like, Breath of Fire was never that big.
Yeah, that's fine.
But, like it is, but like, there are other companies that never released their shit, because, like, what, the original Grandia isn't available on, like, anything, right? And that game is constantly heralded as one of the greatest RPGs ever made. I don't know that, because I can't fucking play it, but...
They just had a bunch of, like, different ones that, like, games... Okay, yeah, Grandia is a game I really want to play, because there's a YouTuber, Hazel, who did, like, a video about a bunch of different, like, anime-feeling RPGs, and she, like... Ultimately, the video was leading up to just talking about Grandia and how much she fell in love with it.
Yeah, but
so
everyone falls in love with Grandia. Like, everyone who plays it is like, it's the best one, and I'm like, I believe you, but I can't play it.
Yeah, it seems really interesting. I need to figure out how to emulate it, because if nobody's gonna release it, whatever. But, like, also, please release your games. Like, I will pay for them. I'm going to be buying, what is it? Oh, fucking hell. Live Alive, when that comes out in July. I am so excited for that game. I've wanted to play that for forever, and I'm very excited to finally be able to have a chance. And I love that they're doing the HD 2D shit for it. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, if you want to do that shit, that's cool. But you can also just port it and save your money.
Yes,
like,
exactly.
You can just, like, slap it on something, like, whatever. I don't care. Just let me play it.
That happened recently with Moon. I guess it wasn't recently. It was, like, 2020. Moon, Remix RPG Adventure, which was, like... It's a very weird game, but I ended up really liking it. No combat, but it's, like, extremely subversive. It's like a PS1 game by the people who ended up doing Chibi Robot. I think it was Chibi Robot.
Okay.
Go ahead and go about it. It's had a huge impact on a lot of people. It's one of the main, like, inspirations behind Undertale. But it was a Japanese-only game until finally it got localized and released. I think it might still be a Switch exclusive. But it is so...
What was the name of it again?
Like, I'm gonna find it really quick. I need to make sure that I have it. Because, like, nobody's played it either, and I don't understand why. It's so good.
Well, a lot of
and
people
you
always,
probably
like,
really like
just say, like, accessibility and whatever. Even though the real reason is, like, you've never heard of it.
Yeah. I like that their music system is they actually don't have, like, in-game music for a lot of it, but what they do have is they give you a CD player that the character can listen to, and they have a bunch of, like, tracks made just for the game that are all, like, fake bands, and it, like, you have somebody who's selling it to you who's, like, a music nerd who's, like, very pretentious and weird, who's like, oh, let me tell you about this track, and, like, oh, let me tell you about this band, and, like, this song is so good because of this reason, and it's so weird. So you're just walking around listening to, like, headphones, as you're walking around this weird fantasy world where everyone talks in, like, basically different languages, but it sounds like like falling asleep while the television was left on, because some of them, like, you'll hear like random English words, some of them are like very clearly like German or French. It's just they're all just speaking like random staticky voices. It's God, it's such an interesting story. There's some bits of it that are dated. I had some issues with it, but like the overall story was so ambitious and interesting. It's Moon Remix RPG Adventure. I'm trying to find like a good.
Okay.
I think you would really love it. There's some moments in that I don't think I'll ever forget. It's that interesting.
Mm-hmm. It's like Capcom and I don't know. I almost feel like Nintendo's one of the worst for like not releasing their games.
Oh, and Nintendo's fucking terrible.
Just because they literally have no excuse. Like, sure, I can believe that Capcom just lost their game. Yeah, I can believe that. Nintendo,
Yeah.
no, you don't. You actually don't have that excuse for the majority of your games. Because, like, there are games that, like, even from, like, Nintendo that I would like to play one day. But, you know, I just didn't have Nintendo consoles at the time that they came out, so I'm just, like, out of luck. Because those games are just gone.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate.
Did you ever play Majora's Mask? Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask?
No, I've only ever played 2 Legend of Zelda games, and they were Twilight Princess and Phantom Hourglass.
Okay. That makes sense for you.
And Issa told me to stop there because I would never like another one.
Okay. You probably wouldn't like Majora's Mask, but I fucking love Majora's Mask. It's one of my favorites. Michael, what are you responding to? Hi.
As like,
Listening Nintendo.
because one of the
Oh, Nintendo. Yes, okay. As long as you're not talking about Majora's Mask, we're good. Nintendo's a piece of shit with this shit.
Because I had specifically asked Issa, like, oh, I really liked these 2, like, Legend of Zelda games, and I specifically said it was because of your companions and how much personality they had, like Linebeck and Midna. And I had asked, like, is there another Legend of Zelda game with characters this expressive?
Wind Waker.
And he was like, you may like Wind Waker, but other than that, no. There's never been another character like Linebeck or Midna. And I was like, damn. Unfortunate, because I basically didn't like much else in those games.
I will say, well, okay.
Because I kind of hated the puzzle
I'm gonna
design
say-
for the most part.
I'm gonna say you might like Link's Awakening.
Link's Awakening. That's the diorama remake one?
Yeah,
the
they made it a diorama, but it's not like that in the original. I do like the diorama. I have that version.
No, I was
The
more just
original
asking on
one's
confirmation
good.
that that is the one you're talking
Yes,
about.
yes.
Okay.
Exactly, yes. Because that one does have a character like that who is with you for a lot of it and is actually a fairly interesting character in her own right.
Yeah, because I grew tired of
She's-
the puzzles in Legend of Zelda very quick. I also hesitate to call them puzzles, but
I will say the 3D. So, okay, this is going to be weird because Phantom Hourglass is kind of a weird in between. 3D Zelda game puzzles are kind of. They're just there to, like, pad the time and because they're expected to have puzzles.
then take them
2D
out.
Zelda. 2D Zelda puzzles are actually pretty fun because they don't take much time, and figuring them out is pretty fun.
Okay.
And the entire like game is designed around them because they don't have the atmosphere to build on that. Although I will say Link's Awakening is the one that like made them be like, oh wait, we actually can have atmosphere in this. A lot of games, a
'Cause
lot of Zelda.
I'm sure like Legend of Zelda fans would like feverishly disagree with me on this, but I kind of hated how you could replace nearly every item with a key. Like you
What do
can
you
just
mean?
replace your bow as a key because you just use it as a key for puzzles the majority of the time.
Yeah.
And I just kind of like hated that design sensibility when playing both games. Where I'm like, you never
So-
actually feel like you're getting another piece of arsenal. It feels like you're getting a new type of key.
So
And that always like really
I-
that just kept annoying me the entire game.
that is a very 3D Zelda sort of thing. It's it feels like it's trying to emulate 2D Zelda, where
Okay.
those yes, there were progression blockers where you had to use specific items, but those specific items were also like, you know, good for combat. You could use them instead of a sword. In fact, like again, Link's Awakening, because it was on the Game Boy, you only had A and B that you could use. So there were times where you didn't have a sword, where you had to use other weapons, where you didn't have a shield, because like if you used a shield, it was taking up one of your slots. So the game was designed around constantly switching items, which I think that's what makes both Link's Awakening, I guess, both Link's Awakening and the Oracle games, even though the Oracle games are kind of their own two things, they're kind of like a duology that go together. They complete each other. So I consider them one thing, even
That's
though
reasonable.
if you've played it, it's not like Pokemon where it's like a slightly different story. They each have their own maps, they each have their own characters, they each have their own puzzles. The version differences are actually substantial. They're not even the same games, but they're in the same continuity, and they only feel complete with the other. And it was by Capcom, which funnily enough, and it was very clearly building off of Link's Awakening. And those two, like, entries, they just feel so, like, I love them so much. I could still go back to them, even the Game Boy versions of them. They just feel so much more interesting because of that.
Mhm.
I don't know, because like I hear what you're saying. I actually think that like that's one of the things I like about Majora's Mask, even though I know people will disagree. So like you get a lot of new weapons in like most Zelda games. In Majora's Masks, there's only 4 temples overall. And in each one, you just get a new type of arrow. And in those arrows, you can, like, do different things. So, like, the ice arrows, you can, like, not just freeze things, but, like, or, like, attack with ice power. You can make, like, things you can jump on, or you can make, like, little sands. They affect your environment. So, like, you can do, like, unlock things, but you can also just change the environment. Like there's an entire ocean, so you can go over there and use the ice arrows on that. It's and maybe that's why like a lot of people don't like how much of a puzzle Majora's Mask is, where it doesn't feel like, you know, there's puzzles because it's obligated. Everything is very much like, no, the entire game is a puzzle. Even the characters, because you need to figure out what they want and how to get them that. But it's not based on items, it's about understanding the town. And in doing so, it makes the town feel real. Because you keep repeating the same days, you get to know basically every person in that very tiny town's like schedule. They're all like programmed to do different things on different days and have different ideas. For the longest time for me, it was the most real any game had ever felt. because of how different things were and how much you could follow their stories. Which that was my problem with a lot of Zelda games, other than like the 2D ones, is like I just didn't care a lot of the time. I was like, why am I doing this? I get that it's like adventures or I'm doing it for the gameplay, but like for me personally, stories just didn't click the same way, and if I don't have that motivation, I'm kind of
Well, yeah, that's
Unless
why
there's,
like my favorite aspects of the games that I played was like Linebeck and Midna, because they're the ones pushing you forward. So there's like more of a narrative reason that's right in front of you to continue moving, because these characters are
right.
one, they're fun, but also, you know, they're doing shit, and it's like, oh yeah, Linebeck wants me to do this, I will, he's cute. And, you know, Midna is just like, yeah, do this, or I don't know, I'll step on you or something. And
there's actually some of that in Majora's Mask. I would say, okay, the most character heavy Zelda game, probably to its detriment, is Skyward Sword, where you have characters like Bruce. Zelda is definitely a character.
yeah, but I have never heard a single nice thing about Skyward Sword.
Yeah, you are. Well,
well, okay. I will say this:
Link's not bad.
people
Is it your favorite Link?
really.
Absolutely fucking not.
Well, then there we go. See, no compliments are given.
Oh my god, people love the dungeon design. The problem is there's no connecting overworld. So for a lot of people, like right from the beginning of Zelda 1, there was like an overworld, and that's how you use it to find dungeons. For Skyward Sword, you're basically like, yes, there's a connecting overworld, but it's basically a glorified loading zone, because you're just flying around on this
There's a
weird-looking bird, which you might appreciate. And then you dive down, and you're suddenly in like what's basically a pre-dungeon dungeon, where it's like figure out how to get to the dungeon, then you get to the dungeon. Which I get, it works in some Zelda games. It works fucking amazingly in Link to the Past, and pretty damn good in Oracle of Ages and Seasons. But
I love when a like both complaint and praise is like, it would be good if it wasn't part of its own franchise. Like, Michael, that sounds great. That's the compliment
yeah,
you
like
want,
Persona
right?
5. Which is why when I played Persona 5 and I didn't have really that relationship with the series, I was like, this is so good as its own game. And I didn't realize people had that much baggage with it.
I'm sure most Persona fans don't, because let's face it, most Persona fans started with 4 and then went to 5. Like,
Yeah. And you know what those fans say? Why can't these characters just be like lighthearted? I miss the jokey tone of Persona 4. What's wrong with this game?
I don't know. I guess I'm weird and I find both games extremely comedic to a fault. But
Well, and that's what confuses me too. Because yes, it is Persona 5 is very comedic. Even
I almost think
appreciate
4
that.
fans got what they wanted with the next entry, because like, there you go, you get a new comedic game, lots of funny. Haha, look, it's Yusuke's got some lobsters. Mishima pissed himself. That's close to falling into a dumpster, right? Like,
Okay, but that's like, of course that happened. It's Mishima.
yeah, but that's why, like, I almost understand my 4 fan. Like, I'd almost just go like, oh, this is the follow-up you wanted? Like,
No, because they're like, this is too serious. The characters
it
like, I don't like
serious?
them anymore.
I almost, I kept getting annoyed when the characters weren't serious, because it's just like, don't have your plot feel like has urgency, and then just do comedic hijinks for 20 hours. Like, that's... I had that problem with 4. Like, it's a murder mystery game. Let's ignore the murder and go hang out at the beach. Yeah! Like... Like fucking perfect.
At least in 5, they were trying. They were just idiots. So the fact that like somebody was tapping their phones, like it makes sense. Because they were
yeah.
like, we're trying so serious. Like, we are doing everything we can. And it's like, oh, you are so fucked. Because Makoto's the smart one. And you've just... not only is Makoto the smart one, they've accepted that she's the smart one. And that might be more damning.
Can we get a new smart character?
They get Futaba and they're like, oh, but she has, like, anxiety issues.
Well, yeah, have you heard how she talks? Yeah.
Oh, God. She talks like Shaggy.
best
Yeah,
voice.
you're right.
I loved when Darian showed up to the stream for a bit and he didn't know.
Oh my god, I don't remember that.
Have you serenaded him with that voice in person?
Not in person, but he showed up to one of the Persona 5 streams and was just like, oh
Oh,
my
I was
God.
there for that.
Yeah, it's just
I just hope at some point you do give him that serenade and just in
What should I
something
start
at some-
using that voice for Alex for Adastra?
Please,
Like, is that
just randomly. That'd be so
No,
funny.
because Alex is the only sane one there. If you want to give it to like,
No, he is not the only sane one there. Virginia exists.
That's a good point.
I'm gonna say I agree with you for the most part. I disagree with her on one thing, but also I understand why she says it. But for the most, like, there's a specific thing in the like epilogue, like this. It confirmed. Oh, fuck. Give me 1 second.
Oh, what are you
Okay,
confused
my
on,
dumb
Michael?
headphones.
I think he's the sane one. The only sane one.
Yeah, Alex is the only sane one. So, other than Virginia, I will concede to that. One of the things that made me absolutely like solidify my opinion of Marco and how much I hate him is there's a point at the end where like he's like, you know what, Virginia, you know what my problem is with you? I just don't understand you. And she's like, okay, you don't understand me. You know what? Here, I'm just, you know what, this one time I'm gonna tell you who I am precisely. And she does, and I'm like, God, that makes so much sense. And then here is Marco. Marco is just, he looks at her and he's like, you know, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. And it's just like, I wanted to scream. This character is so fucking stupid. And Virginia, for her credit, is like, maybe when you're older you'll understand. At least she gives Marco the benefit of the doubt. Because I would have fucking strangled him right there. Josh, what is this drawing? This is beautiful.
What? No.
This has some real Phineas and Ferb energy.
No. Don't say that.
How could you do
It's like,
Other-
I remember the platypus. Look at me on the snake.
He turned himself into a snake. Funniest shit I've
Just
ever
so he
seen.
could be with, just so he could be with him. He wanted to be with Terry.
No.
This is like Mr. Snow.
What inspired this? What inspired this? Because you already had it like going. This was not just like, let me just sketch this. This was already like a file.
What? Well, I had the Cole drawing, and I'm like, man, I don't know how to draw a snake head. So I did the head real quick here, and I guess that's what happened.
It's real strong.
Would you say that it has appeal?
It does, actually. So knowing you, me telling you that means you're gonna delete it.
Who knows? I don't even know what I'm doing with this. I kind of just thought it would have been funny to draw arms on what's clearly a snake.
But that's good.
Is it?
Yes.
He looks like a Barbie movie villain. No.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I guess I would almost think like My Little Pony more than Barbie, but
I mean, it's a Little Mermaid to me, but it's fine.
was I using crayon that whole time? What the fuck? Okay.
Good. I like it. I like the crayon aesthetic.
I just didn't
Crayon.
realize I was on that. Like what?
But like, it looks
It's
so
aesthetic.
strong.
Oh, that's what happened. I have my brush mapped to the V key, and crayon is mapped to C. So I just
Okay.
accidentally clicked the wrong thing. That's unfortunate.
Anyway, I'm getting some food, so I'll be back later.
What?
Okay.
I'm hungry. Bye.
He's here for like 5 minutes, and then leaves to go
Yep.
get food. What the fuck?
God, I'm trying so hard to find a model of this character from Moon Remix RPG. That is absolutely terrifying to me. It has like a bunch of different art styles. So this was before like pre-rendered backgrounds really were taking off. So like some of it's like hand drawn, but some of it is actually pre-rendered. And some of the pre-rendered characters are terrifying. There's a character named Dad, and his neck is fucking frightening. It's like an American Family, so they're very much caricatures, and it's just like, I'm scared by this, and I can only get a front view of them,
Interesting.
and it needs the side view to like really show you how fucking broken it is.
Mm-hmm.
Here's some other pictures. Here's just random ass pictures. None of these have Dad in them.
Oh, what the shit? Look at this lad.
He's so good.
Why? He's just a little
He's the main
little
character.
nightcap. Like this
He's wearing
Rayman
clothes.
looking ass.
It's very good. Yeah, exactly. He's invisible, but like this grandma gives you clothes of somebody who has the same name as you, who disappeared a while ago. The difference is like, so when you enter your name, you can only do it in all caps. And when she tells you, she's like, "Oh, my grandson went missing," it's the same name, but it's in all lower cases, which I find really cute. So you get that, but you're invisible, so you only see the clothes moving,
Mm-hmm.
and you're just trying to like deal with this and understand the characters and offer them what they want, and you see some really fucking weird shit. One of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Also, I fucking love this face so far. This is really good, like legitimately. And I shouldn't have said that because I actually really like this.
But why though?
Because it looks a little bit like something Vetiver would draw. Like, it looks a little crazed. And I like that. I think that's a plus for any character.
Like, okay.
What's wrong with a character that's crazed? You fucking like characters that are crazed.
I don't know, they're just not relatable to me. Because I'm a perfectly rational thinking person.
Yes, because rational people are never crazed.
Praised.
Crazed. They are always completely rational people are never like off in their own head in weird ass ways. They have not convinced themselves of really weird shit by like making the most like logical assumptions, disregarding humanity in its entirety.
It's fine. This lad is fine.
He is fine. I legitimately love this drawing.
He's
I know
doing
it's just
okay.
a sketch so far, but it's really cute.
He's living his best life, right? Like,
Yeah. And his best life is just my ideal one. Exactly, Michael.
he's fine, but he's also fine. Tim Burton cat. What the hell? Comparing me to Tim Burton.
Now, he wishes he drew this. This isn't try hard, this is accidental, which is what's great about it. Tim Burton tried.
He really does. And that's strange. Cause like, I don't know. Is anyone here a Tim Burton stan? I'm not gonna upset anyone by saying I think he's a fucking awful director, right? Like,
So, like, I've appreciated some of his works, but, like, I don't know. I always like more what other people do with his ideas than what he does himself.
yeah, when he has like a different director on board, I'm usually like, hey, I like this one.
Yeah.
You know, you have like the Nightmare Before Christmas situation, in which like it feels more like Henry's like film at times than it does Tim's.
Yeah. Which, like, let me double check this. I want to make sure that I'm correct on this. Just need to check something really quick.
What you checking?
A secret, maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so like I think Coraline is pretty damn good. I know this isn't his, but like it's clearly like taking some of his aesthetic, but like it's also like it's because it's Henry.
Yeah, I was about to say like I
that's
consider that
directing
less like it's just Henry's like that's just how he makes films.
Yes. No, and that it's very clear by comparing it and Corpse Bride that like, oh, the things I like from Tim Burton are probably not Tim Burton.
Yeah, it's probably Henry. Like, I feel so bad for
Yes.
that man's whole career, because people will look at his work and go like, oh, is this a Tim Burton ripoff? And it's like, oh no, that was Henry's, like, aesthetic the whole time. Like, because he did, James and the Giant Peach, which also people go like, is this a Tim Burton ripoff? And you're like, no, it's just a Henry film.
It was Tim Burton who did it. But like, I love that aesthetic. That would make sense if it was Henry.
Yeah, that
'Cause,
was
like, it's-
directed by Henry.
Like it just feels. Yeah, that's actually. Oh my god, that makes so much sense because I was like, it's weird how like aesthetically this just feels above like a lot of the other stuff that I associate with Tim Burton, but it makes sense because it's not him. It's Henry Selick.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. That makes so much more sense.
Feel so sad for that man's whole career. Like, I always have to correct people. Like, no, you don't like Tim Burton, you like Henry.
Yeah.
Please look at credits. Because I remember, like, when I first realized that, because I was like, do I like Tim Burton? Like, I was so confused in, like, my teenage years, because I was like, is Tim Burton just a bad director now? Like, what's up with this? He used to make good things. And then I realized, wait, all the stuff I like from him, he doesn't direct. He produces. Huh. It was a big red flag for me.
Yeah. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, oh my god. I didn't realize he directed The Nightmare Before Christmas even.
Oh, yeah, that's a Henry film.
I have so many questions now.
Yeah, I always have to, like,
'Cause,
stop
like-
and go, like, how much of these films are Tim's? And I know that, like, in interviews, they always go, like, no, Tim was a huge part of this film. And I kind of go, like, but stylistically, I see more of your shit in here, Henry. Like...
Yeah.
And, like, I get that you're probably friends, and thus, like, you bounce off each other a lot.
Oh, he has a new film coming out. I didn't know about that.
Oh, shit.
It's his first one since it's his first one since Coraline, which is very sad because that was in 2009 and this is 2022.
Oh, yeah, that feels bad. No,
That feels real.
Well, like, it's four fingers if we're counting the thumb. But this is, like, my normal thing.
Yeah.
What's he doing
It
the
looks
movie
good.
with? Like...
It's called Wendell and Wild, and apparently he's working on it with Keegan Michael Key and Jordan Peele, so I don't know what that's actually going to turn out to.
Oh,
That could be interesting. Yeah.
interesting. I'll definitely watch that when that comes out.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like it's coming out in October.
That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, because I've always been like, oh, where'd Henry Selick go? Like, Coraline's such a well put together movie. That's one of those adaptations that I like the movie almost as much as the source material.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because it's like the concessions made totally make sense. And even the cut scenes, I'm like, yeah, I get it. Like, all of the cuts made were so deliberate that I can't even be upset about it. Thank you, Owen. Sorry, I'm just a dumb art nerd, so I just, like, know all of that shit off the top of my head.
Okay, so they've released, like, nothing from this, but they have, like, a couple, like, a very few images. Like, there's the cast of characters, and then they have, like, 2 actual screenshots from it. It is actually stop motion, though, thank God.
I mean, that's, like, his shtick, though, so
I know.
like, I get it. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this drawing, that's for sure.
I love this drawing so much. I'll probably color it. It's good.
He's a little something, that's for sure.
Well, that's good, though. Something is better than nothing.
Isn't that what they said about, like, Mighty Number 9 or some shit?
Yeah, he's even saying it right now. He's like, just wait for the Vita for Mighty Number 9. Like, that's what he's saying.
I'll always wait.
He's like, yeah, that's literally, he's like, I'll always wait. But he's not saying it like you. He's saying, like, I'll always wait. Like, he's like, that makes me, like, the best. This is peak Vita. is this character.
Oh no! It's why he has a V-neck.
Yep,
We got there.
we got there.
Oh no.
Vita Cat is best cat. He's a little bit damaged, but that's okay.
I was gonna say something stupid earlier, like, is this just Marco? Did I just draw Marco? But
I
he's
get
gained
where
a
you're
life of
coming
his
from.
own. So,
Yeah. No, this is not just Marco. There's a lot of differences that I could point out. I won't, but it's just like, no.
I was
Marco
just
also
drawing
has
off the
five-
top of my head. Yeah, no.
He also has, like, fully 5 fingers now.
What? No, he
compared to
doesn't.
4. Yeah, he does.
What? No, one?
Not in the college age. Your drawing has 4.
Okay, I thought you were talking about him for a second.
No. Marco has 5. He's matured.
Oh my god. That's what happens when you mature. You just get your 5th finger.
And you also didn't draw the, like, ears. So, like, you just left it blank. There's, like, an extra, like, triangle or so on each one. Just to, like, show, like, oh, hey, this is, like, my ears.
There we go. We can get there.
Again, it looks much more like a metaverse sort of thing. Which is I love, and which is why I'm going to color this in like 100% and use it in my profile picture. If you don't post it on Twitter, at least post it in Discord,
Yeah, okay. I can do that.
because I love this genuinely. I genuinely love this. He's a little bit worse for wear, and I think he's great. Even if he does own a Vita, I still
What?
respect him.
There's nothing wrong with owning a Vita.
Josh, there's everything wrong with owning a Vita.
Oh.
Josh, the fact that you're like, I have like 3 Nintendo consoles. I have the Wii, I have the Wii U, and I have the Switch. Like the fact that you have a Wii U.
I had to get a Wii U.
I know you did. That's disturbing.
The Xeno franchise.
Yes.
I literally bought a Wii U the day that game came out.
His face, this cat's face is like Xenoblade Chronicles X. It's actually pretty good.
You would have to be like this cat to think that, that's for sure.
Not even you were that far gone, right, Josh?
No, I don't defend that game.
The one person. Which, to be fair, would change dramatically if it actually released. I feel like that's what happened with Tokyo Mirage Sessions, where everyone was like, look at this great game that, like, people forgot because it was stuck to the Wii U. Like, it didn't have the chance. Obviously, the audiences it was going for didn't like it, but, like, maybe if it had a wider audience, people would
I don't
actually
know.
play
I
it.
think the
They didn't give it
audience
a
that
chance.
game was for liked it, and by that I mean me.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The second they're like, okay, well, maybe they're right. Let's release it on the Nintendo Switch and see who buys it. And the answer was nobody other than me.
I didn't buy the Switch version.
I know. Basically, the only thing you missed out on was, like, the game starting off not with, like, select your difficulty, but, like, which version of Tsubasa do you want? Glasses or not glasses? And I'm like, glasses, of course, duh.
Oh, facts. I felt like I was the only one who was an SMT fan and a Fire Emblem fan at the time, and was like, oh, this is better than what I could have imagined.
I was gonna say, the first 2 statements are blatantly false. The third statement may be true.
Wait, what's wrong with the first 2 statements?
You were not the only SMT fan, you were not the only Fire Emblem fan, but you might have been the only one.
Well, that's what I mean,
That
that,
did.
that
Also-
liked it. Like, because I was like, fuck,
You
I love
let it-
everything in that first trailer.
So, what I was saying is, like, I didn't realize that was where it was leading to. I thought you were like a Vita owner, so you might think you're the only one. Because like, again, the Vita sold millions of consoles, but because like the Earth's population is like 7-8 billion, whatever it is now, like millions of consoles feel like literally like
It's drops in a
drops of
barrel.
water.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you just like you feel like I'm unique. Nobody understands me. It's like millions of people do, but it's like no, nobody I know understands me other than like maybe one person. But they only understand me because I pressured them into it.
A little bit facts. Because like that,
Like his-
I do think Tokyo Mirage Session got a bad rap.
No,
Like,
don't get rid of his eyes. Don't get rid of his eyes. I need his crazy eyes, or at least save a copy with his crazy eyes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just used to
I-
smoothing things out.
I get that you're like making it cleaner. I need his eyes to be like really fucking weird. Yes, that's perfect. I love. Yes, you can just save a copy like that, and that would be the best. Okay, Michael, I agree. If those eyes are gone, it loses it. Like this entire design is trash without it, but it's good trash. It's still good. I just feel like you know how there's the whole thing where it's like women have unrealistic like body images because of Photoshop. I feel like cleaning up the like lines of his eyes is what like you're doing the same thing to Vita owners as Photoshop does to women. You're just making it more normal. I'm just like no.
Oh no. I'm gonna have to remember this cat for future reference, aren't I?
Maybe. He's really fucking cute. I genuinely love this cat.
I have to keep this boy in mind, like Zeke the Floppa.
Oh, I forgot about Zeke. But you can also just say Zeke, and I know who you're talking about.
What?
What should this cat's name be? I don't know.
I don't know. I was just gonna call him Vita, but at this point,
That's fine. We can just call him Vita. If he has another name, he would have legally changed it to Vita to support the brand.
oh, he really would have. He's alive now, and you're entirely responsible. I feel that. Anytime I draw anything original, I'm like, oh no, I'm responsible for this now.
But like, Josh, a lot of your original art is good. I also think that like some of your sketches before you do the lines are like really strong. I kind of like how like some of the like implied. I don't know. Like I do like
no,
your
I
lines,
entirely
but I also
get
like
what
your
you're saying,
sketches.
because I prefer my sketches to the line art,
Yeah,
but the line art's
yeah.
more marketable, so...
No, that's fair. Because your sketches, there's like a certain level of energy to them that I just. Your line art, while good, doesn't really catch. I would say there is an exception. That Marco and Marty piece you did with the campfire, I thought was really fucking strong. Where you used the like cross hatches to like create the fire, and you like different ones to like texture it differently. I thought that was really fucking good. But you typically don't do that, but that's when you
No.
spent like an entire stream on one piece.
Yeah.
So that makes sense too.
Right, it takes so long. Yeah, because I've definitely spent far more time working with graphite than anything else, so my digital art looks significantly worse.
That's fair. I also actually really like the crane aesthetic with your like lines. I think it works
Yeah,
well.
that was entirely on accident, but I do think
I
that
know.
worked pretty well.
I actually think it really helps it. We'll see.
I don't think it would work very well with like the sketches I typically
No.
do, but
No, for sure. You definitely have a distinct style. Like, okay, before we go, or actually, if you want to end a stream, that's fine. I do have a question for you though.
okay.
Which is like, sometimes you will just post sketches of these characters that are clearly original. So what is that? Because you mentioned like a project that you don't think you'll ever actually finish. I remember you doing a background for it once. What is that project? I'm curious about it.
Oh, that's just like, I don't know. It's just an art project that like I wanted. It was one of those things where it's like, oh, this is what I want to do like 6 years ago, and just
Okay.
never felt like I was at the skill level to actually do it. So,
Okay.
I still just like draw those characters and try to refine the designs to like maybe one day feel okay with it, but
You actually have like a story for it? Was it supposed to be a comic? Was it supposed to be like a...
it was supposed to be a
Animated thing?
comic, like,
Okay.
and I just like
'Cause I do
never
like
got
the
to
design.
the proper like skill level to do it.
Okay, that's fair.
Kind of just one
You
of those
should
like
spend, like, a-
unfortunate things.
You should spend like an art streamers too, just like working on backgrounds, like ignoring characters. I know like maybe that's not going to be exciting, but I think a lot of people tune in just to hear us like fucking talk about whatever.
I guess that's true. Cause like,
Because I don't think...
what were you gonna say?
I was going to say, those characters seem interesting, and I feel like you've refined those a lot, but what would help you is probably focusing on background stuff, even if it's experimental. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect or even necessarily fit those characters, but just working on that in the background and just do whatever. Like, not even, like, appealing to us or as things you would post on Twitter. Because, so, like, I'm in the Pervader chat stream a lot. Sometimes Giga Saddle will just be drawing on there. He's not doing anything. Sometimes he'll just be like, here, I'm, like, just getting a bunch of different textures that I'll use for different art. Like, I'm not even going to use this like to post itself. I'm just doing this to create assets, and he just streams that. He obviously it's not YouTube. None of those are saved, but I think that if you wanted to do those as videos, as just art streams, I think they'd have a similar appeal.
Okay.
I don't think you would like lose out on anything. I know that might not be something that's appealing to you, but I think that would be pretty cool.
Okay.
Genuinely.
I guess I just like in my mind I'm like, oh, it's not anything like anyone wants to watch.
But like, okay, I know I'm talking bullshit a lot of the time, but if you were drawing that, I don't know if this would help or like go against it. I'd probably ask you questions about the art or inspirations that I typically don't when you're just drawing characters. Because like you're just drawing characters. If you were doing something where it's like not related to that, I feel like I'd probably be a lot more interested in techniques, and just even though I probably wouldn't understand half of it, I'm curious about where artists come from, which is why I like talking to Giga Saddle about these things, talking to Nanoth, just like talking to people about art is interesting to me. And when it's fan drawings, like I do like it a lot, but like you definitely have a unique style, and I'd be curious to see how that develops. And I don't think that would necessarily be off-putting to stream it, especially if you're streaming shit like Ratchet and Clank. If you're streaming other things, like I don't think like you can be like, yeah, but nobody would watch this. Like I
That's
think
facts.
people would.
Like I would like to like line some of the artwork I've done recently,
Yeah.
cause like I thought of like I learned how to do programming for like VNs and stuff, so I thought about like, oh, since I'm
Right.
not good at like doing a lot of composition stuff, and half the time my drawings look flat as fuck, so I could probably
No, but
try to do it that way.
Yeah. But like I think I might have seen this character on Twitter before. I don't know if it was this exact pose. But
I've posted this character once,
okay.
and this is like the most recent illustration I've done of them. So
Maybe it was this one, but like I really like this. Like you have a distinct style, but I feel like I don't know how to put this. Like when you're trying, I think it works very well for Password. It works well for Minotaur Hotel, and I think it works well for like that random fucking cat and like for Zeke. Your style is like very apparent, but when you're doing like Echo, it doesn't shine through quite as much. Like you have a very strong point of view, and it is very consistent.
Yeah, I think that's why I don't like my artwork that much. Is like it's really discouraging knowing that like I'm not flexible, and thus it would be harder for me to actually get a job, like within that field.
Like if you do your own thing, that doesn't matter. And I know that's like hard to actually do. And
Yeah.
I realized that I was making fun of Leo for telling Chase to fucking get a blog earlier. I realize how hypocritical this is, but I do think
Well, like it
because
works
you're doing
differently
these
in the world of
videos-
art, though. So like,
Yes. Yeah. I do think just like drawing this, making your style, doing that, there's potential there. I don't know. It seems like you're still, even though you're just posting these, whatever, it seems like you're still interested in it. I could be wrong about that, but like,
no, I one day want to be able to do something with these.
okay. I genuinely think these are interesting characters that I've seen so far. You'll like randomly post them, like not obviously you don't tag them, and there's not many responses, but I genuinely like them, and I think they're really interesting. I'm not always on Twitter, but I think there's something to them, and I think it would be worthwhile, even if it's not on these characters, just like focusing on whatever you feel like you're lacking on to help push that forward would
Yeah.
probably be good, just to like even force yourself to do that, because I don't know, I feel like you have a lot of potential that you're just like, I'm not saying you're stalling on it, and I'm not even like, because I get that, like, fuck, I'm working in a grocery store right now, like I'm not doing anything with art, and my thing is like, I'm more of a writer than anything else, and I'm not doing anything with that, but just
Mhm.
I feel like you have, like you're already adjacent to a lot of what you would like to do, and I don't know. I feel like there's so much potential you're so close to hitting, which is, I hate that, because I hate when people tell me, oh, you have so much potential, where I'm like, am I not good enough now? Or am I missing something?
No,
So
I entirely get it. I just think like I had a really unfortunate like college experience with art, and that really like discouraged me from like pushing myself afterwards.
That's fair. I had a roommate who was like super into art, and she was like studying art history because she wanted to like work at a museum and also do art. And after she like studied art history, she became really depressed because she's like, everything that's already like worthwhile has already been done. Everything I do, like, I don't have an original idea, which is why if you can get over that and you're like, yeah, but I can interpret things, or I can at least take my own spin at things, or even if it is similar, it's still unique in how I interpret it. Like that makes it new in its own way, because times are always changing. That's
Yeah.
worthwhile. She got stuck in that where she was like, she's still depressed to this day, and this is like 10 years later.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, and I don't think you're there. I think you're in a different place, and I also don't think you are the type of person who would get stuck in that way. In other ways, maybe, but I don't know. I just see like a lot of passion there that you just haven't really like allowed yourself to feel. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
probably
like I had an issue where like none of my professors really took me seriously, I guess. They all thought that I was like in those classes just for the easy grade. And like even when I was taking like portfolio and the final classes for things, like my art professor was like, "So what are you actually going to do in life though?"
right.
And I was like, "Well, art?" And he was like, maybe you should go into journalism." And that was like one of the
Oh,
final
God.
interactions I had with him, because that was like the final class for portfolio, and I had him for like 2 years worth of classes, and that was the note I left on.
That's like both a compliment and a huge insult.
Like
Like the fact
I
that you would.
assume that he didn't want it to be insulting. Like he had even said like, oh well, like I like your presentations and you know a lot about art. Maybe you should go into journalism instead. But like that is
Right.
not the way that I'm gonna interpret that.
Right. Because, like, I know this. I don't think I'm going to offend you with saying this. A lot of your art isn't really modern or mainstream in the way that, like, an institution is going to appreciate.
Oh, for sure.
You're very. You have a style that's very influenced by anime, but not in a way that's, like, anime that is acceptably high class enough. Which I think is bullshit in the first place.
Oh,
But there is
yeah.
a weird ass hierarchy. And yours, I can see a lot of the inspiration, despite it very clearly being your own take on.
Yeah, because I
I
I
don't know, the way
cannot
people-
draw anime characters to save my fucking life. Like,
No.
so usually when
you-
people are like, your artwork looks exactly like an anime, I usually get really confused. Like, what? Wait, what?
No, it
Like-
doesn't. It looks like your interpretation, but like it still feels like very much your point of view on it, which is, I don't know. I find that really interesting and much more interesting than people who can like copy characters exactly, or who can do really highly detailed versions of those characters. Like I do like those interpretations, but
Yeah,
I don't
just
know, there
I
comes a
can't
point
do
where
realistic
it's-
rendering. Like my mind just
No.
does not work that way.
But like the fact that you could interpret it this way is still good and worthwhile. Like I don't know how to perfectly explain it, but there is appeal here, to put it like in the most bullshit way.
Yeah.
It definitely exists. I don't know if they realized it did, because you also went to like a fucking awful like all of your school experiences, from what I've heard from you, sound fucking terrible. With
It
people
is
like
what it is.
if Josh, I know it is what it is, but also like even the people on your side, like were there for you emotionally, but didn't understand, which is why like. As somebody who's an emotional person, as you yourself has pointed out, which has actually helped me in the past like week or so, really understand things better. When you pointed out like, oh, you respect things emotionally, where I respect things more logically, that actually helped me understand things more. I think a lot of people were on your side emotionally, but not necessarily logically, which kind of like is a little bit dismissive of your work. I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like because you put in a lot of work, like it's extremely clear that you do. Even if you're just like, I'm just gonna bullshit this, while you're bullshitting on stream, you do still try. Even if you're like having fun and joking, I feel like you still are trying to interpret things. Like even if it's based on memory, you're taking an interesting approach on things, and I just feel like that's a voice worth acknowledging, rather than just being like, well, I don't know, it's whatever. I don't see a lot of art like this. I feel like it feels a little bit like the way that like Japanese furry artists do things, but it also is extremely distinct in your line work, because your line work doesn't feel like how they do it. Like the designs overall kind of give us like that feeling, but how it's done feels very different.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I almost think like it's too like I'm so obsessed with like when I'm doing graphite sketches to make sure that like the outside lines are fine, which is why it ends up looking like this. I almost think that to a fault,
Right.
because it doesn't lead to good foreshortening. So it ends up
Okay.
making my drawings look really flat and immobile. Because if I
But-
try to use foreshortening, I have to bend the line art in a certain way that doesn't fit how I draw. So
I don't. Okay. How can I put this? If
or at
you were
least
to
not how I
release a
default
project,
things.
if you were to release a project with these characters, I don't think it would be a bad thing to not have that right away, because the more familiar you are with these characters, the more, like, I mean, I realize you've had them for years, but actually working on them with a project where you have to be like, okay, well, this is what I need for this scene, this is what I need for this moment, changes how you interact with them.
Yeah.
Like, you have the designs, but that changes things. I think if you're like, here's the beginning, here's the starting point of, like, I don't think this is a bad starting place, because eventually when you're constantly working towards that, eventually you will just get better and you will understand what you want and you'll try different things, and some of it will work and some of it won't. But you just, like, if you're just like constantly trying to do the same thing, it won't, like, you'll advance, but not necessarily in the way you want, because it's not you're thinking things conceptually and not like, what do I need for this exact moment.
Mhm.
I don't know. I hopefully this isn't too, like, I don't know. I hope I'm not coming across as aggressive or like, you should do this immediately.
No,
but, like,
no, like I get it.
Okay.
Cause like the way
I just, like,
usually I get hung up on, like,
Yeah.
man, I'm not a writer. So like I try to over or maybe undercompensate with the designs, where I'm like, I need to make sure that, like, emotionally an audience member can get everything they could possibly need just by looking at the design, but also not make it
Okay.
complicated.
oh, that's interesting, actually.
Like, for when I'm designing, I go, what is the bare minimum amount of shapes I could possibly use to convey anything?
Actually, that's really interesting. That actually makes a lot of, like, your work when I'm looking at it. That makes a lot of sense. I
'Cause
will
that's where,
say
like,
this
my
as an
headspace
offer.
always is like, how much can I simplify anything?
I know this might be uncomfortable or whatever, but if you want me to just, like, look at things like as a ghostwriter, I'm much better, rather than original ideas, like just helping other people. And I don't mind even, like, not even mentioning myself. I've helped my friends with, like, script writing things where, like, I didn't mention myself. Win writing competitions. If you ever want to do anything where you just want me to go over it and, like, offer suggestions, I'm totally fine with doing that.
All right,
I
I'll
know
definitely
that's
think about
extra.
it.
Okay, for sure. But removing myself from it, I do think there's just, like, regardless of that, there's so much potential here. I find it really interesting, and I love your videos, obviously, but I don't know. Your art, like, the fact that people are drawn to your videos and some of your art, I just feel like there's a lot of potential there, and I hate using that word because when people use it with me, it makes me upset, but that's also a personal thing. Because I don't have a college degree, despite a lot of the times being like, wow, you're smarter than a lot of people that I know that have a college degree. It's like, yeah, my parents wouldn't co-sign a loan, so I couldn't go to college. Bullshit like that. I don't know. I genuinely find your work refreshing and different, even if I don't know. I don't know if you just. I don't know how to put it, but I just feel like you're focusing on the characters and not necessarily everything you would need to finish whatever project you're working on. And I don't think that's necessarily against you. I don't think that's
No,
even
I
a
know
conscious
100%.
thing.
That's the thing I get hung up on. Is I'm like, here's my cast. I know what I want to say. I can't
Yeah.
go any further than that.
Right. And I think if you work on those extra elements, it
That,
would
or
really
I'm still
benefit
hung
you.
up on the characters, like designs, where I'm like, can I simplify more? Does this convey enough? Because like
I'm looking at this.
I get like this problem where I look at my designs and I go like, is it too simplified? Like, because people like, I constantly hear people constantly say how much they love like complicated designs, like more is more, right?
Okay. I get it, but at the same time, you have threads posted where it's like, look at this fucking RPG character, peak design, and it's totally sarcastic because like it's the most fucking over-designed piece of shit you've ever seen. And which I don't think you're ever gonna get to that point, but I understand as an artist, even if you don't like removing the clothes itself, you're gonna be thinking about lines. You're gonna be thinking about the overall impact of this character. Like there's extra steps that you're probably thinking yourself, which is why it's funny because I was like, I'll remember during Gravity Falls at the end of season 1, they're like, yeah, we're gonna be doing season 2, and we're actually gonna be changing some of the animation, but unless you're super into animation, you probably won't notice any differences. And it was just in like the lines they were drawing.
Yeah.
And I think that's the sort of thing where it's just...
Yeah, I guess I'm afraid that, like, I'm making all of these, like, minute changes to change how the design is conveyed, and then I have to stop and think, would anyone even notice this?
Right. And I do think that that's the problem every single artist has, where it's like, here is this, I'm putting so much thought into it because I've spent so much time in it. It's something, I'm going to quote a reality television show host. So you're welcome. This is what Tim Gunn said from Project Runway. He called it the Monkey House, where he's like, for somebody who spent so much time in the Monkey House, around like all of these monkeys, they're just doing whatever. You're just like, this is normal. But anybody who comes in, like, immediately you're going to be like, holy shit. This smells awful, and you're like, what are you talking about? It's just because you spent so much time in there that you don't know. So you need to like take a step out of it and be like, oh, this is what like normal is. Then go back in and then be like, oh, I see what you're saying. But because you spent so much time thinking about it, you actually can't see how other people are seeing it. You only see your own work and not just the general idea overall.
Yeah,
Trying
it
to
is.
find
It
that.
is certainly the artist issue of like, how do you know what an audience will get out of the piece?
I don't know if you... So, on Discord you can make private channels. I don't know if you want to do that with like certain people, but I do think that you should maybe like... Not even should, just as an option. Maybe like just post random things and be like, hey, what do you think of this? What would you think if I posted this character? What do you think of this person? And just like get our ideas for it, because I do think that like Selfie and myself and Ian, even though like like I know Ian can be extremely horny, but like I do think that like there is a genuine care here, and I could probably tag like I can probably like show it to a few other people and be like, hey, what's your take? And get their thoughts so that you can be like, okay, this is the data I have to work with. Even if you like, again, it doesn't change how you view it, you can maybe at least use it to kind of like slightly modify the direction of how you view it. Even if it doesn't fully change it, you can at least use that in the future. I don't know. The simple things. I feel like if you were just fully committed to the Faribians or whatever, that would be one thing. But every once in a while, I'll see you post images like this, just without any tags or anything. You'll just randomly post something like, "Hey, I just drew this," and I just want to know more. but I also don't know if you like. I feel like you do want to continue this, but you also don't know how to.
No, that's very much facts. Like,
Because like I'm gonna sound mean. Like I love this. I love your channel. I love that you're doing all these FBNs, but I also think you're worth so much more than that. Than just like reading other people's stories. You have such a love of storytelling, even if it's not necessarily in the same way that I do. You have like such an understanding of certain elements. Like I don't understand comics the way that you do. Uh, you have such a deep history with that, and I think it would be a shame if you weren't able to interpret that in your own way. Like
Yeah.
I feel like you want to, and I feel like that's a worthwhile endeavor. But
I guess I've always like viewed it as such like a negative part of myself, though.
I mean that's fair, but also like you also said in like the highlights video last year that like this was the first year you felt comfortable being like gay or like having community with us. Just like being surrounded by like I don't know, it makes a difference when you're surrounded. Like if you're gay, if you're surrounded by a bunch of other gay people, it just makes it feel normal in a way that if you're just with a bunch of friends that you know that you like, you still don't get that same comfortable level as you are with like a bunch of queer people.
Mm-hmm.
It's different. There's like a level of like, yeah, they love me, but also they don't get it. Like as much as they can think they get it, they just don't. There's just a certain like you're not going to be able to pass that. And I think in that same regard, with art, I don't know, like I feel like okay, you're more comfortable with being openly gay, at least with us, at least like in public on video, maybe not in real, like in life with other people you just meet, which I get because I'm not, I still don't hold Brian's hand in public, but I feel like eventually your art, you are doing drawstrings constantly. You do have a desire to do something with it. Like you went to school for art. You posted that video where you're like, I just want to like make people happy. That Marco and Marty comic. I just feel like you do still want that, and I think you have the talent for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like straight up. And I do think that, like, even if, like, sometimes it's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to draw any FBN characters, I do think it's worthwhile. Or if you don't feel comfortable, even just doing it on Discord, where we're just, like, shit-talking or whatever, where it's not a stream, where there isn't pressure that it's being recorded. Just something where it's just pushing that forward. I do think it'd be worthwhile for you. I want to say I think it would be a shame if you didn't pursue it further, but also at the same time, the amount of pressure and bullshit of somebody telling you that and like forcing you in a certain lane, I don't want to add that to you at the same time, because people have done that with me and I'm like, no, that's not what I'm interested in, or you're changing how I'm interacting with it by saying this. So hopefully I'm not doing that. I'm just saying in my own way, and hopefully in other ways, like Michael mentioned, like I think we'd all be interested in it, and I think you can be allowed to think about that. I don't know if you have been nervous about like, oh, maybe people wouldn't want to watch that or whatever, but if that was even a possibility, if it's not, disregard all of this. But if you were thinking about like if people would tune in or if people would care, I think they would. I think they would like it. I think you have a unique perspective, and it's worthwhile to pursue it. So, yeah,
All right.
that's all.
I mean, that's really kind of you, for sure. And I do appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. No, I get. And knowing your personality, I know like having a response to that is. You're somebody who needs to take time to think on things too. So don't respond right now. It's fine. If you want to just end this video, that's fine. I said like if you want to end this first, that's fine. But I didn't really tell you what I was going to be going into or that I would be getting this serious. I don't know. I just
No, it's all fine. Like,
okay.
I'm like, for the most part, a pretty open book person, so.
Yeah. Well, for the most part, I would say. I think in certain ways we're similar. And that I'm an open book type person, but that's also a little bit of a shield for me where, like, I'm an open book, except there's certain things where, like, I'm an open book so that people don't go further than that. Because they think, oh, I don't need to. I'm not gonna push anything or hopefully people don't ask things, but I also feel comfortable saying this here where I don't feel like you guys are gonna push me on this. Where it's just like, I will say things to people and they will trust me and they'll be like, oh wow, this person feels really open with me. And it's just to give them that sense of idea or like, okay, I've satisfied this need of their curiosity and now they're not going to push further. So I'm in an open book in a sense, but at the same time I'm like, there's certain things where I keep basically to myself. I do have certain things that like hurt me emotionally that I don't really reveal to others.
No, I get that.
Yeah, and I feel like even though in a lot of ways we're very different people, that's probably not too different from how you are.
I do find that, like, as long as I can answer everything a person will initially ask, they will not pry any further.
Yeah, 100%.
So being, like, the open book type up front means you can say less in the long run.
Right. And that's part of like, okay, so like part of being gay is you're constantly coming out to people, but also if you're an open book, at a certain point, no one's gonna ask if you're gay or not. They just accept you like, oh, you're an open person. Like if they'll tell me if they'll tell me, but also like if they don't say anything, that's fine. So like that's part of it. So like I just don't tell people, or sometimes it comes out if I trust a person, but it seems like a natural part of me being an quote-unquote open book. It doesn't feel removed from that, even though it's a step further than I usually go with people.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it, because like in my my card game life, I hate calling it that, like the only person who knows that I'm gay is Tyson. And he only found out on accident.
Okay.
Which was a weird experience for sure. He found my
God.
Twitter.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna ask this. What year did he find your Twitter?
So I was in the middle. This was like last year, July specifically. And that was, I was in the middle of a Digimon tournament, and he got to the tournament late, so he wasn't playing in it. And I was just scooping up my cards for round, like waiting, like, you know, match ended. And he just goes,
Right.
Josh, why do you have a YouTube channel in which you're posting a bunch of gay furry shit?
That's amazing. How did you respond to that? Or were you just like, oh shit?
I had just kind of asked, like, how did you even find it?
Right.
And he was like, your Twitter.
Were you
How did
like-
you find my Twitter?
Were you just like, you seem like the type of person who is like Mr. Josh in front of their name. Like, you probably would have won a fedora if
So,
you didn't
like,
know any better.
The prior week, a person who we used to play card games with moved and whatever, right? And we had like no way
Right.
of like contacting him for anything. And he was like, "Yo, Josh, I found him on Twitter, so you can like follow him,
no.
right?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I
Oh.
totally will."
Okay.
So he was just able to then go into that person's follows and find.
Oh God. Although I will say, if a person is smart enough to be doing snooping like that, which is really, to be clear, is not that smart, but it's like a base level above just straight up not caring.
He didn't even realize it at first. He was
you're
just like, "Oh, I could use this as a method of finding Josh's Twitter." Like a week later, like
Oh my gosh.
so
I
it was
feel like if you're gonna
entirely
do
on
that-
accident.
If you're gonna do that at all, you're not gonna care about that person, like if their sexuality is off, or like if they draw like furry shit, or like convincing their bi-curious friend
Right.
to like read a furry game with them because it meant that much to them. They're just gonna be like, "Oh, okay." Like it's just more data at that point.
Yeah, it really is. I think his
And you already
reaction
said-
is he was like, "I'm surprised I didn't find out on my own."
I'm surprised. Like because were you friends with him beforehand?
Yeah, we were friends for like 3 years because that was when I started playing the Dragon Ball card game,
So like,
and we met in like tournament play.
I'm pretty sure you've mentioned this before, but aren't like most of his friends gay? Like,
No, he has
accidentally.
one other gay friend, and so that's why he thought it was funny
Okay.
that like that friend he's still in contact with a lot, but he's in New York.
Okay.
So they only like chat online now, and they were
Okay.
friends from like middle school or something. And so when he
Right.
met me, I kind of became his like card game friend stand-in. For,
Okay. Yeah, the
So, like,
surrogate.
3 years later, and he's just like, "You were gay that whole time? You really are a stand-in for him.
Yeah.
That's weird."
I mean, that's fair. And I mean, oh god, not to get philosophical, I feel like we constantly are searching for friends that are stand-ins for other people, but like for different periods of our life. Like if I tried to go back to being friends with some of the people in high school, it would not work. But like finding some of those qualities that we really admired in people who have also like matured in ways that are like similar to ours definitely helps. Even if it's
yeah.
not that, but like, yeah.
Usually I find I like can make friends with people who are okay with how apparently abrasive I am up front.
Right. I mean, to be fair,
And then I
If you
ask,
wanna
like, I'm
say-
abrasive?
if you want to say that's not your fault, that you just watched enough Pat streams in the past to influence you, I think everyone would forgive you. You'd be like, "Oh, of course. This is why its super best friends broke up." So like, this is just a repercussion. This is the fallout of that.
Oh, facts though. No, I was abrasive even before that. I think that really started in
Oh,
middle
I'm
school
sure.
for me. It totally had nothing to do with the website I was going
That's
to
good,
every
though.
night.
The what?
It totally had nothing to do with a certain like website image board I was going to.
Oh yeah. of
No, not at
course.
all.
Of course not. No, none. That's definitely why when you're like, "Hey, what was the old shirt for Speedrunner? Like, was it the red and blue one?" Like, you don't know what you're talking about. That was like somebody took over your account. You definitely didn't know what that was. Oh my god.
That shit's so
To
funny.
be fair, it really is. And like, I can't deny, like, for a long time, I was like, ugh, that site. And now I'm just like, wow, I had so many good memories from that. Not only that, I actually think it probably made me a better person for just being a part of that. Even if overall, like, a lot of shitty people were there. It just like I saw so many fucking weird shit that I was just like, okay, whatever. So now when I see weird shit, I'm just like, you don't even know that happened. When someone just like, no, seriously, this is really weird. I'm just like, are you kidding me? No.
Yeah, I'm like, this is what?
Like, do you think this is weird? No. Fucking the internet from like the mid 2000s, early 2010s was just a fucking disaster. It's like Web 2.0. Like, yeah, it's more sophisticated now. It was not. Like, it was in presentation, but the content was still just like a, oh no.
It was
People
such a
are kinda
blessed time
fucked.
to be on the internet. Back when there was actually no rules for how to act on the internet. What a time.
There really was. Oh my god.
And there's something about that I do really miss.
I do miss that too. Like, that's why I kind of appreciate Discord, because I'll find that with small communities. I find that with some of my friends, like on Pervador or here. It's just like, I'm like, okay, thank God, I can just fucking bullshit with y'all. And it doesn't change anything. But, yeah, I don't know. The internet is definitely different, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, you know, more people started using it. More people are like, oh, everyone has to be equal and fair here. Like, you can't just talk
Well,
to
that's
people
my theory.
like-
My theory is that, like, everyone who joins the internet, like, goes through a second childhood. It's like, oh shit, here's all this information. It's like high school again, where it's like, oh, here's all these different people. And eventually, you learn, oh, okay, all these different people are still people, even if they're different. So, but, like, the problem is that we, like, a lot of kids ended up becoming more mature than adults because they were used to the internet.
Old people on the
So
internet
you-
are so insane.
They are. Holy shit. I get messages from my aunt every once in a while, and I'm just like, I just need to, like, this is like the main reason why I haven't gone back to Facebook. Is every once in a while I'll get a like private message from her, and she's like, "Have you heard about the color war?" She's like, "It's true. All these different races are gonna like start fighting against white people." And I'm like, "Holy shit! I need you to stop right now." Like, what? Like,
Chateau
what?
on it. Like,
Like,
calm down.
You're married to a Chinese man. Your children are not white. Like, straight up, they do not look remotely white. Why the fuck are you spreading this propaganda? It's so weird. But I feel like eventually they'll grow out of it. But it's gonna take a while.
Oh,
Because I
yeah.
feel like everyone's gonna, like, you go through that weird phase where it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, this must be true, right? People are saying it. A lot of people are saying it. And eventually it's just like, oh, okay, no. This is just bullshit. People are just stupid. Nothing's changed because they're online. But it takes, like, at least 5 years per person to realize, oh, the internet's just kind of full of idiots.
Right? That's what I like.
Oh, me too. I do miss the original web. I miss Web 1.0. I miss being able to find, like, a website that was, like... When I was a kid, I found this website and it was like, Yoshi Sanctuary. It's like, here's all these different colored Yoshis. And it, like, ascribed, like, you know, like an astrological sign. It tried to interpret each and every single Yoshi. It assigned it based on Yoshi's Island. Which is fucking hysterical, because obviously they all share the same sprites. Just a different color palette. And it's just, you know, you could read so much into it, and I was just like, yeah, this is cool. This defines me. This weird-ass GeoCity that probably 12 people visited. But I somehow found it.
Fucking blessed.
I do miss that type of internet.
It's... days gone. Like, you can't... can't have that
You
again.
really can't.
I guess that's why I still like go to that godforsaken website of 4chan, just because like I feel like I can get some of that back.
No, like, okay. So Minnow posted a Minotaur Hotel thread, like, secretly being like, oh, I'm definitely not the creator of this. And the responses were such a fucking disaster. And it's just like, why do you go back there? It's just like, can't help it.
No,
Like,
there's
it's just part
something
of you.
about it. Like, you don't get it anywhere else. Like,
It's so true.
that and it's weirdly
Like,
decent for a news website.
It is. It's so
Like,
weird.
not for like news, but like news for certain fields. Like,
Yeah. Which is probably how you learned about, like, a lot of Zootopia and, like, Rock Dog.
oh yeah, for sure. No, I remember somebody. It was the spring of 2013. Someone
I need to
leaked-
pause really quick before
Yeah.
before you continue. Say, Josh, the phrase "it was the spring of 2013" is just so extra. So like this is a documentary. Continue. I just need to point out how over the top and campy that is. I love it.
Well, I'm trying to set the scene, right?
Oh, hi, Kinta. Welcome. Welcome to this. You know what? You'd actually appreciate this. This is surprisingly serious, even though we're talking about 4chan.
Right? No, so like, somebody posted a shit ton of concept art and the plot synopsis of the movie and said, film comes out in 2016, and that was it. And we just kind of had to sit there and, I don't know, react to it, and that was neat.
Yeah.
That was where I got this specific image, from that thread.
I'm on the stream, or is it?
Sorry, it's in the voice
like-
call.
Okay, good.
Where it's like, huh. Is it weird that I feel nostalgic for this piece a little bit? Next year, this drawing will be a decade old, and I don't know how to feel about that.
Oh, thank you for drawing Vita Cat. We're posting it in chat. No, that's not weird.
That was such a time and place. Like,
Also, like, Nick has never looked cuter than this.
well,
Thank
this
you for
was
saving
more
this
akin to
image.
what he was, like, you go back to that old concept art, and he did look a bit different.
No, but that's fine. Like, this is really good. I like that he looks like a little bit like. I don't know, like there are cartoon characters where it's like exaggerated. Here's my face. Here's my figure. It's like, no, this boy is just kind of like a blob. That,
Yeah.
Like, you can tell it's a fox, but he's a blob. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of hot. I hate that, like, I'm attracted to things that are kind of blobby. It's very unfortunate, but it's true. Like, I don't want people who look like quote unquote hot. I just want people who look kind of like blobs. But in people form. And Nick definitely falls under that. I love it. This is good.
Because, like, I feel like more than half of my relationship with Zootopia is definitely the 4chan threads from, like, years prior to the film being released.
Okay. The bottom right picture, where he has like his tail on his head, is very hot. Where it's like still awesome. That's very good.
It should have been the way the film ended.
With what? With the cop pegging him?
Oh, maybe not exactly that, but, like,
Okay, because that's what that like clearly he's getting fucked in some way. You saying that if like, I guess.
Well,
this
would
is what we're
anyone
doing.
have bat an eye if they said that Nick was gay?
No. It's yes. I lied when I said no. Yes. The fucking rabbit played from Snow White from Once Upon a Time would have bat an eye. Like, really? You're gay? But I really was interested anyway, and he would be like, no. Read the signals, obviously.
Right?
Obviously, I'm not interested in women. I'm sorry. Despite, like I feel like that abortion comic, where it's her being like, no, I can't have your child. The doctor said we couldn't have children, and now I'm pregnant. Like, I'm probably gonna die, so I can't have your child. And he leaves.
Oh my god! Right?
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was Judy's fan fiction. I'm pretty sure she drew that and wrote it herself.
I hope so. Oh, Kenta, it was due to like legal reasons. Well, like copyright reasons why it was changed to Zootopolis. Zootrop. Yeah, whatever how that's pronounced. Apparently Zootopia was already copyrighted or something, so they just had to change it. Oh.
Okay, Kenta, how do you feel about lemonade with I think you posted about this lemonade with carbonation. I think it's weird,
Lemonade with
but I
what?
also find it carbonation. So like in the UK, most lemonade, like basically all lemonade, has like carbonation, like it's a soda.
Uh-huh.
What we call lemonade here, they call like lemon squash, which I find fucking weird.
Like, it's fine, right? I don't know. I like lemon sodas. No, that's kind of a lie. I really like one kind of lemon soda.
Gosh, I swear to God, if you say squirt, please say squirt.
No, it's a brand called CC Lemon, and it's a Japanese drink.
Josh, that's an Epcot exclusive in America.
It feels that way.
So I'm gonna discount it. How do you feel about squirt?
I like Squirt.
That's a fucking grapefruit soda.
I know it's
Whoever had the
grapefruit
idea-
soda. That's why I like it.
Whoever had the idea was like, grapefruit, we should make that into a soda. That's a sick person.
What?
If they didn't end up in a mental institute,
No, fruit
I feel like
sodas
that's
are
a
good. Like,
and I'm saying this specifically, if they ended up in a mental institute today, I'd be like, that's fucked up. But I feel like Squirt's been around for at least 50 years. In mental
wait,
institutes for,
no,
like,
no,
more normal.
Kenta, you have to explain yourself. How does aid mean carbonated?
That actually makes zero sense, Kenta.
There's no aid in the word carbonated.
Are you gonna say, if you want to say 8, like ATE means carbonated?
It's America that's got it wrong. I mean, I can agree to that. But, like, at the same time, I want an
Josh?
explanation.
Josh, we're being recorded right now. We have a voice, like an actual physical voice. Do not give in. Silky, I'm gonna tell you right now. To us, and drink the ants with aid, it usually means carbonated. That's fucked up.
What do you...
Because Gatorade and Powerade have like multiple flavors. None of them are carbonated.
When I hear
All those
limeade,
shits.
I think of a slushy from Sonic. Like,
Okay, Josh, I hate you because you know what the problem with Sonic is? Is they didn't care about region. I would get so many like advertisements for like Sonic being like, Sonic is so delicious. Please come to Sonic. It's like 1950s roller skates. But like the closest Sonic was like 300 miles away from me.
Oh fuck, I'm sorry.
The fact that you
They're
associate
not
the
great,
fucking-
by the way. Like it's just fast food. Like it's nothing like fantastical.
But the problem is that I like fast food. I genuinely will eat fast food and be like, yes, this is fine dining. This is the American diet, and I reflect that, and I think that like I think I'm fairly attractive. So like, if the American diet produced me, that's fine. I feel like that's okay.
Well, you know what?
Silky,
Go to a furry
That-
convention on the East Coast, and just go to one.
Josh, I feel like you're trying to be like, you think you're attractive? Wear a fucking mask and see how attractive people think you are. Like, I get what you're saying, but like, no.
What?
Like, I have a pretty good face. It's fine. I don't know what we're doing right here. What I'm saying is that your description like is offensive to me. As a citizen of the United States of America, sorry, the United States of like lower Northern America. Because if I said Northern America, it would be like Canada. Canada's not a part of this. Okay, let me read what Canada's saying. In the United Kingdom, Ireland, Central Europe, Australia, the carbonated lemonade soft drink is more common despite the differences between the drinks. Each is known simply as lemonade in countries where it is dominant suffix. It may also be applied to other similar drinks made with different fruits, such as limeade, orangeade, or cherry. Okay, but like, here's the thing. What I'm getting from what your statement just said was that, like, you know how Canada was like, you know what, like, fuck the Queen. Why are we a part of this society? When, like, she does nothing for us. Like, I feel like being like, lemonade, of course, is carbonated. Like, I feel like that is very classist in, like, a very English way. Where it's like, it's very much like, of course it's carbonated, but in a way that means there's less lemon. It means it's more prime for like industrialization. Like, I feel like they don't actually care about the lemon aspect, and that carries it like on to further imports and other juices. Anything with A that's like carbonated, I feel like you have the lesser version of that. Like, I feel like America is a fucking disaster. I posted the anti-American cupcakes in Discord, which you have to rip apart the American flag to even eat one of those cupcakes, which is fucking hysterical that they're like, this is a great idea. However, in other aspects, I feel like removing carbonation was like, we care about more of the ingredients than the actual fluff. Like, I feel like carbonation is fluff. It's just elevating nothing to like fill in the gaps. Nothing fills in the gaps to the actual thing you want, which is just like the fucking lemon.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I'm at a loss for this conversation of limeades and.
Okay. So, please don't call him Liamade.
Oh no.
Like, I really like this bear. This bear's really good. Again, I know that I made this like a joke before where I said male bear. Liam backwards male. I feel like if you name your kid Liam, you're just fucking them over for life. Where it's just like, you know what? You're not gonna actually do your own thing. You're just gonna constantly be responding to other people.
Oh my god.
But you're not gonna enjoy it because your name is like male backwards. Like it's not just like I'm putting this on you as a curse, and not as like something you'd enjoy.
Look,
Which
Kenta,
is why
just because I'm holding a can of Sprite and it says it's worth 80% of my daily sugar intake, it doesn't mean anything. It's fine.
Josh, that's the most beautiful thing you've ever said. I like that you're treating sugar like it's a multivitamin. Like, you know when vitamins where it's like, oh, this is how much percent you need of like your daily amount. Like, when they do that for sugar, it's like, do not exceed this amount. And you're just like, this is only 80%. Like, I need more. And it's like the opposite. I like that it's the exact opposite for vitamins, but you're treating it like it is a vitamin, like sugar is a vitamin. I think it's very hysterical and very
Right?
good.
Look, Kenta, just because I have a ton of family members with different types of diabetes doesn't mean anything.
Josh, you have diabetes?
Not that I know of, but I don't go to the hospital for anything.
God, she's so quiet. Why don't? Okay, you need to end the stream or change pictures because, like, I'm looking at this cat. He's so...
Sorry, I'm just, like, saving files, so...
Okay, no, that's fine. Do what you gotta do. I love the cat. He's so good. I love Vita.
America in a nutshell. Look. It's
And
fine.
actually, Josh said it's fine. What I'm gonna say has nothing to do with what you said, Kenta. Because that's the American way to just completely ignore what somebody else said.
You're just sandbag.
What I'm gonna say is that, Josh, I actually have realized within the last like 30 seconds, I actually hate you.
That's reasonable.
Like I actually despise you on a personal level.
Mm-hmm.
Because I now love Vita. Like, I love the Vita because Vita loves the Vita. And I think that's very unfair that you use this, like, drawing to get me to love him, and therefore love the product that he's just like, no, if you want to be with me, you have to love this. And I'm just like, you know what? That's worth selling my soul for. I will support the Vita for you, Vita. And I'm just like, oh my god. It's very upsetting. I'm so upset you would do that.
Oh, that's amazing. Oh, no.
It's... yeah.
Do I have to make a bunch of pinup images of Vita holding a Vita?
Fucking hell. You should, but also you don't. Because I don't think you're gonna be able to recapture his eyes. His eyes are so fucking good. And your impulse was to, like, clean them up. And if,
You're right.
you know, if you...
But I can
continue your
try,
impulse-
right? Like,
Yes, if you can continue your impulse to clean up his eyes, do it. If you can't, don't, because that's like the true Vita is fucking disheveled. Looks like they've been at least punched once in their life. Probably scarred for the rest of their life because they touched the system and they're like, this is everything I've ever wanted. And everything else was just like, what? No, this isn't so. You're fucked. If you actually attach yourself to this, like, oh my god, what a loser.
oh my god.
And he's just like, no, I swear to god, someday this will work out for me. The fact that Josh, you just, oh my god, like, that shows you not even on the same level as Vita, because Vita still believes. Vita's fucking dead, though. I love him. He's a fucking ghost. He's like, I died 5 years ago, but I still believe.
I believe that Vita can bring back the Vita. Let's go.
You know what? I might order a Vita someday. because of him. Because of that stupid fucking cat drawing.
Look, you have to make sure that the lock screen is a picture of him.
Yeah, I might. Oh, I don't know what color I want this fur to be. I'm gonna think about it. He's so cute, Josh. I hate that. I hate that you made a character that I genuinely find really fucking cute. To be clear, I actually, you know that skull guy you had on screen for forever?
Yeah.
I don't know his name because you cryptically just will just be like, here's some art, and only the people who have watched your streams or who are part of the Discord get the context of that. We still don't know their names. I
That's
think
fine.
that character's really fucking cute.
Maybe one day you'll learn.
That's fair.
Maybe one day. But until then, I should probably end the stream. I have to go to bed so I can wake up and
I
go to Darian's
Fucking
place.
think so.
But
Holy shit, it's late. Thank you
It
for
is.
this. This has been a really fun meet. I'm probably gonna
It
stay
was.
because I have work in like literally 4 hours. So,
oh my god,
Thank
you
you
could
for
have
this.
just told me.
Josh, I feel like it was implied. Michael, what the fuck are you still doing here? I realized that, like, in a certain way, Josh was like, "Thing, Connor, what are you doing?" And I just felt like, you know, it's normal. And then I looked at the screen and was like, "Michael, what are you doing?" You know, the cycle continues. Michael, go the fuck to bed. You're wonderful. I get it. You are dead. I'm dead. We all know that. But good. I hope eventually you can join the Discord because you are a wonderful person. And Josh needs all the encouragement he can get. But despite that, thank you all for showing up tonight.
Yeah,
it's been a lot
thank
of fun,
you everyone.
Genuinely.
I'll see you around.